This meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. And do we have anyone online this morning, clerks? Okay, thank you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber, and please use the stairs and not the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. I want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also would like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Councillor Meisner is in the chair, and Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Oh, I see Councillor Kirby-Young is on WebEx now.
Present.
Councillor Dominato has medical leave this morning. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Boyle is leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Fry. Present. Councillor Claassen. Present. Councillor Montague.
Present.
And Councillor Gilles.
Present.
The committee meeting has quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you very much. So plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to the committee using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I would like to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 8 reports, 3 member motions, and in a moment I'll outline the plan for today. I'd like to note that council did talk about varying the agenda for today to pick up on the speakers that we were hearing yesterday around the natural gas report. We will have that discussion once we figure out which items will move on consent this morning. So the plan for today, the committee will recess the meeting and then break at noon for lunch. And the committee will reconvene at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, the committee will recess at 5 p.m. for dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. And if the meeting does not complete today, we will reconvene next Wednesday, December 4th, 2024 at 3 p.m. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. And just to check with the clerk that we have enough members present, I believe we do, to include report 3 on the consent agenda. So there's 8 of us currently. Okay, great, thank you. So on the consent agenda, we have reports 1 and 3 through 7 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration for adoption. And we'll be holding reports 2 and 8 to hear from speakers. Does any member wish to hold any of the consent items for debate or questions to team members? And I see a few people on the queue. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hold report number 1, Parks and Recreation Governance Transition Planning Progress Update 2.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Okay, so not seeing any other reports being held. Before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. So does anyone have a conflict to disclose on any of these items? I've not seen any. So we have reports 3 through 7 on the consent agenda. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before the committee contained in the reports? Okay, moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Thank you. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. So that carries unanimously. The following items have now been approved on consent. Report 3, SRO Upgrading Grant and Arts and Culture Grant. Report 4, 2025 fee increases for rezoning, development, building, and other related permits. Report 5, change order to Deloitte Consulting Services Agreement for SAP S4HANA conversion. Report 6, contract award for provision of advanced water metering infrastructure. And Report 7, contract award for service provider to assist the city in planning and delivery of the FIFA Fan Festival. So before we proceed, as I mentioned, with the reports not adopted on consent, I would like to note at yesterday's council meeting, council referred the remaining speakers along with debate and decision for the report entitled Allowing Gas Heating and Hot Water in New Construction to today's meeting as Report 8. Staff will contact any unheard registered speakers when we get closer to the item. As per our usual process, there will be an opportunity at the end of the speakers list to hear from missed registered speakers out of the speakers that we have heard and the speakers that we will hear today. So I'd like to just check in with council to see if there's a preference to vary the agenda or if members would prefer to keep that item from yesterday as Report 8. Does anyone have a preference? Or would anyone like to vary the agenda? Or just stay as is? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, not seeing any will to vary that, so we'll stick with the plan as is. So we will move to report number 1. This is the Parks and Recreation Governance Transition Planning Report, and this is Progress Update 2. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, please declare it now. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose on this item? And I'm not seeing any. And Councillor Fry, you held this item, and this item does have a staff presentation. So we're joined this morning by Deputy Manager Sandra Singh, City Manager, who will give us the presentation. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the screen to be shared. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time on your agenda this morning. Again, my name is Sandra Singh, one of the Deputy City Managers here at the City of Vancouver. I'm joined this morning by Lon Leclerc, our General Manager of Engineering Services, Ben Pollard, our Director of Strategy and Project Support, and Grant Murray, Assistant Director in Legal Services. And as per the agenda, we're here to provide you with a planning update on the work to prepare for the proposed transition of governance of Parks and Recreation Services from the Park Board to the elected City Council. As noted, this is our second planning update. When we set out on this work in February, we made a commitment to the public and community to be transparent and to provide updates on the work as we progressed, recognizing the importance of Parks and Recreation Services to the City of Vancouver and to our residents. So this is our second planning update. It is a substantive one. You have in your package, you have a 35-page report, and what we'll do as we go through this presentation is we'll identify for you where in the report some of the substantive pieces are. We are undertaking this work in Vancouver on the unceded ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And this is, we are very mindful of these relations, of their rights, and of course the city's commitment and council's commitment to the implementation of UNDRIP. We have about 30 slides for you. We'll just very briefly remind you of the overall project approach. We'll spend most of our time on the planning updates, and then we'll just briefly touch on our next steps. As a reminder, in terms of how we set out to do this work, we see from a staff administrative perspective, the opportunity for significant service improvements, process simplification and faster decision-making, reduction in duplication, and opportunities to better leverage expertise across departments. As well, Council directed us to explore additional permanent park designations, which we will report out in this update as well. Just to say at the outset, we recognize that what we're looking at is a structural change here. The work that we're doing is not a critique of staff at the park board or staff at the city. It's not a critique of commissioners or elected officials. Rather, what we're doing is recognizing that structure, organizational structure, drives certain types of processes, procedures, mindsets, and decision-making. And what this proposed move from dual governance to single governance does is open up a range of opportunities for operational service and policy improvement. As a reminder, we're seeking timely amendments to the Vancouver Charter by the provincial government. This is a significant change, and the lack of certainty of the way forward is creating some stress amongst the staff. And so the sooner we can have certainty from the province around our path forward, the better from our perspective. We are approaching this recognizing that there is a lot of work here. We're addressing critical issues for transition while laying the foundation for early post-transition operational integration opportunities, while also flagging for you where some of the longer-term opportunities are. And just a reminder that we are working with limited information at this point. The Park Board has directed staff who are under their governance to not support planning for the transition. So the work that you see before you today is, in terms of the operational integration, is our thinking based on our discussions with city staff whose work intersects with work under the jurisdiction of the Park Board, our analysis of financials, as well as human resources. And we just want to recognize that this is a very difficult situation for the Park Board staff. Having your work discussed and contemplated without being a part of those discussions is not ideal. It's not how we would typically want to approach organizational change and organizational planning. We typically try to take a staff-engaged approach. So this has created some restrictions for us that are just not ideal. As well as a reminder, we take our relationship and our responsibilities to the local nations very seriously. There is no intent in this process to disrupt any of the ongoing work with the nations in relation to the Stanley Park Comprehensive Plan and its intergovernmental working group, or any other parks-related work or processes that are underway with the nations. We would assume those as the city. As well, I do want to set out that and clarify that the relationship with the local nations is a government-to-government relationship. It's intergovernmental. There are numerous channels that we discuss matters of interest to the nations. There's, of course, the mayor's office has direct engagement. We have council-to-council discussions that is similar to how council engages with senior government. We have the UNDRIP table as well, the MSTV UNDRIP table, which provides an important platform for discussing matters of interest to the nation and of joint interest to the city and the nations. And of course, we will remain responsive to each nation's preference in terms of how they would like to provide feedback to council on any matter that they wish to discuss related to this project or any project. And as a reminder, this is a progress update report. There are no recommendations for council. We're just updating you on the work to date, and we'll again set out later what the next steps are. Once council has received this information report, we'll seek to engage with the nations prior to finalizing any recommendations to be brought back to council should the legislative changes proceed. So in terms of the planning updates, we have two kind of streams of work that were underway: the governance, legislation, regulatory, legal obligations, and park designations work, as well as operational integration. In terms of the legislation, regulatory, and legal obligations, we have been in discussions with the province regarding the outcomes being sought through the revisions to the Vancouver Charter. How the province would draft those changes is for their consideration. We are waiting further updates from them with regard to their intention and the timing that they might bring forward any legislative changes. So we've shared the outcomes. In terms of the regulatory aspects for the city, those are really our bylaws. Legal Services has reviewed both the Park Board and the city bylaws. There are 6 Park Board bylaws. There are 18 city bylaws that reference the Park Board. We will need to propose amendments to removing references to the Park Board in some bylaws. That should be very straightforward. There are a couple of bylaws that would need to be repealed, and there are council would be recommended to adopt its own bylaws that regulate parks and recreation services. So there's some work around bylaws, but overall it's fairly straightforward. In terms of legal obligations, as we noted at the outset of this work, to facilitate this transition, we're proposing that the city is willing to assume all Park Board legal obligations, and we would support an amendment to the charter that would clarify this. We already act as the insurer for the Park Board. We're already the employer of all the Park Board workers, and we're already the owner of all the Park Board assets. So again, we see this as fairly straightforward. The team also did a review of corporate policies. So these are kind of business practice policies, procurement, financial management, those types of things. So there's generally good alignment between the Park Board and city policies. So we think that the corporate process integration with the city should be reasonably smooth. There is one area that is different. The Park Board has a lower level of delegated authorities to the general manager and staff than City Council. City Council generally entrusts staff with more decision making. And so what we would do should the transition happen is that we would bring forward a recommendation to council that you align delegated authorities for the general manager of Parks and Recreation with that of other general managers. We see this as enabling Parks and Recreation services to be delivered more nimbly and to be more responsive with lower staff workload while still working within the policy and strategy framework set out by council. There are parks and recreation policies. These are public policies. There's 20 of them, mostly strategies and plans. There's a list of them in Appendix A of your report. And what we would recommend is that council be informed by these policies moving forward until such time as they need to be updated, as every policy or strategy has a lifespan, and at that time the council of the day would be in a position to work with staff and community to refresh those policies. As part of the motion, council established a transition working group. And the focus of this working group was to provide recommendations and feedback to council on efficient, effective, and meaningful pathways for community engagement with and input to council should it assume governance of parks and recreation services. Council assigned a number of community members to this working group, along with several elected officials, and they have put in significant time from January to November of this year in contemplating what recommendations they would bring to council. They undertook community stakeholder engagement, and they also did some jurisdictional research. Just as a reminder of what I set out at the beginning, that the relationships with First Nations are treated as government-to-government relationships. There are other tables that we engage with them on their interests. We do not engage with them as constituents in that way. It's an intergovernmental relationship. So this was really focused on our local constituents here in Vancouver and how they engage. And so I'll turn it over to Ben Pollard to take you through the work of the working group and the recommendations that they put forward.
Hello, Ben Pollard, Chief Strategy Officer. So the working group undertook 2 main methods of stakeholder engagement in order to inform their recommendations. The first was a survey sent to a broad range of community organizations, which was open for 4 weeks with a reminder and had 73 respondents. We also had a series of facilitated discussion with stakeholders. In total, 86 invitations went out, and we had 15 stakeholder meetings held with 29 organizations. Both the surveys and the meetings addressed two key questions: how stakeholders currently engage with the park board, and their perceptions of what was working and where there might be some opportunities for improvement, and then looking into, again, what they would see as meaningful, effective, and efficient means of engagement for council after the transition. When looking at the results in terms of current engagement, the main mechanism by far was engaging with staff, with 84% of respondents having contacted staff at least once and 45% of respondents reporting more than 10 times. The majority of respondents have not engaged with the elected park board over the past year. For those that did, the most frequent form of engagement was through written input, with 65% saying they had not attended a board meeting, 80% had not spoken at a board meeting. When asked about what was currently working well in their engagement with the park board, and where the opportunities for improvement were, there were some decidedly mixed responses. Many noted that staff contacts were the most effective, especially where there was a dedicated support or staff liaison. Some respondents noticed there were benefits of direct engagement with commissioners, either through board meetings or other outreach. But there were also several comments about challenges with engaging with park board or feeling like their input was heard. Respondents were also asked to identify what was important to them in future council governance for parks and recreation. The two most important were notification of public engagement, as well as being included in staff-led engagement opportunities. There was also issues such as having a venue that was devoted entirely or mostly to parks and recreation issues, continuing to be able to ask written questions of councillors and receive a response, and ensuring that there is appropriate community and expert advice to council. In terms of the discussions that were held with stakeholders, the facilitated discussions, similar to the findings of the surveys, most of these organizations know that their primary contact and input to park board happened through staff engagement rather than through the commissioners. Some respondents did note the benefit of having the ability to connect directly with commissioners, especially when there were challenges, as well as, of course, the democratic ability to provide input to them as an elected body. However, there was several respondents noted the challenges in getting responses from commissioners, recognizing the number of stakeholders and the limited time that commissioners have. There are a few comments received around the role of intermediary organizations, which play a role in bringing together multiple organizations from a given sector around a particular issue and representing their members to park board or related issues. There are concerns raised that these were not necessarily the most effective or representative, and in some cases actually reduced their ability of organizations to speak directly to the park board. A key theme that emerged throughout this entire process was the importance of staff in engaging with community, ensuring the voices of community are represented to the board, and being the points of contact to resolve critical issues and providing the expert advice to inform decisions by the board. Several representatives expressed concern that the transition of governance to City Council may lose some of that expertise and knowledge, but the working group assured them that the governance change was regarding changes to the elected governance and that there would continue to be specialized staff with expertise in parks and recreation issues to plan, manage, and deliver services. Several organizations note they had a regular point of contact at the staff level who helped them to navigate the bureaucracy, as well as getting their input in front of the elected park board. However, it was noted that for many of these staff, this was done off the corner of their desk, in addition to their core job responsibilities. Other respondents expressed that they would find a similar staff approach beneficial, as there can be significant challenges in knowing who to contact. This was noted as a particular challenge when the issue required navigating both park board and city processes. Park board currently has a commissioner liaison model in which commissioners are designated to be elected park board liaisons to specific organizations. Several of the organizations who participated in the discussions had an appointed liaison, and while a few had a good experience with the liaisons, others responded that their liaisons either did not engage with them in a meaningful manner or in some cases at all. Many of the community center associations, who all have appointed community commissioner liaisons, chose not to participate in discussions, but of those that did, provided feedback through these sessions, that there was mixed feedback. Some found the liaison model very effective, while others noted that they had no contact with their liaisons. Another issue that came up was the issue of smaller or upcoming organizations and their ability to engage compared to some of the larger and more established organizations, and the desire for some way of ensuring that their voices were being heard. Many respondents noted challenges in navigating the bureaucracy, with additional challenges when their issue required both park board and city approvals, for example, an event that included both parkland and the street beside the park. In terms of stakeholder engagement, when we asked them around the future council of governance of parks and recreation, there are several themes. One is the importance of informed elected officials and the role of staff. So a significant component of the feedback from respondents was ensuring that elected representatives are well informed including about the issues that are faced by the organization and stakeholders who play a critical role in the programming and activation of parks and recreation spaces. In addition to providing their own organizations input directly to council, several respondents noted the important role that staff play as advisors and technical experts to elected bodies, as well as their role in community engagement. Several respondents noted that they were indifferent to the change of elected governance as long as they had strengthened staff support and a venue for engagement with elected representatives. Some respondents noted that the benefit of having a specific venue for discussing parks and recreation issues, and as part of this, also ensuring that there are elected representatives who have a level of knowledge of and accountability for parks and recreation issues. A major theme that came across was around partners, not just users. So a key theme that came up was the desire of these organizations to be seen as partners rather than just users, recognizing the important role that these primarily volunteer-run organizations play in activating parks and recreation spaces and in building community. Respondents felt that it was important for both elected officials and staff to have a much better understanding of the issues facing their organizations and expressed a desire to be included and considered more in the planning and implementation of policy and strategy that affects parks and recreation. An area that came up from some organizations was the need for smaller organizations to be better supported in engaging with future council and ensuring their voices are heard. Several respondents noted that they would like to have a more structured and ongoing engagement with staff and elected representatives to ensure that they are well informed about the challenges and opportunities facing parks and recreation generally, and in particular the issues facing organizations that activate parks and recreation spaces. This is in addition to the existing staff engagements that happen around major policy development. The staff as liaison came up as a significant ask from the community, recognizing the limitations of the existing avenues of engagement, which often rely on personal connections, and staff who are supporting them off the corner of their desk. Respondents knows they would benefit from having dedicated staff playing a stronger role in supporting the interface between community and the elected representatives and the public service. Some areas that were raised in terms of what people were hoping for was additional support in navigating the bureaucracy and addressing systemic issues, being a conduit to ensure that elected officials and administration have a good understanding of the key issues facing these organizations, and supporting structured engagement approaches. Respondents noted, of course, that this should not be seen as replacing the ability of community organizations to speak directly to elected officials. In addition to these, to the work with stakeholder engagement, the working group also undertook an interjurisdictional scan, looking at how other major Canadian municipal councils govern parks and recreation-related issues. The key themes found in this research were that all municipalities have a council subcommittee that considers parks and recreation that includes a subset of council members. Each municipality has a slightly different composition of policy issues considered by the subcommittee, sometimes including culture, sometimes including community services or the environment. Most subcommittees are advisory to full council rather than having delegated decision-making authority, with some limited exceptions, but in these cases, council still provides still approves the level of delegation that the committee would have. Informed by the stakeholder engagement, interjurisdictional scan, and the discussions of the working group is putting forward 2 recommendations to support meaningful, efficient, and effective engagement with council on parks and recreation issues. The first recommendation is to establish a council subcommittee on parks and recreation, which would respond to stakeholders' desire for a specific, efficient venue for council governance of parks and recreation issues, as well as allowing for some specialization of councillors to ensure that there are elected members who have a focus on, deeper knowledge of, and accountability for parks and recreation issues. The proposed model would have 5 councillors appointed by council and be advisory to council on all issues related to parks and recreation without delegated powers. This model would bring Vancouver into alignment with the way councils from other major municipalities govern parks and recreation services. The second working group recommendation is the creation of a Parks and Recreation Community Partner Relations Office to strengthen and formalize engagement and governance. This office would have staff dedicated to different service facets and provide staff support to strengthen the partnership with community partners through ongoing and structured engagement opportunities, to provide advice to council, ensure council is well informed on issues facing community partner organizations, helping to navigate the bureaucracy and address any administration issues that could better support stakeholders, ensuring support for all community partners, including addressing the concerns of the smaller organizations. It is proposed that this office would have 3 to 5 staff, drawing on reassignment of existing staff made possible through the operational realignment arising from the proposed governance change.
Thanks so much, Ben. So I think as you can see, Council, the working group has made a number of recommendations that would ensure that community members continue to have access to elected officials in their governance of parks and recreation services, and that there are recommended provisions related to improving and enhancing access to a dedicated cohort of staff that can support community members and partners to navigate parks and recreation services and the decision-making or structures of the city. The full report of the working group is in Appendix C, should you have not had a chance to review it yet, and for the community to know that's there. The next area that we'll turn our attention to is permanent park designations. So in the original motion, Council put forth a request to the province to make legislative changes that would enhance the protection for parks, for permanent parks in the city of Vancouver. So to clarify what was requested is related to the designation of permanent public parks. So right now, we have three types of parks in the city of Vancouver. We have permanent public parks, we have temporary public parks, and we have custody care and management lands. And each of these types of parcels are experienced as parks by the community, but they have different legal protections. So in terms of the council direction, and many parks across the city are comprised of these different types of parcels. And in Appendix B, you have some of that information set out for you. So the recommendation or the direction from council in terms of what we were requesting of the province was that there be a change in the protection for permanent parks. And basically what that change would be is that should council assume governance of parks and recreation, then a change of use from permanent park would require the unanimous vote of council, so 100% vote of council, and there would be provisions for a public referendum. From a staff perspective, that requirement of 100% unanimous vote of council is a much stronger protection than a 2/3 vote by both parties. Given the high profile, the strong public interest of parks, that 100% is a high bar. So from our perspective, that actually strengthens permanent park protections. Temporary parks, there would be no changes. And in terms of the custody care and management lands, these are lands that the city has granted, that council has granted to Park Board to manage. But they're actually usually engineering lands. There would be no longer a need for the CCM category of park in the legislation, as all parks would be governed by council. So there would be no impact here. We would basically, this would be a retired category. You would have seen a previous chart in the original presentation that says no change. That was an error. So this is a correction for you to note. So staff did do a review of existing CCM and temporary parks, and what they have identified is a list of potential temporary and custody care and management parks that could be designated as permanent parks should the transition proceed. So in total, they've identified about 89 acres across 17 parks. You see in the presentation here the map of where those are located. I just need to be very clear that should the transition not occur, we would not be bringing recommendations to designate these parcels as permanent park forward. That is because there is critical city-serving infrastructure in these parks that we would not want to have hindered or that have access to that infrastructure hindered or delayed or even denied by another governing body. And our General Manager of Engineering Services, Lon Leclerc, will talk a little bit later about our experiences with accessing city infrastructure in permanent parks. So just to clarify, we would not be bringing these forward for designation. Now we'll turn our attention to the operational integration and the opportunities there. So as you may recall, we took this opportunity to look across all city operations. And as I mentioned at the outset, we believe that there's significant service improvement opportunities. We can simplify processes, we can ensure faster decision-making, we can deduplicate and deploy staff to other priorities. We can leverage expertise to improve a whole range of services, and we can improve policy coherence for the community. I just want to clarify again that these opportunities are evident on both sides of the current operational structure, both the city and the park board, and they derive from decades of dual governance. As I mentioned, structure drives certain types of processes and procedures and approaches. And when we have the opportunity to go from two separate structures to one structure, it opens up a number of opportunities for us. Again, just at the outset, because this is an important area that staff will see their work discussed, we were unable to discuss this with park board leadership. We recognize that this creates uncertainty for staff, and we do regret that. Nonetheless, we do think that there are some areas where we can move quite swiftly. There are some areas where we will need to validate and discuss some of our information and our assumptions with staff before we finalize a decision and move forward. And also to clarify what we've provided the next level of analysis for in this report for you is the early opportunities. So these are the opportunities that we think we will be able to move forward on within the first half a year or so, and to move fairly swiftly on. There are a number of other opportunities that we'll highlight that will require further work, and that we wouldn't start discussions on until we can talk with park board colleagues. As a reminder, we had put forward some guiding principles in terms of how we would approach our consideration of potential integration opportunities. What we want to do is ensure that that not only do we maintain services, but where we can, we actually improve and provide opportunities to redeploy. So what we want to do is ensure that we continue to deliver, or that we do deliver, the greatest benefit to users, residents, and taxpayers through this integration, that we minimize disruption to the public and ensure services continue to work. Ideally, we can improve them, but at the very least, we don't want to disrupt anything or make anything worse. We want to seek administrative and service simplicity and efficiency. We want to be clear and transparent on the public and taxpayer benefit. That means measurable outcomes. We want to be able to really articulate what those service experience and financial benefits are. We recognize that time is of the essence. The city is under considerable financial pressure. There's a lot of service pressures. There's a lot of complexity that we're trying to address in our operations and in our community. And the sooner that we can achieve some of these benefits, the sooner the council can consider how to redeploy any savings to enhance or address other public service priorities, whether in parks and recreation or other public services. We want to be considerate as possible of the impacts of the change and uncertainty on our employees. As I mentioned, whether or not they were, but park board employees are actually city employees, but regardless, they are our colleagues. We care about them and their well-being, and so the sooner we can get to certainty for them and for employees in city departments, the better for all of us. And of course, we will always respect our labor and employment relation obligations. And so ensuring that unions are updated and that we are engaging with them on matters is important as we move forward. Okay, so in terms of the operational opportunities, as I mentioned, what we are presenting to you is the high-level analysis of the early opportunities. There are two areas here that we're going to talk a little bit more about. One are the operational integration opportunities, and the other major infrastructure planning and delivery. And I won't belabor the points around the reminders, but just to set out that that with respect to any impacts on specific positions that there might be, and there will be some, we would seek to manage those through existing vacancies. So our goal is to work with the unions to facilitate transition processes that avoid layoffs. We want to keep our employees employed with us. And so just we'll put that out there as a commitment. And as I mentioned, we will always respect our employment contracts and collective agreements. Okay, so in Appendix D, you have quite a large chart that outlines the early opportunities that our team has identified. There are a range of them, as you can see. We've provided a summary on this slide, and then in that chart, you also see the range of anticipated benefits that would be achieved, that we anticipate achieving through the integration. So just for example, I'll pull out social policy as an example. It's the fourth item on this list. It's just a random choice this morning. Both Park Board and City have staff that work on the same social policy matters. It's from our perspective, we should have one coherent social policy for the city, regardless of whether that the work is taken on the city land versus or on land currently under the Park Board jurisdiction. And so we would seek to integrate that function. And a range of benefits would be policy coherence for the community. We would be able to work faster. We would be better able to respond to community. We would have clear, simplified accountabilities. So there's a whole range in each of these of opportunities that we see are driving from that type of integration. Of course, there's always interest in what the savings would be out of that, aside from the public service and policy benefits, which we see as notable. There are also some potential financial savings deriving from those early integration opportunities. We estimate there's about 10 to 20 positions engaged in duplicate work between the Park Board and the city. And so what we would do is we would seek to deduplicate that. We would try to find, and we would be able to find other equivalent meaningful work for staff doing duplicate work, and then we would capture the remaining or the resulting vacant position savings, and then council could at a future time determine how to reinvest those in either Parks and Recreation services, other services, or other council priorities. There are some other associated savings associated with the operational integration, board member salaries and expenses, technology services, and some reduced external consulting services around communications. And so we estimate that those total savings are in the range of 1.8 to 3.3 million per year, so approximately 18 to 33 million over 10 years. And the reason why we provide that 10-year horizon is because any type of organizational change, it always takes some time for for changes to be implemented. And so we always do kind of the immediate and then a forecast. And do want to flag that again, this is just those early opportunities. There are a number of other operational integration opportunities that we have not yet scoped or done any financial projections on. The Park Board relies significantly on external contractors to deliver public works, so we think that there is potential for engineering to take on much of that work in-house at a smaller incremental cost. Those opportunities would be explored after the transition, as well as there's other mid and longer-term integration opportunities such as management of bike share, e-scooters, street furniture, marinas and docks, plazas, lease management. So there's a host of other places where we do have duplicate areas of work, but again, these are ones that we have not yet scoped. So those operational savings projections that I provided on the previous slide are really just associated with those early opportunities. We have not scoped these ones yet. Now we'll turn our attention to major infrastructure planning and delivery. So I'll just offer a few comments, and then I'll invite Lon Leclerc, the General Manager of Engineering Services, to come up and speak to this. So major infrastructure in the city is generally managed, at the park for parks is generally managed by the Park Board when they occur in parks. Everywhere else, the other 89% of the city, they are managed by engineering services. So given the relatively small amount of infrastructure that that is under the governance of the park board and that is managed by staff there, compared to the larger cohort of infrastructure across the rest of the city, you can see that there is naturally going to be some opportunities for efficiencies, for alignment. We also anticipate, and again, it's difficult because we can't actually talk with our park board staff, but generally the smaller team you have attached to these types of work, the less you are able to get ahead of it and be proactive, and oftentimes the more reactive you are in this type of planning. So again, that's just a supposition. We haven't been able to talk with our park board colleagues, but that's something that our experience in operational management would suggest would be accurate. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lon Leclerc and ask him to take you through his team's assessment of the major infrastructure planning and delivery.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So just getting on to the infrastructure opportunity, as Sandra mentioned, there's similar infrastructure in parks, and it falls into two categories, what I would describe as park serving. So as the type that Sandra just mentioned, this is the park board's responsibility to manage that. If you think of the road network across the city, and you think you notice that there's actually roads in major parks like Stanley Park or Queen Elizabeth Park or Jericho Park, that represents about 0.5% of our road network. But of course, there's associated street lighting, there's sewer pipes, there's water pipes. In all cases where it's park serving, that's actually managed by the park board, and that's the part that's hard for us to anticipate what the potential savings are. In some other areas, like the seawall, it's about evenly split. About half of it's managed by the engineering department, half is managed by park board. Then there's another type of infrastructure that passes through parks, which is regional serving or city serving. So that infrastructure is managed by the engineering department. And so this would be a water pipe or a sewer pipe that's not serving the park, but actually passing under the park to another neighborhood. And in these cases, of course, we have to go through a process with the separately elected board to build, maintain, manage, or upgrade any of those utilities. For the engineering department, of course, that means that in addition to the direction or the approvals from council, we also have to go to the park board. And I would say park board staff and park board commissioners are supportive and understand the importance of regional serving infrastructure and city serving infrastructure, but there is just time that's required to do that. And so what we've put in the estimate for that is really not the time or the cost of the staff time to take it through that additional process, but actually as a result of any piece of infrastructure that requires both city and park board approval, results in a delay to that project. And what we've shown is just the additional cost of the project, which is inflationary. So that's just the increased cost of concrete and steel and labor to build the exact same thing without the dual governance. And just to give an example, and this is a good example of a park that's not yet designated permanent. So David Lamb Park has some right-of-ways on it, and these are the things that kind of hold us up from designated as permanent. You can see the hydro right-of-way, which passes under the park and under Falls Creek to the community to the south. A major piece of engineering infrastructure in David Lamb Park is the saltwater pumping facility, and that's the system that is connected to our dedicated fire protection system that serves the Metro Core. And in the event of a major water main break, in a seismic event or something like that, this facility allows us to pump seawater to put out fires in the city. Negotiating the access to these rights-of-way prior to a permanent park designation take a lot of time. They're actually quite complicated. They're tailored. Each one of them has specific needs. Every type of infrastructure has a specific need. And they're by nature quite odd, only because the statutory right-of-way is with the city. with the city. And I only say that just because it is city-owned land, and so we're securing a right-of-way over a city-owned land with the city for city-serving utilities. I would also just note this also highlights some of the interface issues that we struggle with. So you can see along Pacific Boulevard, the red line that if you look at the sidewalk treatment on Pacific Boulevard, it's very nice designed. It actually goes into the park and it's outside of the park, but one side of the red line is engineering maintained and the other side of the line is park board maintained. Also, in this section, the park, you can see that the seawall is actually designated street. For the newer sections of the city, False Creek and Cole Harbor, the city identified seawall as engineering infrastructure to be maintained. So that exists here in David Lamb Park. But you could also notice that the primary walking and cycling route actually enters the park and so passes through the park and then back out of it. And again, for wayfinding signage, even for changes in bylaws, for example, we just recently adjusted the bylaws to allow e-scooters in separated bike lanes. We had to also take a similar bylaw change to the park board in order for them to allow the same device on that little portion of seawall. And another good example is right now, as you might be aware, we're actually retrofitting all of the city streetlights to LED. Of course, there are streetlights in city parks, but we actually have to stop at the park. We don't have any ability to enter the park. And it actually adds a lot more cost to the LED transition by not going into the park and not actually doing the upgrades. So those are just a few examples of where we struggle with the infrastructure in parks. I'll pass it back to Sandra.
Great, thanks so much, Lon. So in terms of the areas that Lon spoke about, a range of anticipated benefits, again, include unified policies and strategies for asset planning, better asset management, efficiencies through economy of scale. Lon, if I may speak, one example was that I had heard recently was that in negotiating access to some underground infrastructure, discussions with Park Board Park Board staff happened over about 15 meetings, whereas with a private landowner, it would have been one meeting. So just to give you a sense of some of the time, and that's just one example. I'm sure that there is definitely a range. And as Lon noted, this is city land. It is city infrastructure, but that governance layer adds a requirement that slows things down and then results in inflationary pressures on the project. And what Lon had mentioned was his team estimated that to be $15 million in this capital plan. So in terms of projecting the overall financial savings for the proposed governance change, we are estimating that to be in the range of $7 million per year or up to $70 million over 10 years. Again, this is using just the early integration opportunities, so just those 0 to 6 month ones, not the longer term ones. So that's a combination of the $1.8 million to $3.3 million per year on the operational side for those early items, as well as an estimated $15 million over each 4-year capital plan. To confirm, those are conservative estimates for the major infrastructure planning and delivery. It doesn't include the staff savings and from the time spent negotiating or navigating the intersection of that dual governance to enable or negotiate access to critical infrastructure. So that is not factored into this. As Lon mentioned, that $15 million is just the inflation on the construction costs. And of course, any savings presents council with an opportunity to reinvest in parks and recreation service improvements and other public service priorities. So in terms of, so that's it for our kind of our planning update. In terms of next step, we'll continue to provide regular and ongoing updates. We created that public website where we post the minutes of the working group. We post the updates there so that community has a persistent place to be able to access information. We'll continue to discuss with the unions and to discuss how to enable those transitions to happen in a manner that avoids layoffs. We'll continue to liaise with the province regarding their intentions for the timing of the requested Vancouver charter changes. We will consult with the local nations prior to finalizing any report, finalizing the report and recommendations to council, again, pending the status update from the province. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to team members, and we'll start with Councillor Fry.
Sure, thank you. And just so off the top, you mentioned the transparency around the minutes. Looking on the website, there's scant minutes on the site at all. In fact, there's a few minutes from February and March, one in early April, and nothing since. And the terms of reference are pretty clear that minutes and presentation materials would be posted publicly as appropriate. Was there inappropriate material in the minutes that meant that it couldn't be?
Yeah, I think there's a couple, the most recent 2 meetings of minutes are still in my inbox pending approval, and then we'll get them posted. But what you see in this report is the product of those 2 meetings. That was the finalization of the recommendations in the working group report.
The transition group has met how many times since April?
I don't have the number at the top of my head.
But there's no minutes of, okay. Okay. The stakeholder engagement mentioned 73 out of 502 respondents involved in stakeholder. That's like 14%? Is that, do we have a sense of why people did not engage in this? Did they feel it was a foregone conclusion, or who wasn't engaging in this? Was the community center associations engaged as stakeholders?
So the community center associations did not engage in the survey or in the process, although we did have a discussion with a few of them. We wouldn't be privy to the reasons why different organizations did not respond to the survey. However, generally, our experience is that people respond to something when it's a material matter for them. So we could surmise that many didn't respond because
or maybe
just wasn't.
The ones who responded had a vested interest in the thing.
Potentially, yeah.
In the interest of transparency, can we find out who got involved as stakeholders and who did
Yes.
not? Because again, no minutes, no.
Yeah.
Okay. The permanent park kind of offer in here about converting permanent, I mean, granted, most parks are not permanent parks right now in our system. Correct?
It's about half.
The majority, I think the majority is less than half. Is
in the report, it does have of
250
the 256 total parks in the city, 115 are fully permanent. Another 45 have partial permanent components. So that's on page 10 of the report.
Right, but so technically we can, but those on offer have nothing to do with park board right now. We could convert them into permanent parks.
So as I mentioned, Councillor, staff would not recommend those be converted to permanent park because of the city serving infrastructure in those parks.
Yeah, and are there any examples of parks blocking city services, or is it just strictly a time delay for additional approval processes, and really it's a process thing, or?
Yeah, it's just a time delay. In fact, so the reality is that previous council have requested us to bring forward more parks for dedication. And it's a lot of work on our survey work on our teams, so both in law and in engineering in particular. For all of these locations where there's engineering service or infrastructure there, we have to work through what the arrangements are for access to that infrastructure.
Right, but so there haven't been any like they haven't blocked it, it just takes extra time. So it's a process improvement potentially that.
That's right. These are kind of agreements that wouldn't be necessary if there was no separately elected park board,
Right,
is
but
what
it's a
we're saying.
process improvement that could leave a park board intact. It doesn't necessarily need to get rid of the park board in order to improve that process.
Councillor, I would add that in addition to cost and delay, there is risk, like real material risk. This is critical infrastructure, and these delays, and I'll speak to, for example, the Cap 5 water main, which is a metro project, but absolutely essential project to replace that water main, has really fundamental implications for Vancouver and other parts of the Lower Mainland. That project was delayed significantly as a result of this issue, having to negotiate with both the city and the park board to address that. So there are practical financial considerations, but this is critical infrastructure, and we can't do work in these parks legally without having park board's permission. So that is as for council, having the ultimate accountability to deliver that infrastructure, that is a serious risk for this council.
And I would add, it's also a time delay issue again to city manager's comment there in sewer
Apologies,
compensation
we are
renewal.
at time. Very sorry. But someone can move for a second round within their comments. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks very much for a comprehensive report. Appreciate all the examples with respects to sort of the duplication of processes that, that's been driven by structure. And I understand that in terms of staff disclosing the work, that was quite clear. I wonder if you can provide some additional commentary, because some folks have said, well, can council take this on in terms of, the additional workload, and what kind of processes also exist where things might go to a park board, for example, that they wouldn't go to council. So I'm thinking about things like, and maybe you can offer some other examples, film and special events, like we do filming permits that they don't come to council for approval, yet I'm aware that the Vancouver Park Board annually approves every single event that happens in a park for a festival. Or would another area be something like difference in delegated authorities, or in the financial level of approvals and how many contracts have to come back for approval? Because I know they meet essentially for an evening on a Monday night every 2 weeks, but and those agendas take a couple hours, maybe 3. But are there things, do you think, through aligning our city processes that wouldn't actually have to be on a park board agenda, would lessen the load?
For sure. So we do expect that under single governance, a lot of the approaches that are currently undertaken by Park Board are not necessarily appropriate in a council context, and that relates to the delegated authorities level, as well as right now we have a lot of duplication in the processes that are making everything very much slower for our stakeholders, for our citizens. And so we do believe that there's also the intention of the working group's recommendation around the Community Partner Relations Office is to have a stronger engagement process that will feed information in a more coherent, quicker.
Maybe I just want to clarify my question, because I understand it from the stakeholder, the client, customer, resident point of view. I'm asking more around the duplication for the elected body, because people are saying, can council take on that work? And so what I'm trying to say is, do we see opportunities where it's not 100% of the time that a park board commissioner sits in a meeting that would transfer? So you gave the example such as Moby Bike Share or something else. Like, it wouldn't be that 100% of that time our requirements poured over. It'd be like we would have, council's already considering an agreement on Moby, for example, and the park board is, and so we would just have one, and we're already doing that. Like, so I'm looking for those kind of examples around just putting some daylight around the questions that have come up around the elected role.
Go ahead.
I think through the recommendations that we would bring to council regarding aligning the delegated authorities for the general manager of Parks and Recreation Services with other general managers, we would see a reduction in work in that way. The park board, the recommended subcommittee of park board, that would deal with Parks and Recreation Services, the subcommittee of council, would be an efficient way to handle the remaining business and bring informed recommendations to the whole of council for a final decision.
Okay, and I see that our GM of engineering might want to answer.
Yeah, in fact, for a lot of our work, it's actually a duplicate approval. So in the case of e-scooter bylaw adjustments to bikeways, Council's already approved it, and we're aligning approval on the Park Board side. So, or West End for Waterfront Beach Avenue project that we did recently as well.
So transportation, same thing with social policy. We might have one social policy report instead of two bodies doing a social policy report. Got it. Lon, while I have you there, I just want to talk a little bit about the notion of maintenance and RFM. And Sandra had mentioned sort of the potential opportunities around asset management, et cetera. We hear a lot of the time, well, the city's managing anyway, and it's the city's fault for RFM if the maintenance is not kind of up to snuff. And you identified that there's a distinction a bit there. Can you give us a bit more perspective on that?
Yeah, so in the, like a recent example, of course, is sewer pump station renewals, which have to happen around every 20, 25 years. The pumps only last so long. We have a number of them in parks. They're generally in low-lying areas. The most recent one in Strathcona Park was already past end of life. And of course, the additional time that it took to get it through the park board process actually put it into a more and more high risk of failure. And that's where the concern comes, similar to what Paul Mulcahy was mentioning about the risk that we're exposed to when we add time to process the same thing.
Okay, so we understand what's causing the issue a little bit and contributing. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, just a couple of questions here. I think this is the question for the GM of the engineering department. Thanks for the example of this David Lam Park. So can you elaborate more, for this, because of the delay, how many years of the delay because of the infrastructure is not able to be upgraded? And
Well,
saving for David Lam?
Well, in David Lam Park, the access requirements for the saltwater pump station there is one that is so difficult and cumbersome. It's actually probably better to not designate it as a permanent park. And so there are parks that will just take time for us to get really clear on our roles and responsibilities between park board authorities and city authorities. But there's some that it's probably not worth. Ultimately, David Lam Park is not going to be anything but a park. And from the public's perspective, it's hard to see that there's any value in going through the process to strike a long, detailed statutory right-of-way agreement between us and the park board.
Okay, so we don't have any estimation at this stage regarding David Lam Park specifically, how much time we can save and how much money we can save.
We might not ever recommend
Okay.
making it a permanent park just because of the challenges related to access to the city serving infrastructure.
Okay, thanks, Long. The other question also for the engineering. So when I look at the map of this 89 acres land, I saw a lot of land, park was actually in the river district area. And there, we know the population is growing very fast in the area, a lot of new development projects. So can you elaborate more? What are the infrastructure in River District and what is the impact to the residents there?
For the river, I haven't looked specifically at the River District parks. I could kind of come back to you on that.
Okay.
But there are a lot of historic landfill in that area, which have actually been converted into park. There's kind of an obligation and maintenance for us to kind of continue to manage landfill closures. There's also a number of sewer outfalls that pass through that area and pass through the River District. And so it's probably a combination of both of those, but I could come back to you with the exact reason why we haven't.
Thank you, Long.
recommended this.
Other questions for Sandra. Thank you. So for the $7 million saving per year, so how do we anticipate we can reinvest into our park, make our current park even better? $7 million. What are the areas we want to?
So what we do when we identify those savings is as we are able to redeploy staff into other meaningful work for them, we are able to capture those position vacancies. So, and the funding associated with that. So what we would do is bring forward recommendations to council on future deployment based on what priorities council sets out for that reinvestment. So that is for a future council discussion and direction for the time, should the transition happen.
Okay, thank you. Other questions regarding the reassignment of our staff. What are the union constraints and what are our mitigation strategies to deal with the union constraint?
So I think the unions, I can't speak for them, but what I would suggest is that they share the same interests that we do in terms of keeping our employees employed with us. And so every collective agreement, I won't speak about specific collective agreements, but typically have provisions relating to events such as layoffs. What we're trying to do with this process and what we would like to do in discussion and agreement with the unions is avoid layoffs and actually come to an agreement around how to transfer staff across departments so that we don't have to move into layoffs, which are typically quite disruptive because it involves bumping and things like that. So I can't speak specifically, but I think we share a common interest in keeping our staff whole through this process.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. My last question is regarding the next steps. We know the provincial new legislation will start, I think, in February next year,
Yeah.
and I think Premier made a public commitment to push this forward in the next legislation, which will be starting in February. So, what is our engagement strategy working with the province and to make sure that it is on the agenda?
So we have, that was our understanding as well from prior to the election, is that the intent would be to bring forward changes in the first feasible legislative session. We are, we're liaising with the government, but we are still trying to understand what their intentions are related to that. Our hope, operationally and administratively, is that they do bring these changes forward as soon as feasible. Again, it comes back to that having certainty is very, very important for staff in the organization.
Okay, we are at
Quite
time.
destabilizing
Apologies.
Not having it.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. That's my
Thank you
Thanks,
both.
Chair.
Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sandra and Lon and team for this presentation. Every time I hear more about this, I just ask myself why we did not do this sooner. I respect that it was probably politically challenging, and I certainly have heard from people who are certainly tied very much to how things are going. They're concerned about changes that might not be positive for parks. Some of them probably have a sense of the tradition of how we done things, but I really do think that we have an opportunity here to drive some change, but it's complicated, and you've really kind of mapped this out on the many different ways. I actually want to give Lon a little bit more airtime because it was a conversation that we had last year. That I really the light started to go on for me. And I just want you to take the time to talk a little bit about, I know that Vancouver is kind of known for its, I think, world leading active transportation and in the way it really does do placemaking, does our street infrastructure really well. Can you just expand a little bit about what you think? And I realize that we have teams over Park Board that are capable of doing this. But every time I've talked to you about this, you get very, very animated about what you think we can do as a city to improve, because that's what I think people are looking for. I think they're looking for sort of tangible improvements within our park spaces.
Well, for all of the departments, probably the engineering department has the most areas of duplication within the park board. So there's the areas that I had mentioned where they play a small role in street maintenance or water pipes or sewer pipes, and we play a large role. And then there are areas where they play a large role and we play a small role. And those are in the areas of, horticulture maintenance or community gardens, which happen to be on City Street versus community gardens that are in parks. So I see the ability for the two departments to kind of become very specialized in their areas and see the whole city as a single unit.
And maybe just a little bit more around the potential for expanding our active transportation accessibility for either scooters, but mainly I'm thinking of some of the places that we really do want to enhance and strengthen our bike routes and our active transportation through the city.
In the example of cycling in particular, we've had a lot of projects. In fact, it's hard to think of one that wasn't impacted by a park. And so Point Grey Road or, Beach Avenue. When we encounter a park, of course, there's a different set of elected officials that we have to work with, and they often have a different vision. And so that's a bit of a struggle for us in terms of the consistency of the experience for the user, in terms of walking and cycling. So active transportation is a big one, both in terms of wayfinding and the quality and standard of the infrastructure.
And I know that there are certainly some gaps that exist across the city. We've long talked about the East Side Crosscut. There's a lot of talk about South Vancouver and, dare I say, Stanley Park, where we could really probably up our game in terms of active transportation.
In Kitsilano Park, there's in Point Grey or in Jericho, there's lots of locations where the wayfinding or what's expected of the wheeled users is not clear, or the facility itself is kind of suddenly changes in standard.
I just want to put a light on that because I think what people are looking for is the real benefit of this. I mean, the cost savings, the accessibility, the permanent parks, they're all really great. But I think when people start to see those changes in our parks, the additional placemaking and improvement in spaces, that's where this is going to really hit home with.
And for a lot of our active transportation system, whether it's the Seaside or Budas Greenway, people don't often know when they're in a park and when they're not in a park as they're experiencing it. And so, the ability to kind of treat it as a more linear experience that would be more consistent would be one of the big advantages.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. There was I was at the press conference around this, and I noticed that Councillor Salem of the Squamish Nation talked about not sort of unequivocal support, but actually support that would come with some conditions, including if we open the charter, the Vancouver Charter, to change the status of our parks, that they would like to see, First Nations would like to see us at the same time look at implementing or putting into the charter the implementation of UNDRIP. Has the working group at all considered that, or staff considered that?
So thank you for the question. The focus of the working group really was on council procedural matters and how constituents can have access to council and can ensure that they have access to decision makers. The questions related to the charter and charter changes and some of the matters that Councillor Salem mentioned, that's for consideration by the province. Anytime the province is going to look at changes related to, for example, embedding UNDRIP in legislation, they're not going to just look at the Vancouver Charter, I assume. They're going to also look at the Community Charter, at the Local Government Act, and so it's a bigger consideration that's kind of beyond our level.
Okay. Chair, I'm wondering if I can move for a second round. I have a few questions. I'm not sure if I'll get through them all.
Yep, absolutely. Can I get a seconder, please? Okay, and all in favor say yea.
But maybe I'll just append that through the UNDRIP strategy and the working table on UNDRIP, there have been discussions between the MSTV table around the types of charter changes that might be needed to support the city to implement UNDRIP. So certainly that has been discussed at the local level, but that would be the purview of the province.
Okay. Well, what if there isn't the support of the host nations, all of them, in this process? What if that is a really important one to Squamish Nation?
Mm-hmm. So ultimately, the decision around charter changes will rest with the provincial government. They do have an obligation to consult, just like we do, and so those discussions really do rest with that process that we're not privy to.
Yeah. Okay, with the province, got it. Mm-hmm. The report proposes to remove the intergovernmental working group, or the intergovernmental group, from reporting to the planned council's new parks subcommittee. The First Nations are on that intergovernmental working group. So what would be the change in process to enable the host nations here to continue to have input to the parks planning?
So if I understood your question or interest correctly, what we have suggested is that we're not going to change any of the processes related to parks that are already working for the local nations. Our goal is to not disrupt that. If there are enhancements, certainly we would want to look at those and implement those, but we don't want to disrupt anything. In terms of the how the recommendations or the work of that group intersects with council, yes, we are proposing, I mean, this is getting very operational. We haven't worked out all the details, but we are proposing, or the working group is proposing a subcommittee of council to discuss and hear from constituents directly, and then that would bring recommendations to council. The work with the First Nations on parks matters, though, again, we would be treating that as intergovernmental relations, not as constituent relations. So we'll need to figure out what that path looks like in terms of, but we wouldn't want to disrupt anything that's already underway.
Okay, okay. Third question, the park board was created in 1890. Very clearly to stop developers from developing the area now known as Stanley Park. The park board, I would say generally, unlike council, is less subject to pressures from developers to use land within the city. We announced that we would make another 36 hectares permanent of parkland. So that would, it still leaves a majority of parks that are not permanent. So I'm wondering how council is intending to potentially use, the process by which they would decide to potentially use a non-permanent park. It says right in the report to, achieve, quote, potential strategic opportunities to achieve council priorities.
We are at time, but we do have a second round.
Yep. You want me to just go right back
You
on
can
again?
continue, yeah.
Okay.
Or actually, we'll just add you back to the queue. Sorry, just one moment here.
Oh, you go ahead, Councilor Card.
Yeah, sorry. I'll put you, just let me,
Delete.
sorry. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so the, what are these council priorities? I mean, is it, housing, for example? Is it, roads was mentioned in the park? I mean, could this mean, on, the Beach Avenue, the potential to move the bike lane onto parks so that two-way traffic could be reinstated? I mean, I'm not clear about what those priorities might be.
Maybe just a couple of things. So 82% of our current park area is permanent park, just so that information is there. That is in Appendix B of the report. There's some information around the different types of parks. In terms of the council's opportunity to reinvest some of the potential savings from the operational integration, council could direct that in any way. You could and again, this is future council decision. You could direct that to acquire more land for parks. You could direct that to improve facilities in parks. You could direct that to improve recreation centers. There's a whole range of that will be for future council to decide. In my experience here in Vancouver, and of course I can't speak to what future council's intentions, what I have seen year over year, and I've been in the city orbit for the better part of over 20 years, I've seen a growth in park investments. I've seen successive councils invest in new parks, put money aside for park acquisition, refurbish park. So I have not seen a situation in which council has taken a park and done something different with it. So that is not what we understand to be the intention, as well as through the suggested change to the legislation to enhance the legal protections for parks.
I would say that the public input to me and I think to many people, and just sort of general complaints to the media, has been that there has not been enough money put into particularly facilities, the renewal of facilities, and upgrading, even new, let alone renewal of facilities. So I'm wondering how the priorities would be achieved with the money that's generated. And as an example, people have said, well, why is it the parking revenue from Stanley Park going straight back into the park system? So I'm worried about how those decisions get made around where does that money flow for a council priority? Is it back into parks or not?
So, Councillor, maybe I can start. The notion of councils historically underinvesting in parks facilities in particular is just not accurate. So if you look at parks facilities as a proportion of the overall buildings that the city owns, right now we're investing a significantly higher proportion of the capital plan in renewal of those buildings than other buildings, as well as a significantly higher proportion in renewal of park infrastructure than overall infrastructure. So in fact, this council is, I would argue, potentially over-investing in renewal of parks infrastructure relative to other infrastructure categories. We're happy to follow up with more detail on this. The proportion of tax revenue supporting the park system has remained relatively constant, and in fact, it's gone up over the last couple of years. So I think there's a fair amount of either misinformation or confusion around the level of investment from council into the park system. In terms of parks generated revenue, that does form part of the park board budget, and then the remainder is topped up by property tax. The majority of the park board's budget is property tax. So again, we're happy to provide more detail around that, but I would say as a council, you're investing more money in renewal of park infrastructure than other asset classes.
Question. The park board itself did have a session recently in which it looked at how to generate more revenue, and I think came up with some really good ideas. Are we planning to consider that with the sort of moving forward, those ideas that they did bring up, which did include parking revenue?
Is this in the context of governance change?
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, just and one last comment about that. I mean, some secure sources of funding may require a change to the charter. For example, something on the tax base. So those were some of the suggestions, and I'm just wondering how we would approach the suggestions that have come up fairly recently at the park board.
So I think it's a great question, Councillor. Those initiatives are generally aligned with the work that we're doing on the city side as well. Our expectation would be if council were now to take over responsibility for governance of parks, this council would be expecting us to continue with all of that. And park board staff have done a lot of work, so they would continue to do that work. They would just be reporting to council now as opposed to park board. So we wouldn't see it as disruptive.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
I mean, I would like to see the city manager's notion of getting a little bit more of a fulsome report, because certainly we do hear that there's a lot of assets that are, under control of REFM and not the park board, and underfunded and that kind of thing, and it certainly would be helpful. That's more of a, I appreciate you offering that. So because the report does say that the savings from park management could be reallocated into other city initiatives. It doesn't mention what other kind of city initiatives and why that wouldn't be reinvested necessarily into parks. And I'm curious, tangential to that, if there's been an issue scan of where does Vancouver sit in the context of investment of our overall budget into parks and recreation? I've heard that we underinvest in parks and recreation as a comparable to other cities in Canada. Is that?
We would, thank you for the question. I don't have that comparative information on a per capita investment. We can certainly do that in research and bring that back with the information that the city manager noted that we could report out on. In terms of future council priorities for reinvestment, that really is for council to decide. If council would like to reinvest it in parks or in recreation centers or in programming or in public art or in infrastructure and bike lane, that's all for future council to decide.
Yeah, no, I mean, I obviously it was a bit of a flag. It's it could be invested in anything, and it's we could.
Our recommendation would likely be to reinvest it in parks and recreation services, but again, we can't. That's a future council decision.
Yeah, okay. The report does say that there's parks located adjacent to other city-owned land that could present potential strategic opportunities to achieve council priorities. Which are there specific parks that are contemplated in that context?
I can't give you any specifics at this time. We're happy to come back to you on that, but it is generally that is for either for infrastructure services or where it is a REFM property that is under the PEF, where there might be a desire to move forward with other strategic opportunities of council.
Okay. And the last question for me, and just because Lon had brought up some stuff around infrastructure in Stanley Park, and the Stanley Park bike lane conversation, obviously, I think has something to perhaps even do with this kind of general direction as far as opinions on having a dedicated bike lane through Stanley Park. Where did engineering fall into that conversation as far as jurisdiction, and how did that play out with Park Board?
With respect to cycling facilities in Stanley Park, that would now be this council's decision. So you could ask us to bring forward recommendations, just like the park commissioners asked their staff to bring forward recommendations. You could consider the various options. We could assess what the costs of them are, and then you can make a decision and direct us on that.
Was I guess what I'm asking, was engineering a participant in that?
We were participating by request in a number of areas. We were coordinating with them on the interface on Beach Avenue to make sure that everything would work there. We were lending our design expertise to the staff at the Park Board to look at options that would function, for both the traffic circulation and for the cycling facility itself. We also did do the major change when they decided to kind of switch or swap out the separated facility on Park Drive back onto the seawall. We did support them in terms of our team rather than they would normally have had to go to a public procurement, and that would have taken quite a bit of time. And so we actually supported that. That's not something we would normally do, and it was a lot of work for us because it was unplanned work.
But did it work well? Was the process?
I mean, again, it's like this is an area that we don't provide any advice on in terms of the park. That's actually Park Board staff and Park Board commissioners that make that decision. To the extent that we participated, it was by request, for support.
I'll leave it at that because I'm out of time anyway. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Question, you mentioned that $70 million is a conservative estimate. What's the potential? What's a realistic case?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's hard. It really is hard for us to project further. What I can clarify is that in that up to 70 million over the 10 years, we haven't factored in the significant amount of staff time and legal services time in negotiating those types of agreements. That is all staff time that could be turned to other types of service delivery and moving other work through the system faster. And then there are the list of other mid and longer term integration opportunities that are listed in Appendix D that we have not scoped yet. So I can't really put an estimate on it, but we do think it's not insignificant.
But at the end of the day, it will be a larger number than 70, and
we think that's a conservative estimate.
And this will drive efficiency, something that governments around the world get sort of picked on because they're not efficient, and we're actually trying to make things more efficient. Okay. Of the $70 million right now, is that money going into improving our parks, or is it just sort of disappearing?
So that is the cost estimates associated with areas of duplicate work, where we could have, for example, one staff team working on something and redeploying some of those other, like some of the staff doing the duplicate work to other activities. So that is, we would say some of that's duplicate work, some of that is in process inefficiencies.
So basically, if I were to simplify it, it's $70 million that's not really adding any additional value. It's not improving our parks. It's just duplication, excess workflow. That's basically taxpayers are spending that money and it's disappearing with zero benefit to our park system.
From our assessment, that it's not it's not.
In terms of naming rights and gaining additional funding for parks, how will the transition of the park board affect what we're trying to do here?
So the discussion that council will have in the future around sponsorship and naming rights, philanthropic contributions to support the delivery of public services, should the transition happen, all of those decisions would be within the purview of council and subject to council policy, which is informed through research, jurisdictional scans, as well as community engagement. So those types of conversations around what to name streets, what to name public assets, that would all come to council.
Okay. So what you're asking, like it seems that basically the protections on parks are going to be increased. We're going to be rolling 89 acres of temporary parks into permanent parks, including David Lamb Park and the rest of Stanley Park. It's a lot more efficient. Are you asking us to do something that, like the elected park board is unique, I guess, but other cities, are we just asking to do what other cities like Burnaby and Toronto and Victoria are currently doing, how they run their parks? Or are we asking for something special?
No, not something special. What the proposed legislative amendments would do would bring governance of parks and recreation services in Vancouver into line with that of other Canadian cities, including our major Canadian counterparts.
Great. And so another comment I hear is that councillors don't have the time to take on this increased workload, but looking at the report, it seems like 60% of stakeholders surveyed have never met one, despite the fact that they're key stakeholders. Like, is this an issue, or?
Our assessment is that between the recommendations of the working group and the creation of the subcommittee, as well as the proposed, what we would bring forward in terms of changes to delegated authorities for the parks and recreation services, combined with the efficiencies, that council could assume this responsibility and still ensure a meaningful engagement with the community.
Okay, so we're talking maybe a few hours a week or month, and for that we get at least $70 million a year of savings.
Sorry, we are at time.
Okay.
Apologies about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all the hard work that you guys have been doing on this.
Okay, thank you. So there are no registered speakers for this item, and per section 516 of the procedure bylaw, no vote is necessary as this item is intended for information only. But I will ask committee members now, if you have any further comments, please add yourself to the queue. Is that correct procedurally? I'll just advance you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so you're saying that this is not a vote thing because it's strictly received for information?
It's intended for information only.
Right, okay. Well, I was going to highlight that I'm somewhat dissatisfied with the report. I feel that the stakeholder engagement is incomplete at only 14%, and I would otherwise.
Apologies, just a moment here while we clarify something procedurally. Councillor Fry, apologies about that. The script is incorrect. Did you do a second round of questions? I can't recall.
I did, yeah.
You did. Okay, so that would be it actually for comments.
This is comment. This isn't a question.
For questions. There are actually no comments on this as it's for information only, is my understanding.
Oh, okay.
Apologies about that. It's on me. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on. Yes, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just want to clarify that when we have a receive for information report, if we are asking within our allotted time, we can make comments or ask questions.
I'd be looking for some guidance from the clerks on that.
So, Chair, the 516 of the procedure bylaw does not require a vote for information reports. So, following questions, that is the end of the item.
I think Councillor Bly's question was around making comments during the question period, if that is permitted.
Its question period is related to questions to staff, so it would have to be formed in as such.
Okay, well, if I may just request, because it has been practiced in the past, that if a report is not a formal decision of a vote, that the 5 minutes that is allocated post the presentation to staff, from staff, is permitted to be used for both asking questions and also making comments up until the 5 minutes. Because it is a receive for information. So that has been practiced, but I'm happy to take that offline and receive a follow-up. But I do think we need to check that procedurally.
It may well have been practiced, but it's not identified in the bylaw.
Okay, thanks for clarity and apology for any confusion there. We will move on, and that completes Report 1. We'll now go to Report 2, 2024 Community Services and Other Social Grants. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose on this report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So this item does not have a staff presentation, but was held to hear from registered speakers. Committee members, are there any questions to team members? Please add yourself to the queue if so. Okay, not seeing any questions. We will now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Anne Nineber. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Executive Director of the Multicultural Helping House Society. And do we have Anne on the line?
Can everyone hear me?
Good morning, Anne. Thanks for joining us. I just need to ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver.
A resident? Well, in terms of Multicultural Helping House Society, or me personally?
Just to clarify, are you a resident of Vancouver? Yes or no?
Personally, no, I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but Multicultural Helping House Society is located in Vancouver.
Understand. Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much once again for having me, giving me the ability to speak at your council meeting this morning. I am against the decision of not to fund Multicultural Helping House Societies, the application that I submitted, Building Safer Communities Program grant. This particular program would ensure that there would be violence prevention for newcomer youth in our community and to provide equitable access to early youth violence prevention services, specifically targeting Filipino youth. I recognize that the city has a target to ensure social connections among youth to longtime residents with Vancouver to enhance that connection. And this program was exactly doing that. I'm not sure overall why the City of Vancouver continues not to fund Multicultural Helping House Society. At this point, I'm wondering if it's something personal. I do have a master's degree. I've got many years of experience running nonprofit organizations. I'm not sure at this point anymore what to think anymore, as I have consistently submitted applications always to get a rejection. So at this point, I really, really, really would like, in the spirit of openness and accountability and transparency, just really want to know the real reason, or why am I not getting funding? Because this is my forte. I like to believe that I'm doing a good job, but I just really would like to know honest feedback why we continue not to get funding. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for calling in, and we can certainly ask staff to follow up with you if they haven't done so already. Thanks for your comments. We'll now go to speaker number 2, Kelly Cram. Do we have Kelly here in person? Not here. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 4, Ushley Mason or Mason. Good morning.
Morning.
How do you say your first name, if you don't mind?
Yes, Geishli.
Thank you.
Geishli. I like to say it's like geisha and Jet Li together.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Geishli Masson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Fence for Life Association. Fence for Life is a nonprofit that aims to eliminate and reduce sexual violence and gender-based violence, and by providing training programs to organizations. We've applied to the Building Safer Communities program grant because we're looking to help other organizations with their serve their members better. So as we know, there's a lot, violence is everywhere. And according to Statistics Canada, sexual violence is the only violent crime that is not on a decline. And according to Health Agency of Canada, every year, approximately 1 out of 10 youth comes into contact with with police for violations of criminal code. These statistics highlight the urgent need for proactive measures to address violence, particularly amongst our youth. We at Fence for Life, where FENCE stands for Flooding Environment of Nurturing Support, are committed to working with other organizations that understand and recognize the gravity of these issues. And we aim to provide training and support for their need. To this end, we're already in the works with a few organizations like transition houses, anti-violence groups, youth groups, and alike, because we know that they would benefit from the FENCE training program. Since the training is focusing on teaching essential skills, life skills, like such as awareness and building self-confidence, we've been able to garner interest with many organizations because they know that with our help, they'd be able to serve their communities better. For example, helping an organization with survivors trying to get back on their feet, or helping an organization help drug addicts, help them get back into society and find a job, right? Unfortunately, due to limited funding, we've had to turn down opportunities to assist smaller nonprofits that lack the financial means to afford our training. But with your support, we could reach more organizations and collectively work towards reducing violence in our communities. We urge you to approve the grant for Fence for Life Association so we can expand our work with other organizations and reduce youth violence and make for safer communities. And for those who are interested in supporting and following their journey, please, you could visit the website at fenceforlife.com. That's FENS 4, like the number 4, life.com, or the Instagram at Fence for Life. Again, my name is Geishli Masson, representing Fence for Life. Thank you for the opportunity to talk for this cause. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Keishi, and thanks for speaking today. We'll just go back to speaker 3 to see if they are present. Kelly Cram. Thank you.
No.
No, okay. Okay, thanks. So that completes the speakers list. Thank you, everyone. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Claassen, seconder, Councillor Bly. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just want to, through you, Chair, ask a question to staff.
Please.
Yeah, so yeah, again, for the question from speakers, can you, give some idea why the two organizations, Fence for Life and also the Multicultural Helping House Society, they were not receiving any funding this time, and how they're gonna move forward, and how can we engage them more to let them know what is the best way to get the funding next time? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. Sonia Bianchi, Senior Social Planner for the Social Policy and Projects Grant Team. So in every grant application, we request that especially new applicants to a specific stream reach out to a planner to specifically discuss their programming and the applicability of their programming to the specific grant in question. I think that is one piece we encourage through the application and through email correspondence as we field new grant requests. We offer opportunities for feedback, and we've reached out to both speaker organizations and others that were declined a grant to offer individual feedback. And I think there is, as we continue with our Building Safer Communities program, you'll see that there is multiple grant streams, and some of them are for direct services, and some of them are for the building of other capacity within organizations to deliver services, and there was just a mismatch in some of the applications input and description of the work that was given to the adjudication committee. We are open to meeting again and discussing any of the aspects of the application to anyone who might wonder. We also are, as per usual, overprescribed, so we have more applications than we can fulfill with the budget allocated.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. Can you reach out to the two organizations after this report today and provide some guidance on future applications?
Absolutely. We did in anticipation of today as well, and we will do so to follow up.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's all my question, Chair.
Great. Thank you both. Councillor Montague.
Just just a request to sever C and E from.
Just to confirm, you'd like to sever C and E?
That's right. C is in Charlie, E is in Echo.
Yeah. Okay. Just a moment here while I make a note on that. Okay. I'm just going to find the report for my own reference here. Okay, we will do that. So we'll just get those clauses up on the screen with C and E severed. Yeah, so just to confirm, we're going to be voting on A, B, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L, and M, and N, and O, P, Q. It's like the whole alphabet. So I feel like Sesame Street up here. But we're going to vote on those items first. So just want to ensure that council's clear on that. And then after, we'll vote on C and E. And just a reminder, this report does require 8 affirmative votes. So I'll now call the vote on those first items, those first recommendations. And just a reminder, this excludes C and E. We'll vote on those after. So if you please go to the voting panel and cast your vote. Okay, so those passed unanimously. And now we will vote on C and E, and those are highlighted on the screen. Councillor Kirby-Young?
I had a point of procedure, but I'm realizing I can't ask it, so we've called the vote, so I'll ask it after the vote, thanks.
On C and E?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so yes, let's now go to the voting panel for C and E, and council, please cast your vote on C and E. Okay, that does pass with the required 8 affirmative votes, and Councillor Montague in opposition. Councillor Kirby-Young, did you want to ask your point of order?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that completes report 2. Thank you. Thanks to our speakers who came in today. So we did adopt reports 3 through 7 on consent. I'll just give a few seconds here to clear the room for our next item. Okay, we will now move to report 8, allowing gas heating and hot water in new construction. Just to recap, at yesterday's council meeting, council received a presentation, asked questions to team members, and began hearing from registered speakers. Before we continue with where we left off, as a precaution for those who may not have been present at yesterday's meeting, if anyone believes they are in a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? And not seeing any. So public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Just a reminder, council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in council meetings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents, and no form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speakers, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory, as outlined under Section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is our collective responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during the meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech if necessary to ensure they are using respectful language. And a reminder that there will be an opportunity to hear from missed registered speakers at the end of the speakers list. So we'll now pick up where we left off yesterday and hear from registered speakers for this report, beginning with public speaker number 3, Judith Brooke. Morning, Judith.
Good morning. This is Judith Brooke, and I live in Metro Vancouver. I am not a City of Vancouver resident. I oppose the report unless it is amended to remove recommendation B and path 2. Note that we are discussing new construction. This does not affect existing businesses nor restaurants, nor is this a gas ban. Yesterday, we heard a rather rhetorical question on number of degrees less in the atmosphere if Vancouver electrified. Our discussion is better served with numbers we do know. See page 6 of staff report. If all applicants took path 1, quote, we have a decrease of nearly 16,000 tons per year by 2035. If all applicants took path 2, we have an increase of nearly 65,000 tons by year 2035. Let's talk affordability. We need affordable and reliable energy. 1 unit of energy results in 3 or 4 units of heat being brought inside the house compared to 1 unit of gas delivers 0.96 units of heat. I also repeat that gas furnaces require electricity to operate, and gas is not a savior during a power outage. Staff report page 7, allowing for, quote, for gas heating and hot water is not expected to provide any permitting advantage or construction cost savings to development. However, homeowners or landlords will be exposed to risk of significant costs when the time comes to replace gas-fired equipment, unquote. Builders state the lowest capital cost building is an all-electric building. Let's talk renewable natural gas. Staff report commented on Fortis' current renewable gas mix of 1% with their target of 15% RNG to base blend for 2030. Staff reported, quote, the carbon intensity of natural gas will be 16 times higher than electricity, unquote. Do I really need to point out that we do not want, need, nor can the atmosphere tolerate a high carbon intensity energy source? Also, RNG is not affordable. RNG is expensive. As Fortis is allowed to put more into the gas stream, Fortis customer bills will increase. This methane-based product should be saved for its highest and best use, as we don't have much of it. An example, hard to decarbonize sectors like cement. Let's talk council promises. There is an ABC platform majority on council. I remind you all of your election platform promise. quote, "An ABC majority will establish a flexible GHG reduction policy framework with a no net new GHG standard as a condition of approval of any development permits," unquote. Path 2 is incompatible with that statement. I know as a council you want to follow through on what you've promised. So let's see this in your action by your support for Recommendation 1 and Path 1. Thank you for this opportunity to address council.
Thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 4, Margareta Dovgall. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Councillor Meisner. Good morning, all other councillors, Mayor Sim. I'm Margareta Dovgall, and I'm in support. I'm the Managing Director of the Resource Works Society, a Vancouver-based nonprofit. I also live in Vancouver, and I have a master's in energy technology and climate policy. This is a decision that has systems-level implications for livability, affordability, and infrastructure resilience, which I'll cover. Firstly, market spillover effects on affordability need to be considered here. On our coldest days, natural gas provides twice as much energy as electricity. It's indispensable to the residential energy system, but this decision does go beyond new homes. The overall economic viability of our gas system keeps rates low. It covers all neighborhoods and supports transition to things like renewable natural gas. And that relies ultimately on maintaining that wide range of use cases. Residential, commercial, industrial, and utilities need to recover those fixed costs that they put in over a smaller volume of sales. Even in one sector, gas bans do increase costs for remaining customers, and that impacts the majority of households and businesses sooner than in many other jurisdictions. Secondly, Vancouver isn't actually right now meeting its provincial housing targets. High construction costs, like those added by electrification, do pass down to buyers and renters, and we're already not building homes at the scale, pace that's needed to address our city's dire housing shortage. Recent electoral results make clear that citizens and voters are putting affordability first. Premier David Eby's response has been to slow down and to listen. And our electeds at City Hall have an opportunity to show voters that they are listening as well. As Vancouverites, we need real solutions to this economic squeeze we're experiencing, not symbolic legacy policies that just make life more expensive. Natural gas isn't the enemy. It's a pragmatic transition fuel and a backstop while new tech commercializes and more electricity comes online. Thirdly, this decision affects resiliency across BC. Electrification is needed, but the timing and the trade-offs also matter. In fact, the North America Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, calls BC an at-risk jurisdiction due to our rapid pace of electrification and lagging growth in new generating capacity. BC Hydro says that imports are a temporary measure, yet the evidence shows that they're only growing as a share of energy consumption. Our electricity trading partners are also electrifying rapidly, and reliance on imports isn't a strategy for long-term energy security. Also, a factual correction. The latest call for power aims to add about 3,000 gigawatt hours. Site C will add about 5,100. So no, it's not one more Site C, it's 60%, and all previous calls for power have actually had substantial attrition. So some projects don't get built, that exacerbates the shortfall. Ultimately, I'd like to just reiterate that I want you to vote for resilience, affordability, and a balanced approach that puts people first and restores energy choice. It's not about halting climate progress, it's about adopting balanced, practical policies that serve all Vancouverites. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Right on time. We'll now move to Speaker 5, Claudia Cornwall.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Claudia. Yes, we can. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
I live in North Vancouver. I'm an author. My most recent book was BC in Flames. I oppose having gas in new buildings, gas for hot water and space heating. In 2023, my husband and I built an all-electric passive house with a heat pump and solar panels. Our experience shows that electrification is quite doable and need not overwhelm the grid. Our bungalow was well past its best before date with gas for cooking and heating, no cooling. We deconstructed it, salvaged its yellow cedar, and built a new house on the same lot using that cedar. Our new house is bigger than our old one. We have a suite and a tenant. Despite all this, the amount of electricity we draw from the grid has dropped almost in half, from 11,000 kilowatt hours per year in our old house to 6,000 kilowatt hours today. We buy less electricity, we don't burn any gas, and thus keep 4 tons of CO2 out of the atmosphere every year. Our heat pump is rated to work at 30 below zero. Last January, the temperature outside our house on the slopes of Grouse Mountain went to 13 below zero. The heat pump delivered perfectly. Our pump provides cooling, which a gas furnace does not. When I was growing up in Vancouver, we had no air conditioning, but now with the risk of heat domes, this is not a good option. Over 600 British Columbians died of heat stroke in 2021. Cooling is a necessity. If there is a power outage, we have a house battery. In our old house, when the grid went down, our energy systems did too, including our gas furnace, which required electricity to run. Now, fridge, freezer, microwave, computers, etc. keep going. We are more resilient than we used to be. We can help our neighbors be more resilient too. In a recent outage, a neighbor asked if she could warm her lunch in our microwave. Of course, we said. We can keep our cell phones charged and those of our neighbors. Critical if someone needs an ambulance. North Vancouver is notoriously rainy, so if we can do this, anyone in the Lower Mainland can. Banning gas for heating in new buildings will spur innovation. Allowing it will unnecessarily delay our ability to meet the challenges of climate change. We know that burning fossil fuels is responsible for 75% of carbon pollution. The more carbon we emit, the more severe the storms, the droughts, the floods, and the fires will be. Our children and grandchildren will pay the price of our failure to act. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you for calling in today. We'll now move to speaker 6, Lori Parkinson.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Lori Parkinson from North Vancouver. I oppose the report unless it's amended to remove recommendation B. Vancouver has long been admired for environmental leadership. Now, even if recommendation A, path 1, the zero carbon step code is adopted, and recommendation B, path 2, the energy step code that allows gas is removed, you'll still be behind other local governments. Burnaby, New West, and Port Moody will be ahead of you in electrification, plus more than a dozen other means. Fortis is fighting against electrification. For example, Fortis wrote a report with the BC government in 2022, and after the report was available to municipalities, Fortis removed 2 pieces of information that complemented the electric heat pumps. The first bit removed, quote, electric heat pumps are 6 to 8 times more efficient than heating with gas, unquote. Second bit removed. In the moderate climate of southern and coastal BC, electric heat pumps can achieve greenhouse gas reductions more effectively than renewable and low-carbon gases, unquote. The high cost of renewable natural gas has not been discussed, except Judith just now. RNG costs 10 times more than natural gas. As Fortis gradually adds RNG to its gas pipes, customers' bills will increase. By 2031, our Fortis bills will be double what they are now because of RNG content. Electrification is the future. Council, please continue your environmental leadership. Adopt recommendation A, path 1, and remove recommendation B, path 2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to speaker 7, Sarah Harris. Good morning.
Hi, I'm here today to speak in opposition to Path 2, and I have with me actually signatures of 48 other people who are in opposition. My name is Sarah Harris. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm a voter, and I have 3 things I wanted to share with you today. First, climate change is happening really fast. My research training is in paleoclimate, and we know that from looking at past times in Earth's history that when climate changes super fast, it's not great for living things. And so anything that we do to slow that pace of change makes a difference. And we have cool. It's so cool at the municipal level, something that we can actually do. Second thing I wanted to say was my family spent the heat dome of 2021 in our very hot apartment. We had no way to cool it. We were literally sliding ice packs under the bodies of our 2 limp cats. And we're looking at a heat pump to retrofit, right? We want to be able to heat our place, cool our place, and make that apartment livable year round. Right? We're not actually talking today about the thousands of us who are in that situation in existing buildings. We're talking about our opportunity here with new buildings to build them right from the start, because we can actually build without gas for heating. We can get it right for the climate we have now and the future, and with the energy system that we have now into the future. The third thing that I wanted to say is I've been a climate educator for more than 25 years now, and I recently have been surveying undergraduate students about how they feel about climate change. And I asked them, give me 6 emotions, right? So what are the top 3 emotions? Well, they are worry, disappointment, and frustration. And then these students have an opportunity to engage with solutions, and they see what are the powerful levers that we can actually pull to bend that temperature curve back down, and they see that among those powerful levers is electrifying our buildings. We then ask them for 6 more emotions. What do you got for us? Well, worry and disappointment actually go down a little bit. Frustration ticks up. Why aren't we doing these things faster? But really, the big change on those lists of emotions is that hope appears on the list of double the number of students after that. So you have an opportunity to actually move away from frustration and disappointment and worry. And I urge you to reject path 2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 8, Ian Finn. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but do we have them on the phone?
I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Owen Fenn. I'm a 45-year resident and homeowner in Kitsilano. I hold BSc, PhD, and MBA degrees, and I'm a retired management consultant of KPMG. I am also a co-founder and research director for the NGO My City Sky and chair of the North Shore Force of Nature Alliance branch. I speak today in opposition to revising the emission controls in cities' building energy regulations and urge Council to instead elevate its standards to meet or exceed those of its neighbour municipalities. As of last Monday, the entire province of Quebec. I want to address the arguments made particularly by Councillor Montague for others and relaxing emissions restrictions, which they have misnamed a gas ban. These arguments are repeated in many of the submissions to Council. They're myths. First myth is the gas ban limits consumer choice. I'd like to introduce the idea that some recent peer-reviewed health science from Europe reports that people living in electrically heated buildings live an average of 2 years longer than those in gas-heated ones. This peer-reviewed research also finds elevated levels of child asthma cases in children raised in gas-heated buildings, a well-known medical phenomenon. These findings confirm that gas is a poison that should be eliminated from our buildings, and according to BC's government regulations, will be by 2030. We don't give any longer consumers a choice to have asbestos, lead paint, or lead pipes in our homes, and so we should not be allowing and encouraging more gas consumption. The second myth is that gas ban makes new buildings more unaffordable, and your own staff report and several other instances of peer-reviewed reports have confirmed that conclusion. I don't think we need to debate it much more because no other evidence has been provided by anybody supporting this so-called this backpedaling. The energy costs and demand for both electricity and gas have been stable in BC for decades. However, the need for climate action is about to change all that. In the near future, gas rates will begin to increase several fold, whereas electricity rates will remain relatively steady. and all projections by both Hortus and BC Hydro support that thing. As was pointed out by a previous speaker, RNG costs 10 times what regular gas does, and as Fortis expands its RNG component to 15% by 2030, expect gas bills to double, and that will not help affordability in the city of Vancouver. The third myth
Owen, I apologize. You are at time. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. We'll now move to speaker 9, Mike McNeice.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Council. My name is Mike McNeice. I am the Director of Public Affairs for the Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association of Canada. I'm not a resident of Vancouver myself, but our members operate in Vancouver and the surrounding area. Our members include manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of fireplaces, wood stoves, barbecue products, and patio heaters. I want to note that I'm speaking on behalf of our members and their many customers impacted by these decisions, thousands of jobs and many thousands of customers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to today's meeting. To start, I want to clarify a few things. Gas fireplaces do provide critical backup heating when the power goes out. Most are equipped with battery backups that allow them to start and run without power. Secondly, you have heard from staff and others that the existing restrictions or today's decisions will not and do not affect fireplaces. That is incorrect. Maybe they are excluded on paper, but in practice, if gas isn't getting into new homes for space and water heating, the likelihood and ease of it being piped in for a fireplace is reduced. This amounts to a restriction on appliances that can provide critical supplementary and emergency backup heat when the power goes out. Staff highlighted that 53% have gotten gas in for a fireplace or stove, but the remaining 46% in that equation clearly illustrate the restriction. A ban on natural gas in new construction negatively impacts consumer choice, affordability, and reliability. Additionally, a ban affects our industry and the many jobs associated both locally and regionally. It is important to note our members comply with and often exceed existing environmental regulations and standards. They are committed to innovation, increasing efficiency, and addressing climate change. A gas fireplace produced today for installation in a new home is not the simple steel box of the past. They are efficient, clean burning, and fully compatible with renewable gas. They are a practical part of the mix in the future. Back in July, Council made the right choice by moving to overturn the ban on natural gas. At a time when affordability and housing are challenges for many, Council did the right thing. That initial decision was welcomed by our members and the public at large. I'm speaking in the other category today rather than for or against. While the staff recommendation provides a path for gas, does it really amount to choice among consumers? Does it really overturn the ban? Can you easily get gas into a new home? I think Mayor Sim rightly noted during yesterday's questions that the report essentially suggests going all electric comes with little or no consequence, and he asked why all builders aren't doing it. Choice is the answer. If you look at the recent Washington State decision and polling from BC CADE, which we are a proud member of, you will see support among the public. People want choice, they are concerned about affordability, and they want a clear choice. While it is great to see a path for choice in the staff recommendation, there is an opportunity to provide a clearer path and a more reasonable time frame. This agenda item is called Allowing Gas Heating and Hot Water in New Construction, and per the July vote,
we are
should
at
ensure
time.
that decision at hand.
Thanks, Mike. Apologies. We are at time. Thanks for your comments. We will now move to speaker number 10, Jason Talkman. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker number 11, Ian Tostenson. Morning.
Morning.
And Ian, are you a resident of Vancouver?
I am a resident of North Vancouver.
Thank you.
Business here. I've sort of been trying to approach this about 8 different ways in the last 24 hours and what I want to say here. I know I'm just going to stand here and give you the merits of, natural gas versus electricity, but there's some things I think if we were a corporation and running a business plan, we would fail the way we're approaching this. We're either approaching this with a huge sense of bias or lack of information. When I listened to the staff report yesterday and appreciate all the work you did into it, but what I observed was a report that was trying to justify electricity and not really looking at the benefits of the economy of natural gas. There were comments made about consultation. We were not consulted, and we were a major user of gas in the city. I didn't see 2 points addressed about the no effect in restaurants. I keep hearing that. There will be an effect in restaurants. If you limit the supply and the use of natural gas, those users that are using natural gas, the cost will go up. That's just a basic, I didn't see that in the report. And I didn't see anything in the report that talked about the real costs. I think you got some information today about installing a gas line in a building that has very minimal natural gas in that building. And they said, no, restaurants can go in there, they can get natural gas, but what cost? That was not addressed in the report either. I don't think that the report dealt with the opportunities in renewable natural gas that's coming and what the very technical analysis, but I don't know that it's practical that we can understand it. I actually personally believe the 2030 step code or the will not stand. I think competitive reasons around us right now, looking at Washington State, for example, they just approved the use of natural gas going forward in the last election. If you look at the tariffs that Trump is proposing to put on the Canadian economy, that's a huge risk. That's a huge risk of what we buy and sell. And we look at the lack of electricity and buying it in Washington State, those risks were not factored into that particular report. Those are huge risks. I think the mayor said yesterday, how are we going to power the city? It's all great to say we're going to electrify it, but I don't see that we can. And I see some real risks for our industry, which is basically broke, having to deal with, again, this uncertainty. So our preference would be is that we follow the 2030 pathway that the provincial government has laid out. And I also want to address the fact about retrofitting. We did a study and we retrofitted a restaurant on Main Street. I've never heard about retrofitting, that we're all going to have to retrofit. That was a $450,000 retrofit to go from gas to electricity, and the restaurant still doesn't operate. So again, we didn't address those things. So if you're going to rely on the staff study, I think it's going to be flawed, and I think that we're going to have the wrong decisions. So I also want to point out that if we had all the business owners that wanted to be here to address this, we'd be here for several weeks, but they won't come because they're operating their businesses. They won't come for fear of retribution in their businesses. It's a very divisive issue. And I also, something else that we missed. We've
Ian,
done
I'm
this in
very
English.
sorry I gave you some extra
Thank
time,
you.
but
Thank you.
thank you for your comments. We are approaching noon. I think we have time probably for 2 or 3 more speakers, so we'll move to speaker number 12, Betsy Agar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Agar. I'm a resident in North Vancouver. I work in Vancouver, and I'm speaking as the director of the Buildings Program at the Pembina Institute. We've worked with industry, utilities, and governments for many years now. Vancouver has led the way in construction with an industry that is respected across the country, which is why we are opposed to adoption of the recommendations presented yesterday. Sudden rollback of policy to allow burning of fossil fuels for space and water heating in new buildings will unnecessarily delay the ongoing transition from inefficient fossil fuel-based heating equipment and exacerbate rather than improve affordability. Rapid policy reversals also create disruption and uncertainty for industry. Clear, stable market direction through Vancouver's policies and regulations has helped build an industry that is respected across the country for being able to deliver healthy, safe, climate-resilient homes that are affordable to heat and cool. Policy and regulatory swings are what hurt industry and threaten affordability. When the issue of affordability is raised, decision makers must ask, affordable for who? It should mean affordable for the people living in the buildings over their lifetimes. Saddling owners of the new homes with yesterday's heating systems automatically builds in future retrofit cost burden. Building right the first time is the most cost-effective pathway for homeowner affordability. And industry has shown electrically heated homes do not need to cost more. This is according to research by city staff as well as the Canadian Home Builders Association of BC. When heat pumps are installed, the growing need for cooling is also automatically addressed. That means one system providing summer and winter safety, one servicing and maintenance cost, one replacement cost. It is disingenuous to blame electric heating for costs we all know are more impacted by rises in supply chain and labor costs, borrowing costs and inflation, and so on. Building right the first time is also the most cost-effective pathway for the City of Vancouver to decarbonize homes and buildings. 80% of buildings built today will still be in operation by 2050. To meet 2050 net zero targets, BC would have to retrofit 78,000 existing homes per year. Reversing a bylaw requiring electric heating would saddle Vancouver with still more buildings that will need retrofitting. Staff have also pointed out that significant uptake of Path 2 could raise emissions levels significantly. Path 2 could also quickly fall out of alignment as the Zero Carbon Step Code base level is set to rise in 2026. If Council does decide to adopt the report presented, we recommend adding an amendment to maintain consistency with the BC Energy and Zero Carbon Step Codes by requiring regular updates to the Vancouver Building Bylaw that keep pace with the rest of the province. However, the best path forward for Council is to support maintaining the current building bylaws and regulations and reject the report. Thank you for this opportunity to address Council.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 13, Liz McDowell. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, thank you for having me here today. My name is Liz. I'm a longtime Vancouver resident, and I'm also someone who cares really deeply about having a livable future for my kids and for everyone's kids. I'm here to urge Council to vote no unless recommendation B is removed from this report. I do support recommendation A. Yesterday, we heard staff say very clearly that building new homes with electric heating doesn't slow down building times or permitting, doesn't cost anything more for developers, but does have a hugely positive impact on reducing climate pollution. We've also heard that gas cooking is allowed in all cases, that restaurants in particular are exempt. And finally, we heard that BC Hydro has more than enough electricity now, and its overwhelmingly successful call for power is helping it plan into the future. These reasons are why others in our space, for example, just last week, the province of Quebec announced that all new and existing buildings will be powered electrically into the future, and they will not have gas heating anymore in new buildings from next year, and they're going to phase it out in existing ones. This leadership is achievable, and this is in a province much colder than ours. We can do this. It also has really broad public support. Earlier, a poll from industry group BC CADE was mentioned. I want to add that there was an even larger poll done by Leisure in the Summer that found that 67% of respondents in BC agree that the province should require modern technologies like heat pumps to be installed in all new buildings in Metro Vancouver. There is broad public support for this. I also want to note that I personally know of many restaurateurs who are really supportive of this policy, who love the opportunity to take up induction cooking and are busy and couldn't make it here today because they are running their businesses. Lastly, I just want to say, last week I was actually at the UN climate talks in Azerbaijan. I heard leaders of small island nations openly despairing about the impact that the climate crisis is going to have on their very survival. I also heard an affirmation of the global consensus that we need to phase out fossil fuels. Even Saudi Arabia is not backing down from that agreement to phase out fossil fuels. Like, are we going to go slower than them? And look, I know what we do here in Vancouver is not single-handedly going to solve climate change. Of course it's not. But it is part of the solution. And you know what? People look to Vancouver. We're a real leader. Municipalities around the province look to us, and cities around the world look to us, and what we do really matters. In the future, we are going to have a lot of heartbreakingly hard decisions ahead of us about how to tackle the climate crisis. This is not one of them. Building new buildings with affordable, efficient, available electric heat pumps is one of the easiest things we can do. And I really encourage you to reject this staff report unless you remove Path 2. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to hear from our last speaker before breaking for lunch. Speaker 14, Emily Boston.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, Emily. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emily Boston. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, which is the country's largest small business association, representing 97,000 small businesses across Canada, including nearly 800 right here in Vancouver. As we know, 4 years ago, Vancouver moved to an effective ban on natural gas and renewable natural gas in new construction, jumping well ahead of the provincial 2030 deadline. This decision continues to arbitrarily restrict energy options, drive up costs, slow housing development, and limit energy choice. While small businesses understand the importance of decarbonizing our economy and increasing energy efficiency, CFIB's monthly business barometer shows that energy costs remain a major input cost constraint for 31% of BC small businesses. Vancouver small businesses are counting on council to make the correct decision to balance these environmental priorities with their economic realities. I just wanted to take a moment to consider the broader energy landscape that Vancouver is situated in. First, recognizing that BC is struggling to meet its energy demands. In 2023 alone, the province imported $500 million worth of electricity from the U.S. and Alberta, and much of it was generated from non-renewable energy sources, as was pointed out yesterday. Imports are only rising. From January to September, BC imported $800 million worth of electricity, which really underscores the need to diversify our energy sources and come to terms with the obvious. BC is not ready to rely solely on electricity, and neither is Vancouver. Next, the rising cost of electricity is a concern when we consider that there's a $16 billion price tag for BC Hydro's Site C dam that hasn't been added to customer bills yet. And future renewable energy products will drive costs even higher. Without affordable alternatives like natural gas, residents and businesses will be left to shoulder these expenses. When we also remember that natural gas could soon become a much more affordable option if the federal Conservative Party eliminates the consumer carbon tax as promised. The BC government is pledged to follow suit for natural gas, and this would lead to a 25% reduction in natural gas prices and provide meaningful energy relief for Vancouver families and small businesses facing these energy costs. And it really calls into question, is now the right time to make this step when we're still looking at this window of opportunity here? So in closing, the City of Vancouver's energy policy must prioritize reliable, affordable, and practical energy sources, and mandating regulations that arbitrarily restrict energy options places unnecessary burdens on residents, small businesses, and slows down progress that we need right now. Reversing the ban on natural gas and renewable natural gas in new construction is a practical, timely step to restore energy choice, reduce costs, and make sure that there's greater reliability for both residents and businesses moving forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Emily. Seeing it's now 12 o'clock, now we'll recess for lunch and we'll return to hear from some more speakers at 1 p.m. So we see love to get underway here, but we just need one of the councillors online to please turn on their video, if possible. Councillor Bly and Councillor Dominato, I see you're online. Just wondering if one of you might be able to turn your video on and we can get started here.
Hi, Chair Meisner. It's Councillor Bly. I am in transit. I'm happy to put my camera on if that helps, but I won't be on screen at the moment.
And I've also got my video on.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks to both of you. Okay, we'll get started again with speakers where we left off prior to lunch. Our next speaker is Roberto Pecora, in person. Number 15. Not present. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 16, Paul Binotto.
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened?
We're just going to mute. Sure. Let's try speaker 17, Paige Gorzak. Hi, Paige. Oh, you're in person. Great. Hi. Oh, just right on the podium. Yeah. So you got up to 3 minutes, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna set myself a timer if that's okay before you start it so that I can track myself. Okay, hi, my name is Paige Gorsak. I am a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking today in opposition to recommendation B, which allows for gas in new construction. I'm a community organizer here in Vancouver. I work at Dogwood, which is a BC-based organization that brings together local people in our province to take action to defend our climate, air, land, water. Sometimes people ask me how I can work on climate issues and not be totally devastated by the state of the world. And it's not always easy, but honestly, what keeps me up at night is how many people I meet who do not have any hope, who do not believe that they can make a difference, who do not believe that our governments are able or willing to act at the scale that we need. So I'll tell you what I tell them, which is that every single degree of warming that we can prevent will save lives. So every action that we can take to reduce carbon pollution will protect the people and the places that we love. So to me, it's not a question of whether we act or not, right? And today, you are deciding on building regulation that would increase or decrease that pollution here in Vancouver. Yesterday, there was a bit of a question of whether that matters, like if it actually makes a difference if Vancouver does anything. And I would remind you that cities account for about 70% of global climate pollution, and Vancouver is one of those cities. So climate is a collective problem, and it requires collective solutions, and so that means Vancouver needs to do its part. The trouble is that cities don't actually have that many ways of bringing down our emissions. You all know that. There's not that many metrics or levers that you can slide. But buildings are one of them. They're the key one. That's why in 2016 you started talking about phasing out gas from buildings, because gas is this major contributor. Burning gas is this major contributor. So you're going to hear a lot, and you have heard a lot from other folks who want to call that into question. And I guess I just want to remind you that what it says in the report, what you're hearing from BC Hydro, BC Housing, all of these credible sources, is that bringing gas back will drive up emissions while not improving affordability. It is not going to be the thing that is going to save our reliability of electricity or of energy here in BC and in Vancouver. And I want you to keep that in mind. The other thing that I want to make clear is that there was lots of talk yesterday about energy forecasting and how our prices, how our utility rates are going to be affected, with Site C and electricity prices going up. But that is the same situation on gas. So gas is volatile. We can look back at prices over the last several decades. Gas prices have not been this stable and enduring thing. And more than that, we know that gas demand is going down globally. So the prices are not this set thing. We're also seeing that in other places, in the US and Australia, when LNG exports came online, it made life more expensive. It made gas prices more expensive, and that is what is proposed here in BC. That is what is going to happen in 2025 with LNG Canada. I know my time is up. I just want to say you have a simple and cost-effective
You are at time.
solution.
Thanks so much
Protect
for
Vancouver.
coming in. We'll now move to our next speaker, speaker 18, Sadie Gilker. Good morning or good afternoon.
Afternoon. Okay, I'm also going to set myself a little timer. Okay, my name is Sadie Gilker, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and a board member of Women Transforming Cities. So Women Transforming Cities opposes recommendation B of this report. In 2022, through our Hot Pink Paper campaign, each of you made a commitment during the election to take decisive action in line with science to address the climate emergency with an equity lens by fully implementing the Climate Emergency Action Plan so that Vancouver meets its emission reduction targets. If you pass this, you will contradict the commitments that you made us 2 years ago. In our recent accountability report, we applauded Councillors Dominato and Meisner for putting climate science above partisanship and voting against the reintroduction of harmful pollutants in our building. That was courageous, and we hope that more of you will join them. But that isn't the only Hot Pink Paper commitment that your decision today pertains to. You also committed to protecting tenants from heat waves. The alternative to gas is heat pumps, which have the additional advantage of providing cooling. By maintaining the prohibition of gas, you'll ensure more tenants in our cities have better cooling during heat waves. Heat waves that, I should add, are caused by pollutants like the one recommendation B would introduce. You also committed to apply an equity lens to your decision. And let me be very clear, approving recommendation B does not align with an equity lens. Study after study has shown that the climate emergency is here and it is very real. You can see this when you turn on the news, and every week we have another once-in-a-lifetime event happening. Studies also demonstrate that women, especially Indigenous and Black women, elderly women, LGBTQIA+ people, women and girls with disabilities, and migrant women are impacted more heavily by climate change. Climate change exacerbates social and political tensions, it drives conflict, and it increases gender-based violence. This also ripples out to increases in stillbirths and the spread of illnesses. While this may seem alarmist to some, the decision today to potentially reinstate gas into our homes has a wider impact that you need to consider. The decision you make today will impact the health and safety of women, girls, and other equity-deserving groups. You cannot be for women, trans, and gender-diverse communities if you backtrack on climate action. You cannot be for people with disabilities, seniors, pregnant people, young children, low-income people, or workers if you backtrack on climate action. And you cannot be for Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities if you backtrack on climate action. So in light of your commitments to our Hot Pink Paper campaign to address the climate emergency, protect tenants from heat waves, and apply an equity lens to your work, Women Transforming Cities is asking you to vote no to recommendation B. The public needs to know if you'll be following through on the commitments you make to underrepresented communities. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. We are now going to go back to speaker 15. We had a bit of a technical problem there. And we'll check if they're on the line. Roberto Pecora. You have Roberto? Disconnected. Okay. We can always try to come back to them again, one more time. Next speaker, speaker 19, Anna Bone, or Bon.
Yes, it's Bon.
Sorry.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Anna Bond, and I'm a Vancouver resident and business owner. I'm calling in today to oppose the use of natural gas in new buildings. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. First, I just wanted to say that I really applaud any attempt to make this city more affordable. And when I first heard about the July 3rd Amendment, I was curious how it would help. But watching back the council meeting, I was shocked. No sources were cited. No one had time to check the numbers. The whole process, last minute, going to a vote without verifying the claims, was rough. So I still don't know what this amendment was originally based off of, but I'm really hoping that it didn't come from oil and gas. Many oil and gas companies don't have the best record when it comes to issues like this. For example, Fortis. A couple years ago, they made the news for redacting a report called BC Renewable and Low Carbon Gas Supply Potential Study. When it was first published, the report said that in the Lower Mainland, electric heat pumps were, quote, 6 to 8 times more efficient than heating with gas, end quote. 9 days after publication, Fortis redacted that section. When the redaction was questioned by Richmond city staff, Fortis said that it was out of scope. They're also currently being sued for greenwashing. In Canada, there are a lot of lobbyists working for the oil and gas industry. And as a communications professional, I can tell you, pairing natural gas with affordability is really good marketing. And it's obvious why. People are struggling. I mean, if you're a Vancouverite, you care about affordability. I think everyone at City Hall and on the line can agree about that. But if this amendment and subsequent report will help with affordability, that's far from clear. I'm opposing any change to the existing building code today because I think we don't have the clarity we need yet. I expect from my government that you'll make a decision based on verified facts. A decision like this, with huge long-term consequences, deserves a better decision-making process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Hannah. We'll now move on to Speaker 20, Laura Mackey. Laura, good afternoon.
Hi, thank you. My name is Laura Mackey. I'm a resident of Vancouver and also an environmental scientist, and I'm speaking today in opposition to Recommendation B. As an environmental scientist, having studied greenhouse gas emissions and their impact on climate change and extreme weather, I felt obligated to speak about the city's gas ban. Heating emissions contribute over half of the city's greenhouse gas emissions, and these emissions contribute to climate change and extreme weather events. In Vancouver, extreme weather events have already harmed and killed our residents, and they will continue to without decisive, common-sense emissions reductions policies. In 2021, when the city moved to ban gas heating in new buildings, the city became an international leader in the shift towards more resilient heating infrastructure. Other major population centers since followed suit, including New York City and the entire province of Quebec. And these places are moving towards electrified heat because they found that it is just as affordable and reliable as gas heating. And this is what the city's own report has just found, that gas heating is not any more affordable or reliable. It is not any cheaper to build a home in Vancouver with gas heat, and it is no more reliable because gas heat still requires electricity to operate. Fortis may try to persuade otherwise, but Fortis does not represent the city or its residents. I want to emphasize a point that the mayor tried to make yesterday, that banning gas heating in Vancouver would not change the number of degrees Celsius of global warming. A 2022 International Energy Agency report found that home heating currently generates 10% of global emissions. Electrified heat, like heat pumps, are an easy way to reduce these emissions. A 2022 paper in the journal Energy Policy found that heat pumps reduce carbon emissions by up to 50% over fossil fuel heating. This was while accounting for marginal emissions from electricity generation. This means that a global transition away from fossil fuel heating toward electrified heat can reduce global emissions by up to 5%. When we're talking about catastrophic climate change, a 5% reduction in global emissions will mean fewer extreme weather disasters, less sea level rise, fewer droughts and wildfires, and fewer deaths. Vancouver does not exist in a vacuum. Our city, in concert with other population centers around the globe, can have a measurable impact on reducing global warming. I hope that is clear. This vote is an opportunity to commit to sensible, smart emissions reductions policy without sacrificing cost or reliability. I urge City Council to maintain the ban on gas heating in new buildings, vote yes on recommendation A and no on recommendation B. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to try speaker 15 one more time. Do we have
Hello, hear me,
Roberto?
Councillor?
Is that Roberto?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we can hear you. So you have up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Roberto, and I'm the Director of the Building Decarbonization Group at the Zero Emissions Innovation Center. Although I'm not a resident of Vancouver, our office is located in Vancouver. We're focused on indirectly supporting municipal governments like yours, public institutions, and the province in attaining their climate goals for 2030 and 2050. And we do this by directly supporting industry. Our big focus right now is buildings. So we're supporting the building industry, specifically those that are willingly rising to achieve the current energy and emissions requirements for Vancouver and the rest of the province. Given the high climate risk embedded in Path 2, we strongly support Path 1, Recommendation A. We've learned a lot from the building industry as they progress and evolve to build better homes. To be clear, Vancouver's current energy and emissions requirements and the Energy and Zero Carbon Step Code result in better homes. It's really that simple. From the industry leaders, we've learned that the major drivers of construction or development cost and schedule are things like financing terms and rates, permitting times and fees, development cost charges, labor, material, and equipment cost and availability, and obviously land values. Your emissions limits, or those in the Zero Carbon Step Code, can be an almost insignificant factor by comparison. For large multifamily buildings, this was established in a 2021 report by ZEVEX and again in a BC Housing report that came out earlier this year. The same holds true for detached homes and multiplex developments. There are simple and cost-effective ways to build to the top step of the Energy and Zero Carbon Step Code. Housing affordability, not the same thing as construction cost, is dictated by the supply and demand of housing, the selling price. Operational affordability is not an issue in either option. Utility bills for new homes in Vancouver are way lower than older buildings, but the cost to heat your home with an electric heat pump is in many cases lower than using gas. And as more RNG gets added to the gas grid, and there's an extremely limited supply of it, then the increasing cost of that gas blend can only make gas bills less affordable. We all want choice, but the industry leaders are telling us that the vast majority of their clients don't actually care how their home or hot water is heated. What's become clear to us is the argument for choice often comes from those that don't want to evolve and follow the industry leadership that you have catalyzed through your energy and emissions requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Roberto. We'll now go back to the speakers list as we were proceeding. Speaker 21, Zakir Sulman.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Zakir Sulman. I was born and raised in East Vancouver on unceded land, and I sit as Membership Secretary for COPE Vancouver. I'm here to speak in opposition of Recommendation B. Vancouver's Climate Action Plan was passed in collaboration between councillors from COPE, One City, and the Greens, and COPE is here today in solidarity with the Greens and One City, as well as many community groups in opposing this reversal of the natural gas ban. I'm here to talk about how this motion will impact people struggling in our city. Vancouver used to be a city that led globally on climate. We are now a city where elderly people die in extreme heat events. I'm speaking, of course, about the 2021 heat dome. As much as we've all read about this event, I want to remind you that 619 people who died in that extreme heat event had one thing in common, aside from being human beings. They were all overwhelmingly likely to be poor. A report this year from the BC CDC found that the risk factor most associated with people dying in the 2021 heat dome was not their age or their health, it was whether or not they were on income assistance. We are in the middle of an affordability crisis in Vancouver. Regular people are being forced out of their housing. People are using food banks at record rates. Many people in the city are feeling poorer than they ever have been, more than they might like to admit. We've seen in our own backyard that climate change disproportionately affects people who are struggling the most. Vancouver should not be a city where poverty is a death sentence. It is simply not possible for Vancouver to help halt global warming if we reverse this ban. We set ourselves on a path where future extreme weather events are not likely, they are inevitable. This is one of the many reasons why Cope Councillor Swanson voted for this ban. This ban is key for meeting Vancouver's climate commitments. In fact, the report from staff in front of you outlines that we risk increasing our emissions by 65,100 tons every year by 2035 if we allow natural gas in new builds. Yesterday, Mayor Sim made the uninformed assertion that reducing all of Vancouver's greenhouse gases would not reduce warming within Vancouver. This conveniently ignores international collaboration. We need to be doing our part in collaboration with local and international partners. This is how we have been working to stop climate change since the Kyoto Accords. Finally, I want to call to your attention reporting by Dan Famano in the Vancouver Sun that has revealed to the public that Mayor Sim's advisor, David Gruel, is the director of two natural gas companies. It is also revealed that he and Councillor Montague met with lobbyists from Fortis, BC in advance of this highly irregular amendment and surprise vote, which reversed Vancouver's natural gas ban. Are the profits of natural gas companies worth selling off Vancouver's climate future? I understand that nothing I've said matters to Mayor Sim or Councillor Montague, but for Councillors Meisner, Dominato, and Bly, I invite you to think about the opportunity you have in front of you.
We just ask you to stay on topic, please. And you've got about 30 seconds.
Sure. I invite you to think about the opportunity you have here. You can show voters that you think that the city should be planning for the Vancouver should be a city that's planning for future generations. Don't let the limited thinking of some councillors stop you from doing the right thing for working people in Vancouver. When it comes to climate, we are all judged by the future, specifically our children and grandchildren. What world do you want to leave them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 22, Gerard MacDonald.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Gerard MacDonald. I'm a principal with Reshape Infrastructure Strategies. We're advisors to government, master plan developers, utilities. We work really at the intersection of gas, electricity, and thermal heat networks, district energy. I'm here to speak in opposition to item B. And I'd like to offer 2 points. The first one pertains to the electrification of large buildings and how, from our perspective, that's not really a barrier or a constraint to implementing climate policy. We offer that perspective for 2 reasons. One, there by all accounts is headroom in the grid today that can accommodate for new construction generally. There are, point locations where that may not be the case, but this work is supported, or this evidence is supported by work done by BC Hydro, the City of Vancouver, an outfit out of Ottawa, the Building Decarbonization Alliance, and the evidence points to today we can accommodate for large existing buildings to be fully electrified. Most certainly going into the future, once we shift this huge load off of the gas network onto the electric network, that is a big problem for us to solve. But there are ways to mitigate that impact. Some of the work we and others have done around thermal energy networks or district energy and how they can mitigate the impact. Work we did again with BC Hydro and the City of Vancouver looking at neighborhoods like Jericho, like the West End. The grid impacts are maybe 1/5 of what maybe more blunt electrification means could be, which is, I think, what is cited when projecting this, doomsday on the grid. The second point I'd like to offer, because we do work across Canada, across North America, and definitely, without a doubt, your decision today will matter for other cities across our country and across North America. They are watching. We had a delegation from the U.S. Northeast come here last, we and others, to look at the progress that we're making here. Vancouver is a leader in this space. When we go fast, others go faster. When we go slow, people slow down. If we go backwards, it will have that implication, not just in Vancouver, but most certainly across North America. So that is I think as a Vancouverite, as a business owner here, a material consideration for this deliberations today. So in summary, the electrification of large existing buildings, in our view, does not need to be a barrier to climate policy. There's headroom in the grid today. As we look to shift the load off gas to electricity, there are ways to mitigate that. And it matters across North America what you decide today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 23, Jenny Milligan.
Hi, this is Jenny Milligan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking today on my own behalf from my office on the unceded lands of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I've lived in the West End since 2008. I'm asking you to maintain the prohibition on fossil gas for heating and hot water in new construction, and I'm asking you to oppose Recommendation B. I miss the earth the way it was when I was a kid. I'm 47 years old. I was born in Vancouver. I grew up in Nanaimo. There was snow almost every winter. The summer was never ruined by heat domes or wildfires. Children in BC didn't die from asthma attacks caused by wildfire smoke, and adults weren't killed by atmospheric rivers. I have a 10-year-old son. He loves coral reefs. At the rate we're going, there won't be any coral reefs left by the time he's an adult. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are destroying life on Earth. We know the cause. It's burning fossil fuels. And we know the solution. It's to stop burning fossil fuels. Council made the right decision in 2020 when it banned gas for heating and hot water in new buildings. There is no defensible reason to change course. Please do not listen to fossil fuel lobbyists. The oil and gas industry got us into this mess, and they are not interested in helping us get out of it. They are peddling false solutions and spreading misinformation about the real solutions. Yesterday, children's art was removed from council chamber because it might make people speaking in favor of fossil gas feel unsafe or intimidated. What makes me feel unsafe is corporate influence over democratically elected institutions. So I'm asking you to listen to the people of Vancouver. Developers do not need the option of hooking up to gas. The city staff report shows that green buildings are not more expensive to build, and BC has more than enough clean and reliable electricity to power them. Making climate change worse is not an option. Please reject Recommendation B and give all of us the option of a livable future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. Speaker 24, Barry Penner.
Good afternoon. I'm a former Minister of Environment of BC who introduced BC's first climate action plan, and I'm currently chair of the Energy Futures Institute, which is based in Vancouver, and it's a public policy input entity. I'm speaking in favor of Recommendation B. Comments from staff suggest that all electrons supplied by BC Hydro to residents of Vancouver come from clean sources. However, neither BC Hydro nor the BC government have provided the receipts showing where the record-breaking amounts of imported electricity are actually coming from, despite an FOI request which I submitted earlier this year. According to new information filed with the BC Utilities Commission, BC Hydro imported 14,000 gigawatt hours of electricity, or 2.5 times as much as the Site C Dam is expected to produce in a normal water year, primarily from the United States, where 60% of electricity, on average, is generated by using fossil fuels like natural gas and coal. A review of hourly transactions at the BC-US intertie show imports at night have been roughly equivalent to the electricity imported during the day. So the imported electricity cannot be coming primarily from solar generation in California, as some have suggested. It is profoundly ironic that BC produces and sells natural gas into the U.S. market and then purchases that same electricity generated by natural gas at a cost of $1.4 billion, according to the latest information filed by BC Hydro with the Utilities Commission. I've just put out a news release on this earlier today. But the use of natural gas is discouraged here in BC. BC Hydro has continued importing electricity on a net basis right through to the end of October, which is the latest information available, even after buying electricity this summer from a 275 megawatt natural gas-fired power plant on Vancouver Island, known as Island Generation, and throughout the summer from the McMahon Natural Gas Power Plant in Taylor. where I think yesterday one of your staff incorrectly said it was not connected to the BC Hydro grid, but it is. Speakers today have commented on the mayor's question yesterday about the impact of the global climate from Vancouver's decisions, and some have suggested floods and fires are a reason to ban natural gas in Vancouver. Sadly, it's an inconvenient truth that if Vancouver were to eliminate all emissions tomorrow, it would not prevent a single forest fire or flood. British Columbia's total emissions amount to just 13/100ths of a single percentage point of the global annual total, and of course Vancouver's emissions represent a tiny fraction of BC's total contribution. This is not an argument not to do our part, but it is a question of how much do we do when we have competing priorities like homelessness and affordability crisis. We recently had power failures in British Columbia, 275,000 people without electricity due to winter storms. This trend is increasing. BC Hydro statistics show an increasing trend of power outages. Putting all of our energy eggs in the electricity basket increases risk for everyone.
Sorry, Barry,
and we
you
need
are
to
over
keep
time.
our eyes on
So we'll have
affordability,
to
sustainability,
move on to the
but
next
also
speaker.
resiliency.
Thanks so much
because
for
without
calling in, Barry.
electricity and energy, our economy and
Barry, we're out
society
of
cannot.
time. Thanks so much. Speaker 25, Ming Zhao. We have Speaker 25 on the phone. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 26, Philippe Favreau. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Philippe Favreau. I've been a Vancouver resident since 1995, living in Kerrisdale, where we raised our family. I am the founder of Net Zero Favreau Consulting, a consulting firm located in Vancouver with the sole purpose of helping companies and organizations decarbonize their operations. I have always been proud to live in a city that shows great leadership in our fight against the climate change, both at home and internationally. I'm speaking today in opposition of allowing gas heating and hot water in new constructions. If you agree that climate change is our biggest threat, and if you agree that the main cause of climate change is the emission of CO2 from burning fossil fuels, then you will agree that we do need to phase out the fossil fuels, which means reducing our consumptions, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, now. And no new technology will save us. We all know that there is no economical, scientific, technical, and moral justification to reverse the gas ban voted a few years ago. There is no excuse today to vote in favor of allowing gas heating and hot water in new construction. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Speaker 27, David Van Hemmen. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 28, Bob Edinburgh. No? Okay. Speaker 29, Anne Shibata Castleman. Good afternoon.
Don't know who's controlling it.
magic.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anne Shibata Castleman. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite, and I work as a journalist. My recent cover story for Maclean's Canada in the year 2060 reported on Canada's climate change future and recently won a National Magazine Award, a gold one. I was also recently selected to give the keynote at an upcoming Canadian Armed Forces Leadership Conference about climate risk. I'm here to urge you to vote against option B. San Francisco, New York, Victoria, Nanaimo, Port Moody have all gas in new buildings, and here we are considering a reversal when we are nowhere near meeting our greenhouse gas emission targets. Instead of elected officials supporting staff, removing barriers to their success out of the way, I see a mayor and council actively impeding climate progress, asking them the impossible. Can we allow new buildings to burn more gas while cutting our emissions from burning gas? We cannot have it both ways. Net zero is not just some political slogan. It is the tool by which we stop the runaway train of climate change. That is why jurisdictions are weaning themselves off fossil fuels. The EU has cut emissions by 37% since 1990. The UK's emissions are now down to levels that they had in 1879. Yes, Fortis and the mayor's advisor, David Gruel's natural gas companies may lose out, but they will lose out.
And let's just stay on the topic at hand, please. Thank you. Not talk about staff or other members here.
They have vested interests, and it's an influence that might be influencing how they think and vote on this issue.
And I'm just going to ask you to just stay on the topic, please. Thank you.
Okay. Instead, please bet on electrification. BC Hydro is a Crown corporation. It is owned by the public of British Columbia. Fortis is owned by its shareholders. Of those two energy suppliers, who do you think has the public interest of Vancouverites at heart more? Sure, BC Hydro may be having growing pains as the transition continues, but that's no reason to bail on it. Instead of asking the city's sustainability department to do a policy 180 with zero warning, squandering valuable taxpayer-funded resources precisely when we can least afford it, support them in doing the work of actually progressing Vancouver's climate policy instead of having to defend it in the first place. Yes, Vancouver's emissions are small fry, but as the Fraser Valley Currents editor puts it, if your community pool is gross because everyone pees in it, it's not going to make a difference if you stop peeing in it. But it still is in your interest to do your part to commit to not peeing in the pool and hope others follow through on their promise to cut it out too. In simple terms, this motion to allow gas back into new builds would want to let more people pee in our pool, and please, let's not do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 30, Ben Morrison. Hi, Ben. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ben Morrison. Today I want to speak about the importance of having cheap and reliable energy sources for a healthy and functioning society. Cheap and reliable energy is the foundation for job creation, a strong economy, and the livelihoods and happiness of people. We don't need to look any farther than Germany for an example of what happens when energy policy is driven by single-issue activists. Germany closed down clean and reliable energy plants, leading to massive energy shortages that affected everyone. Since the start of 2024, energy prices in Germany have increased by 623%. These skyrocketing costs have doubled energy expenses for manufacturers and businesses, forcing thousands of companies into bankruptcy. Industrial giants like Volkswagen are announcing layoffs. Germany is now on the verge of a recession expected to last through the year. All of this is a direct consequence of abandoning reliable and affordable energy sources like natural gas for unreliable alternatives. Now let's look at BC. BC Hydro has already been a net importer of electricity, costing $450 million a year in 2023. Now, achieving full electrification would require that BC's electrical grid increase its output by 300 to 500%. The Site C dam we always talk about will only add 8% to our grid capacity. Full electrification is simply not possible at this time. Vancouver is seen as a leader among municipalities. If natural gas is suddenly banned without a clear plan to address the energy deficit, we could face a situation similar to Germany. High electricity prices lead to businesses and industries shutting down and widespread layoffs across the city and the province. When job opportunities disappear, residents suffer. Without employment, people can't afford food, they can't afford housing, they can't afford the basics. This is not just about climate change. And let's be realistic. BC produces 13th 1/100ths of a single percentage of global emissions. Even if we ban natural gas and we completely were erased off the map, we would not prevent a single forest fire or a single flood. I finally want to remind Council, activists do not represent the general public. We've seen polling, election results, and declining popularity for leaders pushing impractical policies. Around the world, people are voting for common sense policies like the one you're considering today. So let this be a warning. If you vote against policy to virtue signal to a small base of supporters who you believe will help your future political careers, that time is past. People are tired of impractical policies. They want real solutions. These people cannot afford higher energy prices and see their industries be moved to Alberta or the United States because of poor policy by local governments. We need affordable and reliable energy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 31, Peter McCartney.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Peter. 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Hi there. My name is Peter McCartney. I have worked on climate issues for about a decade. I'm now a student, master's student at UBC's School of Community and Regional Planning with a focus on climate policy and local communities. I hope I don't have to explain to folks the existential threat of climate change or convince you of it. We've all felt what 40 plus degrees Celsius feels like now, or to be cut off from the rest of the country when atmospheric rivers have wiped out highways. And of course, you folks have had to put more and more money that should be going to public services into climate adaptation in Vancouver. My concern here is that we're listening to Fortis BC, which is a fossil fuel company. It may have a slick public relations campaign around renewable natural gas, but it's got this wild scheme to replace fracked gas with renewable and low carbon gases. And so when you actually look at what Fortis is proposing, only about 2% of the supply that Fortis currently has could be replaced by renewable natural gas. The bulk of the difference would be replaced with blue hydrogen, which is in fact made by fracked gas. And there is research showing that it actually has a worse climate impact on the environment because of the energy it takes to create blue hydrogen. Only Fortis believes that this is a serious climate strategy. I really want to emphasize this point. Everyone I've talked to from the climate community, including the BC government's Climate Solutions Council and the former ministers of both energy and environment, don't think this is going to work. But even if you did buy it, it's still not the best way to reduce carbon emissions, because if they were to replace gas with that supply, that renewable supply should go to existing customers. It still makes more climate sense to build new buildings with electricity instead of fracked gas or renewable natural gas. I asked Fortis about this in February, their VP of External Relations, and his answer was, we're going to need those customers. This is about a fossil fuel company saving its business model, not about protecting the planet. Vancouver has been a leader in climate policy, and its actions have a ripple effect, as many speakers have already talked about. And that's exactly why Fortis wants to roll this back, why they're putting so much effort into this public meeting to be able to show the rest of the world that it can't be done, that even Vancouver is moving backwards on climate action. And, 5 years ago, 150,000 of us marched in the streets of Vancouver demanding action, which led to these policies. But we're rapidly losing faith that our politics is up to the task of solving this problem. So I'm asking you to prove us wrong, do the right thing, keep gas out of new buildings, and keep Vancouver's climate plan alive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Next speaker, Speaker 32, Bryn Davidson. Good afternoon.
Hello. Council, I'm Bryn Davidson. I am co-owner and lead designer at Lane Fab Design Build. For the last 15 years, we've been designing and building over 150 unique homes in Vancouver. Many of those were with gas, many were with all electric. We've done just about everything you can imagine. Over that course of time, it was always true that the lowest cost building that we could do was the electric one. A lot of times, if a project needed to meet a tighter budget, the first thing we would do was cut out the gas service because it was cheaper to go to the all-electric building. In years past, gas might have saved some cost on operating. It might have saved some cost on the electrical service, but that's not true anymore. With heat pumps now, we can do very efficient buildings with the same operating cost. And between electric cars and AC, really gas is not doing much to reduce the size of our electric service anymore. There's incredible work happening with partnership with Hydro right now to show that that's the case. So, but this is not what I'm actually here to talk about. Despite that practical experience, what I want to talk about is leadership. For the last 15 years, I would say that our company has been on what we would call the bleeding edge. We have been putting thousands of hours and countless dollars and time into figuring out how to do green buildings. We did the first laneway house, the first net zero laneway house, some of the first passive houses. We're currently building net zero duplexes and a net zero fourplex in Vancouver, all electric. We have been figuring out how to do this countless hours of time. And do you know why? Because for 15 years, council had our back. For 15 years, across multiple parties, the NPA, Vision, the Greens, COPE, One City, they had consistent support for green building policy, no matter who the mayor was or the council was. And so when we went to a conference and we talked to people all around North America, and they're like, how did you do that? In Vancouver, it's amazing. We're like, we've got a consistent support from council. So when this motion came up a couple months ago, we were taken aback. The green building community was taken aback, felt like we were getting thrown under the bus, because it felt like all of a sudden, instead of talking to us, you were saying, oh, we're going to listen to the polished half-truths of paid lobbyists. Instead of supporting the leaders, it was opting to coddle the laggards. I understand that there are a lot of conservative members of my construction community who want to do the same thing, but we need to put our effort into supporting them and bringing them forward, not bringing all of us down. So I hope that as we make a choice to go forward, that we can choose leadership, because that is critical and that is our role across the entire continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 33 is withdrawn. Speaker 34, Mark von Schellwitz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mark. I just need to ask you, as part of the procedure bylaw, if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am not.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you know, my name is Mark von Schellwitz, and I'm the Vice President of Western Canada for Restaurants Canada. I'm not an oil and gas lobbyist. Thanks for the opportunity to provide feedback on the report. Restaurants Canada and our members strongly encourage Council to approve Recommendation B, allowing natural gas for heating and hot water in new construction for the following reasons. One, the restaurant industry is already a labor-intensive, low-margin industry that is already experiencing operational cost increases of more than 20%, while menu inflation is increasing at only 5% because members cannot pass along all those cost increases to increasingly value-conscious guests who are also struggling with affordability. This is a major reason contributing to the 53% of the industry not being profitable, and 2024 being a record year for restaurant bankruptcies and closures. Many of those closures are associated with lease cost increases. Restaurants are simply in survival mode right now and cannot afford to absorb more policy-related operational cost increases. Most members believe mandating electric-only heating and hot water will increase operating costs due to the lack of choice and competition. The restaurant industry was not consulted in developing a report, and there is no adequate cost analysis on future operational cost implications of moving to electric-only heat and hot water. There's a good chance, in fact, that natural gas will become cheaper and electricity will become more expensive over the next few years. As a result, our members believe there is a considerable operational cost risk if they are forced to use electric only for future heating needs. And members believe there should be a choice in going with electricity or future for their heating needs, as competition will keep future heating costs lower. Members are also concerned that this will lead to a slippery slope where soon all gas hookups, including for cooking, will be banned. And in fact, many of the environmental advocates speaking to you today support a total ban, including cooking. Given any lack of real operational cost analysis, Restaurants Canada believes that Council should err on the side of caution and support Recommendation B, as it will provide greater operational cost certainty for restaurants who are extremely sensitive to operational cost increases, and to ensure that Vancouverites who are also concerned about affordability have that that future choice for their heating needs. And in fact, as previously mentioned, the majority of Vancouverites certainly support the choice option. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Mark. Speaker 35, Sunil Singhal. Good afternoon. Sunil, I need to ask you as well, as part of the procedure bylaw, if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I'm a resident of Burnaby.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Sunil. I'm here to speak on behalf of Stand Earth and our over 80,000 community members across BC. We oppose the report unless it is amended to remove Recommendation B, Path 2, which would allow gas in new buildings. Vancouver has long been a climate leader, not just in BC, but across North America. Because of Vancouver's forward-thinking policies on climate, local governments across Canada have followed your lead. When BC gave permission to local governments to limit greenhouse gases in new builds about a year ago, 29 local governments across BC have passed the Zero Carbon Step Code, a majority of them adopting the highest level already. When it comes to tackling climate change, we have many difficult and expensive decisions to make. But these leading cities have recognized building new homes with electric heat pumps isn't one of them. Why are we creating instability in the region and the building sector? Yes, last year, BC imported electricity from places like Alberta. We also export to the US. If you look at the past 15 years, we've imported in 7 of them and exported in 8. This is a normal business practice, which unfortunately pro-gas lobby groups like BCCAID and Resource Works that spoke today are cherry-picking data from BC Hydro to give half the story. If we truly want to talk about imports and exports, which is a normal practice, BC is a net exporter. It buys low and sells high. And as a result, BC made almost $2.5 billion. That's a B in trading electricity over the last 5 years. Now here's the good news. Vancouver already does require new homes to be built with heat pumps instead of gas furnaces and boilers. And city data shows this is working really well. The costs are either comparable or even lower than gas. And I'll end with this. This idea of protecting choice being proposed by fossil fuel lobby groups are more or less whether we want to keep polluting in our homes. I would hope we wouldn't argue that people should have the choice to insulate with asbestos, or decorate with lead paint, or build high-rises without fire escapes. Using gas is similarly becoming an obsolete choice because safer, more sustainable alternatives like heat pumps are readily available. So I urge Council to remove Recommendation B, Path 2, from the report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Carr.
Sorry, Chair. I just didn't quite catch the number that the speaker said. It was just felt a little mumbled. But how many cities was it that had reached for the highest step code?
Yeah, so it's not just city, it's local governments, but also Tsleil-Waututh Nation and Squamish Nation have indicated that they are going to go to zero carbon building.
I just didn't quite catch that. You said it.
29 local governments.
29.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for speaking today. Speaker 36 withdrawn. Speaker 37, Bruce Murdoch.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Bruce. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I'm Bruce Murdoch. I'm calling in from Cranbrook, and I oppose the Recommendation B. And I can explain, I'm a low-rise home builder, and we've been building fully electric, zero-carbon homes for several years in a cold climate. So I want to just share my lived experience in the building industry. A fully electric building is simpler and easier to design and build, makes my job easier. A fully electric building speeds up building process by several days, which reduces the cost of building. The fully electric building costs less upfront than gas plus air conditioning, and notably less than a dual fuel system. That has changed quite dramatically over the last few years, and so we are finding affordability just very key here. Energy operating costs, once the building is up and running, can be up to 20% lower. And one of the things that we're seeing in the industry is that we're seeing huge capital investments being directed towards technological R&D on electrification. Investors see that electric is the future, and gas is seeing very, very little R&D capital flowing into it. One thing that's very interesting is that fully electric new homes will have remarkably little more effect on BC's need for generation and transmission capacity as compared to a house that's 10 or 15 years old. And a house today built all electric is about the same burden on the grid as a 10 or 15-year-old house. But also, all of these devices that we're putting into new homes now, they're smart and they're energy efficient, and we have full control over them. So another thing that we can do is that we have the technology to affordably shift electrical consumption loads completely out of the peak hours, from which is 4 to 9 p.m., and into the night. That saves the consumer money with time-of-day charges, but it also lowers the burden on BC Hydro's grid. Regarding choice, within the electric option, we have a choice of low-cost heated floors. We have ducted heating. We can have non-ducted heating. We can have far infrared heating devices. Quite a few choices there. Regarding resiliency, we are going to have power outages, and because we can build electric now cheaper than gas, we can afford to put in a stationary battery into a house that will carry the house seamlessly through power outages. You won't even know it happened. So my conclusion is, my experience is that there's no really any advantage at all from an economic or resiliency or health perspective to use gas in a new home. Cost for gas is going to soar with the addition of 15% renewable natural gas. Rates may double in a few years. So why aren't all builders going fully electric? Well, because 3 years ago it was generally more costly up front, and the economics have now flipped in favor of electrification. So not only is it so the only barrier really is learning curve and habit that's holding back full adoption. So in my view, there's no longer any metric in particular that's in favor of gas heating and hot water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now to speaker 38, Chris Hill. We have Chris on the line? Nope. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 39, Dave Ramsley. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 40, Neelam Chatta. Okay. Speaker 41, Dr. Margaret McGregor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm speaking today as a Vancouver resident and a family physician who works with a house call program for frail elderly people in Vancouver. And I'm opposed to the report unless recommendation B is removed. In my house call practice, I see the impacts of extreme heat events on our frail elders whose bodies just are not able to adapt to heat and can go rapidly downhill. During the heat dome in 2021, I still remember how completely overwhelmed our emergency rooms were from the surge of people coming in with symptoms of heat stroke, and how my colleague had tried for hours unsuccessfully to get an ambulance for his patient because of the high volume of calls coming in. Even some emergency nurses told me that the hardest time they had ever experienced was during that heat dome, even compared to the height of COVID. So extreme heat is the leading cause of illness and death from weather-related hazards in Canada, and we now know from the research during the 2021 heat dome that there was a 100% increase in deaths among adults age 50 or over. We also know that we'll be facing more and more heat and other extreme weather events. We're all learning a new vocabulary to describe these words like heat dome, atmospheric rivers, fire weather, and now, just recently, something called a bomb cyclone. These had not even been coined 5 years ago. And the science is clear that these events are caused by atmospheric warming from the burning of fossil fuels, and we need to do everything we can to mitigate this. Heating buildings generate 57% of Vancouver's carbon pollution. Disallowing gas heating and hot water for new builds would substantially decrease that footprint. So I encourage you to base your decision on all of our duties of care to protect both the health of today's Vancouverites and those Vancouverites not yet born. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 42, Elizabeth Bowdenoud. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm proud to call Vancouver my home. As a newcomer to Canada and a resident of this city, I've not only built a life here, but also a business that actively contributes to Vancouver's goals of sustainability and innovation. I work with builders, developers, and homeowners right here in Vancouver to create energy-efficient, low-carbon buildings. As Vice Chair of the Educational Committee at Haven, I also develop content to help builders strengthen their businesses through innovation and best practices. These roles have shown me the importance of clear, consistent policies like the STEP Code and the Zero Carbon STEP Code that ensure economic stability and industry efficiency. One of the greatest strengths of the STEP Codes is the consistency they provide across municipalities. These codes set clear, achievable targets through 2032, giving the industry a predictable roadmap for future changes. This clarity has been invaluable to builders, suppliers, and developers, allowing them to standardize practices, invest in training, and streamline supply chains, which are key to building more homes faster and more cost-effectively. Policies aligned with the Zero Carbon STEP Code position local businesses as leaders in the global sustainable construction market while fostering innovation and economic growth. I support Path 1, Recommendation A, which builds on this leadership, driving the adoption of clean, efficient technologies. In contrast, I am against Path 2, Recommendation B, which poses substantial long-term risks for both businesses and homeowners. Risks regulatory misalignment, creating confusion, and undermining the economic efficiencies provided by harmonized provincial standards. Path 2 risks leaving buildings obsolete as stricter provincial and federal carbon mandates emerge, forcing costly retrofits to replace fossil fuel systems. Costs avoidable with upfront investment in sustainable solutions. As noted yesterday, new construction is our chance to get it right the first time. Path 2, in its current form, lacks an emission cap. It falls short of long-term climate goals and is neither practical nor cost-effective for industry professionals or homeowners seeking to reduce costs and avoid future liabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I urge you to consider the voices of those here today and choose the best path forward for the building industry and our community's future.
Thank you. We will now move to speaker 43, Dr. Rashmi Chadha.
Hello, thank you. I hope you can hear me. My name is Rashmi Chadha. I'm here to express my opposition to Council reversing the city's bylaw restricting natural gas-based and water heating in new homes. I ask that you reject Recommendation B as the General Manager's November 12th report. I'm a Vancouver-based addiction physician who is committed to addressing the climate crisis in my personal life and also in my place of work, VGH, which is part of VCH. Canadian healthcare organisations are responsible for 5% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is as large a footprint as the aviation industry. To address this, VCH and other health authorities across the province are actively working on greening healthcare operations and clinical services for the longevity of the health service for this and future generations. They do this with BC Ministry of Health mandates and guidance supporting the work, each year providing climate accountability reports to demonstrate progress. Healthcare organisations have recognised their part in the climate crisis and are taking responsibility. Vancouver City Council needs to be equally climate responsible and accountable by approving and supporting decarbonisation and sustainability work in areas where it has jurisdiction, such as mandating no natural gas in new buildings for space and water heating. VCH's landmark foundational pillar commitment to planetary health is described in its 2024 to 2029 planetary health strategy, as well as the CMHO's 2023 report. The latter made recommendations to protect the public and at-risk populations by both adapting to a change at climate, but also mitigating further climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions from major sources. It is my patients with addiction who are the at-risk patients who were overrepresented in the coroner data from the heat dome in 2021. They are the ones who will be amongst the first to suffer with housing and health instability from climate events. I'm speaking to remind all of those who love the environment, as the Mayor put it recently, that the Chief Medical Health Officer's recommendations as the top doctor for VCH were that we must mitigate climate change, including as a direct quote from the report, restrict natural gas connections in existing and new buildings and housing. We are all in this together. Council would do well understanding that the public wants climate action. A large study done by Fraser Health investigated the public's views on climate change from a mitigation and adaptation perspective. 81% agreed or strongly agreed that they were aware of the risks of climate change to their health or the health of their community. More than 1 in 3 agreed or strongly agreed that their own health or the health of their family had been adversely affected by climate change. Furthermore, many identified anxiety about climate change will impact their neighbours or the next generation. I share these findings to highlight the public are seeing the climate crisis unroll in real time, and they need to see thoughtful leadership at all levels, including health organisations and governments. Healthcare is stepping up, and I trust the Council does the right thing and continues the green path it is already on. Removing methane gas from new builds for heating and water must continue to be prioritised.
Thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 44, Erich Klein.
Yeah, that's right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. As a Director of Maintenance and Sustainability for Baptist Housing, I represent an organization that has been serving seniors in British Columbia since 1964. Baptist Housing provides long-term care, assisted living, independent living, and affordable housing rentals for seniors, 2,800 seniors overall, across 22 communities in BC, 7 of which are in Metro Vancouver. Our partnership with BC Housing, Vancouver Health, Fraser Health, BC Hydro, Fortis BC, and BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and Clean BC have been instrumental in advancing our commitment to sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint. To date, we have invested $3.8 million in sustainability initiatives, supported by $2 million in funding and rebates. These projects include LED lights retrofits, ozone laundry systems, digital controls, high-efficiency boilers, solar water heating systems, and PV solar systems. These efforts yielded in over $350,000 of annual savings in utility costs. Despite these advancements, I'm deeply concerned about the provincial grid capacity to peak electricity demands. Eliminating natural gas grid would severely compromise energy reliability, leaving seniors without heat or hot water during critical periods. Heat pumps are increasingly utilized in energy efficiency heating and cooling, but they're relying entirely on electricity. In an event of a power outage, natural gas can provide a critical backup, maintaining heat and ensuring the well-being of residents, in particular for seniors itself. Without this redundancy, power outages could result in a significant discomfort, even life-threatening situation during extreme weather events. Furthermore, rising electricity costs disproportionately affect low-income residents, forcing some to vacate otherwise affordable housing due to unaffordable utility costs. Baptist Housing remains committed to environmental stewardship and reducing energy consumption. But any energy transition must be carefully evaluated, balancing the situation of affordability, reliability, and resilience. We encourage Metro Vancouver to consider the factors as deliberate and legislative changes affect the gas utility. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 45, Douglas Courtemanche. Good afternoon.
My name is Doug Courtemanche. I've lived in Vancouver for 63 years. I'm grateful to live in Dunbar near the Camosun Bog, headwaters of the Musqueam Creek, home to the Silke, the double-headed serpent. In 2024, Overshoot Day in Canada was March the 15th. We will use 4.75 planets worth of resources this year. The way we live is unsustainable. Every decision we make should in some way try and move us away from that condition. The cause of our current climate crisis, polluted world, and biodiversity loss is our use of fossil fuels. Greenhouse gases heat the air, acidify the oceans, and disrupt the climate, causing drought, storms, atmospheric rivers, and unpredictability. CO2 has been accumulating for a long time. Methane is a relative newcomer, but is 80 times more potent a greenhouse gas over 20 years. Unfortunately, we live in a place permeated by methane. We need to stop using it. It is killing us. BC burns 0.19 billion cubic feet of methane a day for residential use. Vancouver's share works out to slightly more than 9 billion cubic feet a year. At 0.05 million tons of CO2 per billion cubic feet, that's 485,000 tons of CO2. Each 4,000 tons of CO2 results in one excess death between now and 2100. So Vancouver is responsible for adding 120 premature deaths worldwide every year. Some of those will probably be in Vancouver. As reported in June this year, we're also unfortunate that the methane in Vancouver contains about the highest concentration of benzene in any fossil gas in the world. Benzene is a cancer-causing toxin with no known safe limits for exposure. The evidence is scary. I've lived in Vancouver almost all my life. I'm a grandfather. I want to see a future for my children and grandchildren. I admit to being pessimistic about the Earth's future, but despite that, I hope for an unknown future that by virtue of all of our small efforts will at least allow a softer landing for subsequent generations. I am sure, as councillors, you're motivated to do what is best for the citizens of Vancouver. I would guess that within your own families, there are children and grandchildren. With the well-being of younger and future citizens in mind, I would ask that on this motion, you not allow gas heating and hot water in new construction as a small step. Thank you for allowing me to represent the health of both my and your future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak today. Speaker 46, Rhiannon Fox. Afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Rhiannon Fox. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, or CAPE. Dr. Melissa Lem, CAPE's president, sends her regrets. She's seeing patients today and is unable to be here. Earlier this week, CAPE submitted a letter to Council signed by nearly 150 physicians, nurses, and other healthcare professionals from Vancouver, mostly from Vancouver and across British Columbia. The letter highlights urgent concerns about the health risks of allowing methane gas heating and hot water systems in new buildings. The health implications of this vote cannot be overstated. Gas heating releases pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide and benzene, which have links to respiratory illness, increased asthma rates in children, and even to cancer. Vancouver's natural gas contains the highest benzene levels in North America, up to 50 times higher than in other cities. These pollutants harm vulnerable populations, including children, seniors, and individuals with pre-existing health conditions. This decision is also a justice issue. Climate change is a public health emergency, and its impacts disproportionately affect marginalized communities. Electrifying buildings with heat pumps offers a dual benefit. It reduces carbon emissions and also provides vital cooling during extreme heat events. Ensuring that all new homes are built with these systems will protect residents from future heat emergencies and address inequities and access to climate resilience. I want to point out as well that the impacts of natural gas extend far beyond Vancouver. Most of the gas used in BC homes is sourced from hydraulic fracturing in northern communities. Fracking releases harmful pollutants, including volatile organic compounds and particulate matter, which contribute to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, birth defects, and elevated cancer risks in these regions. Continuing to expand gas infrastructure perpetuates these harms in communities which are already bearing the burden of extraction and which are already disproportionately impacted by climate change. As healthcare professionals, the nearly 150 signatories of this letter are calling on you to act with the health and safety of Vancouver's residents in mind. Rejecting Recommendation B is not just about emissions, it's about ensuring that every decision you make supports healthier homes, reduces preventable illness, and builds a sustainable future. I urge you to listen to the voices of those who have dedicated their lives to protecting public health and to reaffirm Vancouver's role as a climate leader. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Speaker 47, Gabrielle Eschner.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Eschner. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to Recommendation 1.
The City of Vancouver's Climate Emergency Action Plan is a realistic plan. And by realistic, I mean in line with what the science says we need to do to address the climate crisis. It is a plan that you as City Councillors committed to, and by every measure, you are falling short of meeting those commitments. Banning methane heaters in new buildings was one of the most impactful steps that the city had taken to protect the health and well-being of its communities. It stated that we were a city that understood the severity of what we're facing and could see a way out of it. It opened doors for new green jobs installing heat pumps and a clear market for the companies manufacturing them. When you consider rolling back this ban, you put all of that in jeopardy and you slow our energy transition. Every ton of carbon matters emitted by every city on Earth. As Mayor Sim pointed out yesterday, this one action will not independently solve the climate crisis. But if everyone chooses to think and act that way, we are headed towards catastrophic collapse. 152 people signed up to speak to you, and dozens more stood outside City Hall yesterday, because we believe a difference can be made here. Vancouver can be a climate leader through policies like the methane heating ban. We can inspire other cities to follow suit, which is an awfully good thing, because the sea level is rising, and we're a coastal city. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for calling in. We'll now go to speaker 48, Newton Wong.
Hi there. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Newton Wong, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose to allow gas heating and hot water in new construction. I'm a professional in the building industry and with a background in architecture. And I can confidently say that in Vancouver that we do not need to rely on natural gas or methane to provide heating for homes and most buildings. And this includes hot water heating. Nowadays, in the building industry, we have the technology and it's readily available. We have things like electric heat pumps, we have geothermal, we have compact wind turbines, we have induction cooktops and heat pumps with hot water tanks, as well as the electric on-demand hot water. In the building industry, in architectural design, we have design centers that are helping us create a path forward. Those two design centers are Passive House and Zero Carbon Buildings. Both of these design standards are focusing on reducing energy use, and overall that helps reduce the stress on BC Hydro grid. As mentioned in the slides earlier in the presentation on slide 29, BC Hydro is ready to supply energy, electricity, and that's good until 2041. I'm confident with these two design standards that we'll be able to reduce the electrical demand on BC Hydro because these buildings are built with more insulation in the walls and the floors and the roof. They're more airtight, so they prevent heat loss. They got way better windows than we used to use 20 years ago, and they also allow for passive solar heating. All of these are going to help with the situations that people are concerned about power outages. I don't think power outages are going to be an issue because typically they don't last that long, and these new buildings are going to be way more resilient in those situations. They're going to help keep heat in during the winter because they're so well insulated and airtight, and they're going to keep the heat out and keep the internal temperatures nice and comfortable around the 20 degrees temperature. And they can last for a day, 2 days, maybe even 3 days if they're designed properly. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, whether we change to natural gas, it doesn't really make an effect to housing affordability. We should really be focusing and our investigations through the lens of rising land value, rising municipal fees, loan rates, as well as construction labor costs. Last thing I want to mention is that this is really a vote on health and social benefit. Burning fossil fuels leads to increased cancer as well as heart disease and lung disease just because of the carbon pollution that's emitted from burning gas. So we really got to do our best. Everyone's got to pitch in and try to achieve these targets that we have set out for 2030. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 49 is withdrawn. We'll go to Speaker 50, JP Clinging.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can, JP, and just need to ask if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am a resident of Abbotsford.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So my name is JP Clinging, and I am actually a homeowner right now going through the build of a new house. In fact, we are building the very first certified zero carbon and certified net zero home in Canada to exceed the 2032 national standards. And I want to talk just for a moment about what that means economically as a home owner. I'm not a builder, I'm not a developer, I'm just building this house. And I can tell you right now, it's costing us no more significant money to build a more advanced, more efficient home all electric than it would be anywhere else. But here's what the benefit that means. So we quantified the numbers. Prior to our old house, which was run on natural gas and electricity, I am saving approximately $250 per month on electrical bills because I need less power to run the home. That is $250 a month that I now have as discretionary income to spend in the small businesses and the restaurants and the florists. And I want you to imagine what going to all electric does for us. It's not just environmental stewardship, but if you think of how many new houses Vancouver's building in the next several years and the savings that those people get by not having to spend the money with BC Hydro and Fortis, that's not just environmental stewardship, that's economic stimulus. They now have more money to spend on the small businesses that are struggling. I would encourage council to not go back to natural gas. There's no benefit. There's no cost savings from a consumer and to build a house. I can tell you the only costs that that contribute significantly to the house bill are the delays in dealing with city councils, and those costs well exceed the cost that goes to all electric. Thank you for listening.
Hey, thanks for calling in. Speaker 51, Kevin Brown, on the phone.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
That's great. Thanks very much. Well, I'd like to reiterate some of the points that have been already made, but I'm a builder and with over 25 years of experience building, and due to two things that have happened in my life. One is an elderly mother who actually does live in Vancouver. I don't. I'm actually calling from Kimberley, BC, but she does, and she's elderly enough that she can't speak for herself, but she would definitely want me to speak for her. I also have a couple of granddaughters. When I look in their faces, I'm also quite concerned about the fact that, I'm concerned about the future that they have. So I'm concerned about my mother's present and my granddaughter's future. Change is scary, indeed. We're asking City Council to abandon what they would think traditionally as being something that's warm and cozy and comfortable. Indeed, without electricity, natural gas furnaces simply don't work. Even though you think, I'm just going to flick a switch, I'm going to get gas. Well, that switch is electric, folks. That's all there is to it. So change is scary, but all we have to do is ask some of the elderly people that are healthcare workers that spoke earlier, have been fighting so hard to defend. Ask them what choice is all about. What I've done is a personal response is I build comfortable, healthy, durable, and affordable homes. I build passive houses. I also happen to be a teacher for Passive House Canada, and we stress the comfort. There's no cold spots, there's no hot spots, there's no drafts. We have fresh filtered air, always sharply reduced health impacts as a result. There indeed are positive benefits, both physical and mental health, in learning outcomes for children and people that have to concentrate, more productive workplaces, and better disposable income, like a previous speaker had noticed. They're also durable. They're not only solving the bulk of the problems experienced with traditional building, but they're resilient in the face of extreme weather events. And the story about the houses staying warm, I can relate. I build a house in Calgary that's a certified passive house, and the clients there depend on the sun mostly. They only have to turn on any amount of backup heat at all when it's colder than minus 30 and cloudy for more than 3 days. And then their house starts getting a little bit cool, but it's still comfortable for at least a week. They're also affordable. Indeed, they are. In fact, we can now build, and there are buildings being built in British Columbia. Step Code 4 mid-size apartments are 32% cheaper to build by one company than versus code minimum. We have 4 panelized wall plants that are operating in British Columbia and 4 high-performance window plants that are capable of building passive house certified high performance.
Sorry to cut you off, Kevin. You are at time, but thanks so much for calling in today.
Okay, thank you. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Speaker 52 is withdrawn. Speaker 53 is Mark Bernhardt.
Hi, thanks for having me. Am I on air?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Wonderful, thanks. So I'm a licensed builder and developer energy consultant. I'm a resident of Victoria, but we do have projects on the go in Vancouver. And that's why I'm speaking here today. And just wanted to relay some of our data here, that our data does not show that gas is cheaper. In fact, the all-electric option is, in many cases, the significantly cheaper option. And that has been the case for some time. We, in fact, for that reason, have not put gas into our homes or our buildings for the last 10 years. Option A, I would point out, also aligns with what much of the industry is asking for, and that is consistency across municipalities. It also aligns with the FortisBC rebate program, and for those that are maybe not quite ready to go to 100% heat pump, it does allow for a dual energy heating system, which means a heat pump hooked to a gas furnace. Should that heat pump not be able to keep up for whatever reason, the gas furnace can come on and help out. For doing that, Fortis will give me up to $20,000 to do that. So, in fact, option A and option B do align with much of Fortis policy there, and would give maybe some of those that aren't quite ready to go all the way the comfort there. So to conclude here, there is no negative impact from either option, option A or B, to my business or others like it, and certainly our clients will have no trouble meeting it, and will likely be a cheaper option for any of those that maybe haven't tried to go down that path. I will say, although, that option B is likely to be less popular, just because meeting that without cost increase does require some design changes. Not particularly hard to do, but the easiest way to do that is with design changes, which not everybody is prepared to do. So option A, I expect, is going to be the most popular. Thanks for your time.
Hey, thanks for calling in. We'll now go to Speaker 54, Brittany Hopkins.
This is Brittany. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a mother of 2 young children. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I am opposed to any decision that would reallow fossil gas for heating and hot water in new homes and buildings. This council's mission is to work together to build a sustainable city where everyone can live, work, and thrive. Substantially increasing our city's carbon emissions without speeding housing delivery or reducing the cost of living is unsustainable, and it would impede our most vulnerable residents' ability to thrive. My children are ages 3 and 5, so my number one priority is keeping vulnerable people safe. The impacts of climate change are making my job exponentially harder. I now spend the spring, instead of looking forward to summer, preparing air purifiers and trying to predict when heat waves and wildfire smoke will descend on our city. Because I'll need to keep my children indoors, safe and busy. I'll need to cancel the childcare, the summer camps that I paid for, and I'll have to try to keep them busy indoors. My partner and I spent the first 8 months of this year, 2024, searching for an all-electric rental unit for our family because we know that our children are vulnerable to extreme heat events. The supply of all-electric rental units on the rental market with air conditioning built for a family is so limited. The search was grueling. It took 8 full months. We were competing with families who deserve safety just as much as we do, and it felt like I had no choice in whether I could keep my children safe. As a caregiver, it's very easy to fixate on safety and health, but there's also the youth mental health crisis that keeps me moving forward on this. There's a well-regarded study in Lakehead University. It says 78% of Canadian youth ages 16 to 25 say that climate change is negatively impacting their mental health. 69% said they feel abandoned by their government. At the last climate strike, a 10th grader here in Vancouver, she made this very real when she told the crowd, thousands deep in front of City Hall, "We are tired," she said. Tired of the excuses, tired of the lies, tired of being ignored. She's only a 10th grader. I strongly believe that allowing developers to bring gas back into our homes, these are our most intimate spaces. It'll send a clear signal to our youth and our families that our health and our safety and the quality of our futures does not matter to the leaders of our city. So with your vote today, you have 2 choices. You can ignore the science and entrench us deeper in the fossil fuels that are destroying our environment and harming our health. Or you can continue to be a leader on climate, and you can make our homes climate safe and healthy from the start. I really hope you'll prioritize our health, our safety, and our children's bright futures. Thank you very much for your time.
Hey, thank you. Speaker 55, Sheila Lamb.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So good morning and thank you, good afternoon, and thank you, counselors, for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Sheila, a second-year medical student at UBC. I come before you today not just as a resident of Vancouver, but as someone who's deeply concerned about the future that we're shaping. In recent years, we have made significant efforts to reduce our carbon emissions, and we must continue to uphold policies that will make these goals possible. Enforcing the ban on the use of natural gases in heating and hot water in future homes is one of them. The reality is natural gas is still a fossil fuel. It's not clean, nor is it temporary. The extraction of the natural gases leads to large-scale release of methane. This molecule is 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide in trapping heat in the atmosphere. According to the City of Vancouver itself, burning natural gas in buildings for space and water heating accounts for 55% of the carbon pollution in Vancouver. This policy reversal would put the city even further away from achieving its emission reduction targets. Allowing it back into our homes will lock ourselves into an energy system that is unsustainable and detrimental to everyone's health. Please do not shift this burden onto future generations, onto your children or their children, who will inherit a world that is far more dangerous and unstable than the one that we're currently living in. The health and safety of our community should not be up for debate. As a future physician, I want the best for my patients, and that's why I'm here today. Comprehensive scientific reviews have shown that fracking is associated with childhood leukemia, asthma, heart disease, and poor pregnancy outcomes. Some of these conditions will impact you or the ones that you love. Allowing global temperatures to rise will lead to irreversible health impacts that will further overwhelm our already overburdened healthcare system. What kind of a message would it send to the young people of our city who are already feeling the weight of climate change? How can we tell them that we are caring about their future when we're making decisions that put their world in jeopardy? What kind of doctor would I be in the future if I'm not advocating for the health of my future patients? I really urge this council to reconsider and think of the long-term consequences your choice today will make. Please act with the urgency and leadership that this climate crisis demands. Our planet is facing unprecedented challenges, and it will only get worse if we don't make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 56, Darren Jang. Hi, Darren. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 57 is withdrawn. Speaker 58, Tanya Webb King.
Oh, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tanya. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. Thank you. My name is Tanya Webb King. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm co-chair of COPE, the Coalition of Progressive Electors, and I'm urging you to vote no on the recommendation B. Methane gas burning makes up 57% of CO2 emissions in Vancouver, and removing methane is the only way that we have a chance at meeting our climate targets. Your own staff reporting shows that allowing methane in new builds doesn't speed up construction or improve affordability. Electric pumps cost about the same or less than gas, and they're less harmful to the planet. This is the difference between eliminating or creating more pollution. The answer is simple: no on recommendation B. Vancouver has innovations that we should be uplifting instead, like Shark Energy, which uses wastewater energy for heating, cooling, and hot water, while reducing carbon emissions and reducing freshwater use. Or hemp products, which are twice as efficient in absorbing and retaining carbon. Yesterday on CBC, they interviewed David Miller, former mayor of Toronto and managing director for C40, a global network addressing the climate crisis, and he had this to say: "This policy change is a disaster from a climate perspective. It is abundantly wrong. Methane is a serious greenhouse gas, and because of leaks in the pipeline system that supply gas, it's almost as bad to the climate as coal. Abundantly wrong from a global expert. Methane leaks can happen during transportation, in infrastructure, and we need to ensure that all of these pipelines are in compliance with the Tsleil-Waututh Nation's collaboration agreement with the province. As an Indigenous woman, I would like to remind you that being uninvited guests on stolen and unsurrendered land come with responsibilities. Yes, responsibilities to the original caretakers of these lands, but mostly to the land itself, our oldest relative. The responsibility includes building a city for the next 7 generations. What are we leaving them? The people of these lands were in balance with the land since time immemorial, so I urge this council to bring us into compliance with DRIPA and to apply Indigenous laws first when it comes to the environment. When science isn't on your side, we, the public, have to ask ourselves, who benefits? This is a motion that came without notice and without any staff reporting, and those are red flags. We need transparency as lobbyists aren't accountable to citizens, and staff engagement was with industry and not with the public. Mitigating the effects of climate disaster is urgent, and methane gas isn't a transition fuel. We need the city to stay on target for its own climate emergency plan and to become climate neutral by 2050. We need governance that chooses the public over corporate interests. Please vote no on recommendation B, and let's build Vancouver into a green future to serve generations to come. Masicho, Haichka, hi.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 59, Matthew Lee. Not on the phone. Thanks. Okay. We'll come back to them. Thanks. Speaker 60, Karen Smith. Must be an in-person. Okay, we'll come back. 61, Dennis Agar.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Excellent. You're normally used to seeing me talk about transit. I'm here today to talk about home heating. It's a little bit of a stretch, but I was doing research to come and talk to you guys about this, and I found that the health impacts of home heating with natural gas are actually greater than with cooking because of the amount of GHGs that are burnt from home heating and from heating hot water. And it really worries me, right? Like, I live in a home with electric fuel right now, electric heat, and I don't know if I would want to raise my kid in a house like that. We know that asthma rates, like I'm a millennial, when I was growing up, more and more kids had asthma, and as I understand it, a big part of that is the way that we heat our homes. So I'm asking you to think about the next generation after mine and after my kids in trying to get that stuff out of our homes, right? Benzene, formaldehyde, all this nasty stuff. We don't need it in our homes anymore. We've heard from plenty of people who are saying that it's actually cheaper to get it out. So it really seems like it's a win-win situation to get all these nasty chemicals out of our home air. So that's why I'm interested in this. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Speaker number 62, Dr. Deborah Dunn.
Yes, hello. Yes, I'm Dr. Deborah Dunn. I'm a registered clinical counselor in private. I'm sorry?
No, please continue, Deborah.
Oh, okay. I'm a registered clinical counselor in private practice residing in Vancouver, and I'm desperately hoping you are going to oppose recommendation B and keep the ban. So with great power comes great responsibility. And that's quoting Voltaire or Spider-Man, as you wish. What are the features of responsible decisions? Well, they're rational. They're rooted in evidence-based information, as well as a commitment, especially in this context, to democratic principles and universal values, like the importance of taking care of each other, like being just and honest, many good things. So when there's clear, incontrovertible evidence and good values and rationality all at play, people make responsible choices. With great power comes great responsibility. In this context, when some of you on council and the mayor are potentially considering or actually committed to reversing the ban, well, people can be deeply upset, angry, sad. As a therapist, I also get curious because, with humans, well, we're not all so purely rational. In fact, in my experience, we are all driven by the need to be safe, especially emotionally safe. And if we let it, that will trump rationality and good values. I don't know what's at play in each of you who seem to be setting aside your highest rational capacities and your good hearts. I suspect the slippery snake oil salesmen, i.e. corporate lobbyists, have found a way to deeply link what you want for yourself to make you feel good, to make you feel accepted, to make you feel safe, important, I don't know. They've linked that deeply, likely, with what they want you to do, what they want you to purchase, that they're trying to peddle. It's how advertising works, corporate lobbying, hypnosis. All these things link what you want and need for yourself with what they want you to purchase. And it gets invisible, that link. Your job as responsible civil servants is to closely examine yourself to see what might be at play in your decision before you vote. Who benefits from my decision? And can I tease apart and peel away the seduction and the seductive messages of snake oil salesmen who really aren't caring about you or anything else but their bottom line?
Okay, thanks, Deborah. You are at time, but thanks for calling in today.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks. Speaker 63, Benjamin Gormley. Thanks. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 64, Liz Locke. Thank you. Speaker 65, Jane Devonshire.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, Jane, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, I live in Victoria, but I am a mother of 2 daughters who live in Vancouver. I am especially concerned about my eldest daughter who suffers from asthma. Therefore, I will be opposing the report unless it is amended to remove recommendation B. Fortis and Cade both speak about giving people choice to choose what energy fuels they wish to use. By allowing gas back into new builds, you are denying my daughter and hundreds of thousands of Vancouverites their choice to breathe cleaner air. As building regulators now ban toxic lead paint and asbestos from our buildings, why should toxic gas be any different? The following information I'm taking from a presentation from CAPE, the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. Did you know that gas stoves leak toxins into the air like nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, and benzene even when not in use? See blue? Think benzene. A known carcinogen and even low doses of airborne benzene raises the risk of many cancers like lymphoma and leukemia by damaging people's bone marrow. Elevated benzene levels can linger for 6 hours throughout the home after a gas stove is turned off. Exposure of pregnant women to benzene can also cause birth defects. As my daughter is now pregnant with her first baby, I'm relieved that she will be moving into one of Vancouver's all-electric new builds, which are rapidly becoming more desirable. They will provide cozy heating in the winter, comfortable, life-saving cooling in the summer, will filter out that nasty toxic forest fire smoke, and will come with lower energy bills. RNG is still methane and would have all the same detrimental health impacts as gas. It is your fiduciary duty to govern with the best interests of your residents at heart. Their health and well-being should be paramount. A recent EU report stated that the mortality rate from cooking with gas in homes in Europe was 40,000 a year. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, 1 in 5 deaths worldwide are the result of air pollution from burning fossil fuels. Our own physicians are calling our air pollution a health care crisis and is taking a heavy toll on our hospitals' capacities. I sincerely hope you will vote with your conscience and a strong moral compass and vote to protect the health and safety of your constituents by keeping the gas ban on new builds. Your lungs will thank you for it. Please reject recommendation B. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Okay, thanks, Jane. Speaker 66 is withdrawn. Speaker 67 is Payman Hujabpour. Oh, 66 did withdraw. Okay, apologies about that. Speaker 66, do we have you on the phone, Marianne Rev? Speaker 66. Hi there, is that Marianne? Hello, Marianne? Is,
Sorry, Chair, there seems to be maybe a technical issue. We're just double checking.
Okay. Thank you.
Operator, could you please advise if we have Speaker 66 on the line? I'm getting a no.
Okay, we can come back to them. Thank you. Speaker 67, I believe we had just asked, are they on the line? Amen.
I'm online.
Hi there.
Hi.
Please go
Can
ahead.
you hear me well?
We can hear you perfectly. You have up to 3 minutes, so go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm a developer in Vancouver, and I've been building for the last 20 years, and I've seen the home building practices improve considerably from no air test to tight homes, and everything is good. And as a developer, I share the same point with some of the builders. Of course, there's a difference between developer, builder, and designer, but with all of them, I do agree that building a fully electric home, it's cheaper. And no doubt about that, no arguments, that's done. Because I do pay all the bills, and I am firsthand with all the trades and everything. Now, what happens with the actual building of homes right up to the property, that's all good. That's the problem arises when we have to deal with institutions like BC Hydro and their grid line, which is not ready. And for, say, a fourplex or a sixplex, you definitely need about 150 amp to 200 amp to provide for this home to be fully electric. And that's where the problem arises, because they're not ready. So a developer becomes their basically their bank to change their pole because it's old, and they want a transformer to bring just for this purpose. I have to pay for it. I have to pay for the civil work, and all these things added up. None of your builders or any of the staff research showed this part. Building a home fully electric is cheap. I could even roughing both, and it's still cheap. Getting on a timely fashion electricity at the house, it's hard. And it's dealing with BC Hydro, it's just not easy at all. And all builders out there, they're not saying anything about fossil fuels. I don't like fossil fuels, and I like fully electric homes. That's fine. But if I can get it on time, just like you do with the Express Connect, that's wonderful. You could get 800 amps, no problem. We will pay for some of it. But BC Hydro is asking for all the expenditure to the developer, which eventually goes to the consumer. And consumer pays $50,000 or whatever more for every house. And that's not affordable. But my suggestion is an option that both be allowed and let the consumer decide. Seems like everybody likes electric. So then they could ask BC Hydro to pay for that, bring the electricity to the home, and they have a fully electric home. And developers don't have to wait. And if it's gas, then they use gas. Why we are taking the option away? Let everyone decide. If 80% decide no gas, don't worry. The house is already drafting for fully electric. They could use it. They could ask BC Hydro, pay for the prices, and we have a better environment. Not a problem. But the most developers waiting. I built one sixplex almost dark. Like painters had to paint in the darkness to finish the whole thing. And after 5 months, I got the electricity at the house, and the house was gas powered.
Okay, Payman, thanks
Imagine
for calling in.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you very
welcome.
much.
You're at time. Thanks so much for calling in. Speaker 68, Cyrus Kangaroo.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes, long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm Cyrus Kangaroo, mechanical engineer with Yaga Canada Climate Systems. I'm a resident of North Vancouver. I've been directly involved in hundreds of construction projects, multifamily buildings mostly, in Vancouver over the last 14 years. And today I speak to you guys in opposition to Path B. We've been providing terminal equipment, heating and cooling, mostly baseboard heaters and fan coils that operate in buildings with gas connections from the 2010s to more recent projects in the 2020s that have limited gas connections, mostly all-electric buildings. And these are like very tall, large multifamily projects. The products we provide are indifferent to whether the building is connected to gas or not. New construction projects in the City of Vancouver now require cooling or air conditioning for their spaces. Providing gas connections for these buildings for space heating seems to be a moot point now that cooling is required on most of these projects. Most of these multifamily projects, they put a large air-to-water heat pump on the roof, and those are powered by 100% electricity to generate the hot and cold water required for space heating and cooling. If a gas connection is provided for space heating, you'd have to put a boiler somewhere in this building for the space heating, and cooling would need to be provided by a chiller. This now complicates construction, and we would have to do it as something we could have accomplished with a single air-to-water heat pump. The equipment inside the living spaces, i.e. the fan coils, that doesn't change. Over the last 5 years, we've been providing projects in Vancouver that can heat and cool the spaces effectively with 100% electricity, and the requirement for gas, that's kind of past us now. Construction costs do not increase. Homeowners are not saddled with huge utility bills to heat and cool their spaces, as the heat pumps used to generate the heating and cooling water does so really efficiently. But that's really all I wanted to say. I urge you guys to reject Path B and not cause extra confusion in the construction and development community. We've already moved past this. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thanks very much for calling in. Speaker 69, Jeremy Field. Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Jeremy Field. I grew up in Kitts. I'm a homeowner in Olympic Village, and I work near Waterfront Station. I'm a member of the building industry. I'm an associate at a building engineering and consulting firm who works alongside dozens of mechanical electrical engineers. And for a decade, I've been involved in the design of housing, from luxury homes in Point Grey, townhouses in Langley, and high-rises downtown. I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of recommendation A and to reject recommendation B or to amend it, so that it includes only a relaxation to step 2 of the zero carbon step code. This council has mentioned energy supply and resilience as key concerns. I agree completely. Fortunately, the housing we're building today is far more thermally resilient than even 15 years ago. And unless sabotaged by opening windows in peak winter, residents will stay safe through 99% of power outages in Vancouver. Recommendation A's pathway is completely realistic. We have a living built example of it downtown. And it's not a one-off niche case. It is the tallest office building in Vancouver. This is 1133 Melville, the Stack, also known as the EY Tower. It uses heat pumps primarily and natural gas for backup heating and for some hot water. It also includes a restaurant that has natural gas for cooking. Gas is needed for space heating for only a handful of the coldest days per year. To get technical, recommendation A sets a GHGI limit of 3. The Stack's design achieved a GHGI of 1.8, well under the proposed limit, and that was years ago. Since the Stack was designed, we have seen a generation of proposed residential and mixed-use buildings undergoing rezoning that are already designed to comply with the anticipated limits in recommendation A. They, like the Stack, use heat pumps primarily and natural gas for backup purposes and for future restaurant tenants. That complies with recommendation A. What the stack and its successors represent is industry's ability to rise to the challenges set by council. Recommendation A continues to drive industry excellence and allows us as a design community to do what we do best and rewards our creativity. I also admire council's goal to provide regulatory consistency and harmony. However, I fear that recommendation B actively diverges from the path the province has clearly outlined as the future of the BC Building Code. If B is adopted, I fear many professionals, myself included, will need to spend a good deal of time evaluating the intricacies of the two paths and educating our clients to make informed decisions. As that will take time, it will require clients to pay more. Please vote in favor of recommendation A. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking today. Speaker number 70 is Steve Anderson. Do we have Steve on the line?
Hello.
Hi, Steve. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I'm Steve Anderson. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm also the co-founder and CEO of a local software company called New Mode, which is proud to have its headquarters in Vancouver. I'm one of over 200 people who signed a letter to City Council urging you to uphold the ban on natural gas in new buildings. I oppose the report unless it is amended to remove recommendation B. If Vancouver were to pass recommendation B, the city would be out of step with leading cities like Victoria, Nanaimo, and Burnaby, and that is unquestionably bad for business. The prospect of reversing this policy has raised alarm among local businesses that have established themselves in part because of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to sustainability, stability, climate leadership, and good governance. The letter sent to you in October was signed by a diverse group of business leaders in technology, hospitality, venture capital, architecture, engineering, construction, clean tech, digital marketing, film and media, tourism, retail, and health and wellness. And as far as I can tell, the majority of other business groups you've heard from so far are funded or otherwise connected to Fortis or the gas industry. In contrast, the letter I signed came together organically when business leaders like myself became concerned about how this policy reversal would create costly retrofits and would otherwise undermine the stability of our businesses. I want to name a few of the businesses that signed the letter: Ernest Ice Cream, venture capital firm Victory Square Labs, Festival Cinemas, Banyan Books, Skyrocket Digital, and several restaurants, including Chamber Restaurant. The sudden reversal of Vancouver's climate bylaw creates confusion and uncertainty. The reversal risks our city's reputation and with it jobs. The intervention into the market to seemingly prop up one outdated industry at the expense of local businesses and residents makes us look like an unstable and unserious place to do business. To flip an established policy for one industry and their lobby groups gives the appearance of corruption. This is not a good look for those who would consider building a business or investing in our city. Thank you for your time, and thank you in general.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Speaker 71, Michael Frass, in person, I believe. Oh, on the phone, sorry. Do we have Michael on the phone? Is that Michael? No.
I'm being told the speaker is unmuted and on the line.
Michael, you're currently unmuted. Please go ahead.
71. It was an error in the list, yeah. Michael, can you hear us? Wonder if we should come back to Michael.
I'm told the line disconnected.
Okay, we'll come back. Speaker 72, Balraj Singh Handal. We have Speaker 72 on the line.
I'm told not on the line.
Okay, we can come back. Speaker 73, Kevin Lang.
Can you hear me?
Yes, is that Kevin?
Yes, sorry. Is my voice clear now?
Yeah, we can hear you. So you have up to three minutes to speak, so please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Dear City Council, I am a resident of Vancouver, and I want to express my opposition to Recommendation B in the proposed amendments in the Council report, which allows methane gas for heating and hot water in new buildings. I'll try to keep this short, as you have probably heard many concerns today from other doctors. I'm also a family physician working in Vancouver. And I want to emphasize that our involvement in this discussion reflects how deeply health professionals are engaged in municipal policies that impact public health. As you may know, climate change is one of the biggest health challenges of our time. It is no coincidence that many doctors have joined this conversation. We're here because we are concerned about the health impacts of these decisions and look to City Council for leadership in protecting the health of our communities. There's an argument that residents should decide on how they want to heat their homes in the future. However, this reality is that most people, especially renters, children, those especially vulnerable to methane gas, don't have the options to make such decisions, and they remain particularly vulnerable to these health risks. Leadership is needed to ensure that decisions prioritize the well-being of all residents, especially the most vulnerable. Today, you are seeing the strength of our collective voices. Doctors are speaking out because we're deeply committed to driving meaningful change, and we will continue to advocate for climate action, knowing it is closely tied to healthy communities. Our engagement reflects our dedication to ensure Vancouver remains a green leader in sustainable practices and public health, and we hope to see City Council uphold this vision. Reversing this policy could harm Vancouver's reputation as a leader in innovative urban planning, sustainable solutions, and our city has become a global model for progressive building practices, and this reputation attracts residents, businesses, and talent who value these efforts. If this amendment is approved, it signals a step back from the leadership role that Vancouver has worked so hard to build. Cities around the world look to us for guidance on how to create sustainable, forward-thinking communities. Moving away from this commitment to weaken confidence in our ability to lead. So I urge this Council to reject Recommendation B and continue setting an example as a city that prioritizes progress and innovation. Let us ensure Vancouver remains a place where healthy communities thrive, supported by decisions that prioritize our collective well-being and set a strong foundation for the future. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks. We're just going to go back to Speaker 72, who I understand is on the line. Balraj Singh Handal.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Balraj?
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, we can. So please go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Vancouver. Good afternoon and good evening. My name is Balraj. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but my client and my other relatives, they live in Vancouver, but I live in North Vancouver. So I hear all the council meeting and all the comment from yesterday from other experienced people. I am in the construction industry from 25 years. I'm working as a plumber, gas fitter, hydronic designer, and also I'm working as a construction manager. So I go through all these sustainability, accessibility for these new buildings. There's no doubt electricity is good choice and cheaper for the building, but problem comes up right now. For example, we have a 200 amp panel in the single family home. The 120 amp goes to 2 car chargers, and only 80 amps available for the whole household and space heating, which one is not enough. If we call to BC Hydro, work on those reconnection. It's not easy, and new development comes on the way, like 5-house or 6-house multiplex, where each house for fully electric is not possible, and people, they want some alternate for space heating, for the gas or other sources. House we built in the past 15 years with fully electric, we recommended, but end up with to retrofit gas again. Which one is cost? It's not a cost effective. It's not more affordable to other owners. So we request to work on, we are not saying eliminate the gas. We are just requesting to think about it, those seniors. So I approached a couple seniors last few days since we have this discussion going on. And they said, Raj, heat pump is not enough for our heating. We need space heating alternate. Please come and help us. So we go there to redesign, and which one is cost them a lot. Another thing is
Balraj, apologies for cutting you off, but you are past your 3 minutes, so.
Sorry, I will send my other by email. No problem.
Okay, thanks so much. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Bye. Speaker 74, Simran Sarai. This is our next speaker. Not on the line? Okay, we'll come back. Speaker 75, Avery McNair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on this important issue. My name is Avery McNair. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm a medical student at the University of British Columbia. I'm proud to study and live in Vancouver, and it is a city that I hope to live and practice in for many decades to come. Thus, I'm here today as a young person and a future doctor to speak in opposition of Recommendation B, and specifically about 3 reasons why the ban on gas heating and hot water within new builds must stay in place. The first is to reduce emissions. We know that buildings are the 3rd largest emitting sector after oil and gas and transportation. That makes policies like this current ban key to reducing our emissions, reducing the harms of climate change, and meeting our climate targets as a city, a province, and a country. The second is to reduce the direct health risks associated with natural gas. During my studies, I distinctly remember being shocked to learn that indoor gas use, including that used for heating, releases nitrogen dioxide and benzenes not only into the atmosphere outside, like we all well know, but also into the buildings where families live and grow, exposing residents to heightened risk of asthma, cancer, and respiratory illnesses. Vancouverites of the future deserve to be protected from these risks by maintaining this ban in new builds. Finally, I would like to speak to building a city for tomorrow. It is clear for the people who want to call Vancouver home now and in the future, we need to build for longevity. Vancouver is growing, and these new homes and buildings must be built with net zero emissions in sight if we want to avoid having to retrofit them before 2050. We can't now move away from solutions that are working to reduce the long-term emissions in our city, and you as our representatives play a key role in standing up, not just for the interests of today, but for the interests of the city and generations to come. As a future doctor, I'm asking you to help me advocate for my future patients and the future generations, protecting their health from the harms of natural gas and climate change. By transitioning buildings to clean energy sources and decreasing overall natural gas consumption, we can effectively reduce our emissions, improve health, and build a city fit for the future. I ask that you reject Recommendation B. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker number 76, Benjamin Holt.
Yes.
Hi, Benjamin. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not. I'm in North Vancouver.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking against the motion, and for the reasons that we're talking about an energy source that contributes 60% of the City of Vancouver's and the Lower Mainland's emissions, and the reasoning given is that it will save people money is simply not credible. In a very tight housing market such as the one that we have, there is no way that these savings will be passed on to the end purchasers of any properties. In fact, what's going to happen is that they'll end up having to retrofit their properties and put in the exact same energy systems that we're talking about putting in initially. And at additional cost. And so what we're doing is actually downloading costs onto the end purchasers to save the initial developers a few dollars. That's simply not the wise thing to do. I'd also like to mention that this opens the city up to potential liability, and especially under the Marchie versus the City of Nelson situation that I hope that you're familiar with. And this is a situation in which the City of Nelson was held liable despite the fact that it typically a government would be immune from such things. And part of the reasons that this happened was because there's some tests around whether or not a government can be held liable or negligent in a situation such as this. And frankly, this matches those cases. This cannot be considered acting in good faith. And, the city has a right of responsibility to its, to its inhabitants and the people, I would argue, of the region as a whole. And so I hope that they will reconsider this decision. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you.
Okay, thanks, Benjamin. Speaker 77, Sean St. Amour.
Councillors, my name is Sean Sainamore. I'm the VP of Operations at Clay Construction. I'm the past chair of the Home Builders Vancouver Association of Vancouver, the Educational Technical Committee, and co-host the Passive Accelerator, and a former instructor at BCIT's Passive House Tradesperson course. I share the same values as my good friend Monty Paulson, who's no longer here, but was a proponent for climate-ready buildings. I'm very passionate about resilient prefab passive houses. I literally eat, sleep, and dream about zero carbon buildings. I'm a resident in Vancouver, and I voted for the majority of you here, and so I know that this vote will be won't be 100%. So I'm speaking to the ones that I voted for. Stay the course on climate emergency by maintaining the current prohibition of gas of heating and hot water in new buildings, and oppose recommendation B. As Councillor Carr indicated, we need to keep focusing on the climate emergency plan. I agree with what Patrick and the rest of the city officials discussed yesterday, and I want to continue to collaborate with the province, with the city, and continue these discussions of how we can move things forward. The partnership between industry and the province and the city has been fantastic, and we need to continue with that. Our homes are currently hitting Step 5 levels of the BC Energy Step Code and have moderate carbon performance. And again, we appreciate the policy that we've been able to work through. We typically are building single-family homes, which are a luxury item in Vancouver. We're very conscious about affordability, but a lot of times we're talking about attainability. We are providing our clients with a product that is 9 years ahead of the current code. And we're doing that cost neutral. Why? Because we figured out solutions. You have given us an opportunity to work with our passion, and with passion, we've been able to continue. And I hope that we will be able to continue to do that. Bryn talked about leadership, and I completely agree with that. We're here to support this. The best mechanical system is actually the air barrier. It is a product that we can put on the wall. It never needs to be fixed, never needs to be maintained. And so by doing that, we're able to install mechanical systems that are now 80% lower than 2018. And we're going all electric with our heat pumps, which are also providing cooling. And I appreciate that we're installing fresh air machines in our homes. And we make a lot of decisions based on science. And so it's great to see that the room is not full of hot air and we're at good fresh air levels. Because those are the decisions we need to be continually doing, is looking at data, looking at our numbers to provide affordable, clean, healthy homes. So I hope that you've had a chance to be and experience an all-electric multifamily or passive house or single-family home. And if you don't, please come and see ones that we built, or work with Zeke and staff, because I know that there's a lot of buildings out there so you can experience. So as I wrap up, please do the right thing, make the right decision, and when you go home and you talk to your kids, tell them that you made the right decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Speaker number 78, Olivia Moore.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Olivia Moore, and I am here to speak in opposition to Agenda Item R1, especially Recommendation B. Speaking as a young person who will not only be most affected by this decision in the years to come, this direction does not help with affordability concerns, as Councillor cited. It will significantly increase carbon pollution and erode Vancouver's image as an environmental leader. I am a resident of North Vancouver, but I spend much of my time working and studying in Vancouver at the University of British Columbia. I also work in the climate space myself with the UBC Sustainability Hub, so I'm familiar with the Climate Emergency Action Plan and the city's progress, which is why I wanted to comment today. Firstly, the Zero Carbon Step Code will require zero carbon construction by 2030, so we as a city should be aligning with this provincial direction before it becomes a mandate to avoid becoming a climate laggard. Deviating from the province's direction will only create confusion for residents and increase costs for people who want to retrofit their homes down the line. We need to be advancing climate actions, not rolling them back. Secondly, if Vancouver wants to be seen as the leader in sustainability that it brands itself to be, this decision cannot go through, as it will put us even further off track from achieving the targets outlined in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. As outlined in the plan's 2024 annual report, the city is unlikely to achieve its 2030 targets, and success depends on how soon regulations can be introduced to reduce carbon pollution. With heating buildings being the largest source, in order to reduce our carbon pollution by 50% by 2030, we must immediately move towards decarbonization. Finally, if you're concerned about affordability, you should instead focus your efforts on making heat pumps more accessible to residents, which not only improves efficiency, but would lower heating bills while keeping residents safe and cool during the summers. In a time of deadly heat events like the one in 2021, heat pumps can be a life-saving resource. The Council must recognize that this decision is not in the interest of Vancouver residents, but of the fossil fuel industry. I strongly urge you to think of the future residents and taxpayers and young people of Vancouver when you are voting on this decision, and please vote against this motion.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 79, Ian Marcuse.
Hello, councillors and mayor.
Hi there.
Hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hello, council and mayor. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm just blown away and so inspired by so many of the speakers that are passionately calling on a habitable future for our children and our children's future. So my name is Ian Marcuse, and I'm a renter in Grandview Woodlands, where I have lived for 35 years. I'm 63 years old. I'm speaking today in opposition to removing the ban on gas heating. I've also submitted online a petition with 28 signatures that I collected from others in my building, also opposed to this motion. Quite simply, I believe that the curbing of carbon emissions, as this bylaw intends to be the kind of climate action that literally hundreds of millions around the globe are wanting to see from our decision makers. And so I applaud this bold leadership. Those of us in Canada as high carbon emitters have a much greater responsibility to the world community to find ways to curb our emissions. We are seeing on an almost daily basis the catastrophic social and economic impacts of climate-related disasters. I'm actually insulted by comments made today that those of us pushing for a livable planet are special interest activists. I am thinking of the billions, literally billions, many who are poor, who are suffering under a burning planet. I wake up daily with anxiety about the state of our world, and it breaks my heart to read about the mass species extinction projected by the end of the century. This is not some future hell. We are now living it daily. I also work in food systems, and the increasing number of reports that I'm reading in which are pointing to the potential climate-related food systems collapse have us all extremely worried and alarmed. We must phase out oil and gas as fast as possible. Time is simply running out. Personally, I am doing my part, for example, by giving up my car and daily bike commuting, taking shorter showers, keeping our heat down and wearing a sweater and much more. My mom recently installed a heat pump in her home and is delighted by the comfort it provides and also seeing her heating bill go down. I've read the staff report. Aside from the technical language and previous discussion with the experts that I have heard and honestly don't fully understand, I see how we can get bogged down in complex data and decision-making trade-offs. I cannot engage at that level, but in my basic reading of the report on issues of affordability, resilience, and reliability of supply, building costs, efficient services, etc., there doesn't appear to be significant negative trade-offs if this ban stayed in effect, whereas reversing the ban with its increased carbon emissions would be a tragic setback for the climate and the greater public good. Most important are the obvious GHG reductions through electrification, and sure, I get that electrification will have its challenges, but we're running out of time and must take immediate leadership on the climate emergency as the number one existential issue our planet and humanity faces. As hard as it will be
and
for all
we
of
are
us.
at time, so thanks for
Thank
your
you
comments.
very much.
Thanks for the comments. Speaker 80, Wei Li.
Hello, can you hear me, Councillor?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, City Councillors and Mayor. My name is Wei. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver, and I'm against allowing gas in new builds. I'm a resident and an owner at Vancouver Co-Housing, where an owner developed a complex of 31 units. We were built in 2016, and we have gas for heating and water. Knowing what we know now, we would absolutely have gone full electric. Natural gas was the norm back then, and now we're stuck with it. We'll have to deal with the health, emission, and financial consequences of this decision for decades to come. We wish I had built it right the first time. It is prohibitively expensive for us to do so now. Yesterday, Mayor Sim expressed that people generally are good and did not understand why builders would choose gas-powered buildings if they cost the same as electric. While I agree that people generally are good, it is also human nature to follow the norm, just as we did at Vancouver Co-Housing. And sometimes setting new norms requires leadership. In the end, this is what we are asking of you, to lead us towards net zero emissions. I won't deny that this is a complex matter, and changing norms won't potentially cause some hiccups for some businesses and consumers. But compared to the decades of impact of building it right, it's got to be worth it. We've got to take on the long view and be willing to change in the face of the climate crisis. Mayor Sim seemed to imply yesterday that since electrification of Vancouver alone won't lower the rising global temperatures, it is not worth it. This kind of excuse is how the climate crisis got to where it is today. This unwillingness to step up and lead. We need leadership that is willing to go beyond the provincial minimums and step ahead of the climate crisis. Leadership that shows others what is possible. I hope you can show us that leadership. Finally, I'd like to revisit a moment yesterday when Councillor Montague used the point of order to remove the signs made by children, citing intimidation. So far, most of those who spoke in support of allowing gas have been a working professional for some sort of interest group. At least none of them is speaking in public for the first time. Perhaps it was not intentional, but it was disturbingly emblematic that representative power was used to remove the voices of children to protect interest groups from intimidation. I ask you to reflect on that moment, and if that is how your powers should be wielded. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Wei. I've been informed that Speaker 66 is in the chamber. Marianne Rev. Marianne? Not Marianne. Is that incorrect information? Or oh, they're just walking up. Okay. Hi there. Are you Marianne? Hi. No problem. Sorry about the line dropping.
But late. I was en route. Okay. So I have slides as well. So if I could have slide 1.
Okay. Did you have a chance to send those in? Oh, they're up on the screen. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Oh, looks good to go.
Can you see them too?
Yep.
Okay, so my name is Dr. Marianne Rev. With my aging, I have a speech impediment. I don't know if you would be kind enough to give me an extra minute because
I'll give you 2 extra minutes.
Okay. So I'm a Vancouver resident and a retired family physician, and most importantly, a grandmother to 3 young children. I oppose the report unless recommendation B is removed because it jeopardizes our planet. When I was born, atmospheric carbon dioxide levels were 311 parts per million. Today, they're nearing 427 parts per million and rising. This is a dynamic, moving, increasing thing. And in 2022, the oil and gas sector accounted for 31% of emissions, polluting the air we breathe, warming our planet, and driving extreme events like heat domes and atmospheric river that you see on slide. The United Nations, the World Health Organization, and the International Panel on Climate Change warned that we are in an existential crisis. Slide 2, please. This is a diagram from Vancouver staff over the past years of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Since I'm no longer seeing patients, I had time to study the staff report arising from Council's July 23rd decision to reintroduce gas heating. As well, I studied Richmond's recent zero carbon step code vote. And most importantly, BCIT's the faculty brief on zero carbon step code key facts report of 2024. Have you received that? It's a 6-page report, which I encourage you to read because it's very user-friendly and you see how quickly things are changing, even in the construction industry, because BCIT is actually the learning center for zero energy and emissions buildings. Vancouver staff make clear that there's no cost saving for developers by reintroducing gas heating. But homeowners will face higher retrofitting costs when BC enforces its zero carbon code by 2030. Slide 3, please. Your staff provide this important graph. New building constructed to recommendation A will have substantially lower carbon emissions than those built to B. BC Hydro already delivers 100% clean energy. If you give the developers choice of either path A or B, the modeling can show ahead of time what it will actually be, but it will be higher than path 1 for sure. And if you haven't had time to look at the appendix of what your staff provided you with, I think it's important that staff say that they expect most new large buildings pursue recommendation A due to ease of construction versus B. Critics of electric heating cite concerns about power outages, but gas heating also requires electricity to function. But as you know, there's only been 2 hours of outages over 2 years, and concerns about sufficiency are unfounded. BC Hydro recently received clean energy proposals totaling 3 times its request. Next one, please. Next slide. So this is very important because it shows that already we are not meeting our targets. We're 17% on the way. We've got a long way to go to 50%. And for sure, B will ensure that we won't meet the target. Carbon emissions will rise. Restricting gas heating in new buildings is the restricting gas heating in new buildings is the low-hanging fruit. It's the easiest, most cost-effective way to cut emissions. Plus, the buildings will be more resilient to climate extremes. Vancouver must prioritize solutions that ensure a living future for our grandchildren. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. We will now move to speaker number 81, John Valiant. Have John on the line? Nope, we'll come back to them. Speaker 82, Robin Tavender.
Hi, my name's Robin Tavender, and I am one of the standing water people, and in our cosmology, as an Indigenous people of the world, we live in the light and are guided by our ancient oral law, which is our sovereign and our inheritance. Now, I'm also an Anglican, so let me start it off this way. Let us pray. Almighty God, whose will it is to restore all things in your well-beloved Son, our Lord and King, grant that the people of the earth, now divided and enslaved by sin, may be freed and brought together under his gentle and loving rule, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. Now, you might wonder why I mention that, and it's because there's an act from 1547, the Sacrament Act, which extends to all of this King's Majesty's dominions.
Robin,
What do
are
you
you talking about the report
you're
that we're
interrupting
discussing
me,
today?
and I just said where I was going, so I'll need more time now.
Robin,
don't try and horse
Robin,
with me.
I'm going to turn your mic off for a sec. Can you just respectively please stay on topic with the report that we're discussing today, and we'll start your time again. There is procedure bylaw 7 point. Robin, as part of conduct in public gallery, yes, interrupting council members or the chair while speaking. Robin, we don't have time to have a debate about the bylaw. I'm the chair of the meeting, so I'm going to let you restart your comments, but I ask that you please stay on topic. Your entire speech so far has been off topic, so again, I'm going to start. Robin, I'm going to do you a solid and start your time again. Okay, Robin, you need to leave the chamber. You need to leave the chamber. We're going to just take a recess for a few minutes. Okay, let's get started again. We are now going to go to speaker 83, Fiona Bowie. Hi, Fiona.
Oh, that's better. My name is Fiona Bowie. I'm an artist and professor emerita. I've been born and live on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish peoples, and an eager and appreciative Vancouverite. I wholly support option A. Developers in Vancouver had already, and some of this is going to be repeating, but I think it bears repeating. Developers in Vancouver had already been following the requirement and still do, and this option will reduce emissions substantially. Yesterday, the myth that BC Hydro cannot support the electricity option was busted by BC Hydro staff and engineers. Option A allows residents to continue, and restaurants as well, to use gas for cooking. There's no cost advantage to gas. That's been established, as has gas needing, for the most part, electricity in order to work. All of this was confirmed by your Director of Sustainability. If you do vote for option B, retrofitting these buildings in the future will be a huge cost to both rental and owned housing in Vancouver. The homeowners and apartment landlords alike will have to pay for them. How can we encourage people to replace their broken appliances with energy efficient options when the city remains tied to the same old, same old? I hope that you please look at the share of power capacity graphic that you were given to see that there are opportunities for collective and personal investment in solar and other innovations. Every activity has implications, including the kinds of investments that we make personally and collectively. In less than 200 years, humans have radically altered the surface of the earth. It's burning, and it's exhausted. The Atlantic, just to illustrate further, the Atlantic AMOC, which is the Mobius-like circulation of the Atlantic Ocean, has been completely altered due to the melting of ice into the ocean, causing temperature change. We are witnessing the most rapid extinction of species in the last million years in less than a century. And don't rely on my word on the extinction data. It's readily available. We live on a small planet in the middle of nowhere, and it's burning and exhausted. And all the while, it's still being conceptualized as as a source to extract from, rather than our very life support. And I would like to also comment going forward in terms of procedure on this bill.
Fiona, sorry, you are at time.
Oh, am I? Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Okay, thanks for coming in today. We'll now go to speaker 84, Jason Kurtz. Yep. Jason on the line?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Hi, Jason.
Hi
Go
there.
ahead.
Hi there. I'm calling to speak in favor of rejecting recommendation B. I'm a local resident of Vancouver. I've lived here for about 25 years now, and I own and operate a local strata management company that manages several dozen buildings in Vancouver and several dozen more in suburbs of Vancouver. I've been involved in hundreds of multi-unit residential buildings in my career. I also sit on industry boards and help deliver ongoing education to property managers across the province. Previous callers have done an excellent job of describing this, so I'll just restate the basic fact that we are in a climate emergency, and we must take collective action at all levels of government to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. I wanted to speak a little bit about the challenges associated with retrofitting existing buildings from one energy source to another, which can simply be put as next to impossible in practical terms when you consider the physical structure of buildings and the costs associated with those kinds of retrofits. It is nearly impossible to get a community of people to make the capital expenditure that's required to renew capital assets of properties, let alone to expend additional money to change the fuel source. That investment is too daunting for homeowners, and that is why it is so important for City Council to reject the proposal to reverse the ban on natural gas, because it must be done at the time of construction. It is unrealistic to expect that buildings that are constructed can 25, 30, 35 years down the road retrofit and then change their fuel source from natural gas to electricity, which is both cheap and abundant here in BC. There are also far less maintenance requirements associated with having only electricity as your main source of energy within a building. Way less pipes to maintain, way less leaks from those pipes, no risk of fire from those leaks. And I'll point out that the reason that CO sensors have become so ubiquitous in multi-unit residential buildings is the risk associated with gas, particularly in denser housing like the kind we are striving to build. We live on a finite planet, and many of us incorrectly expect our resources and materials to continue to grow infinitely, which simply won't happen. We have two choices as a civilization. We can either adjust our behavior to make the future slope towards sustainability as comfortable as possible, or continue to put our heads in the ground like we would with recommendation B and wait for the eventual calamity to occur. I urge Council, and thank you for rejecting option B. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Speaker 85 is withdrawn. Speaker 86, Christopher Porter.
Hi, my name is Christopher Porter. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Recommendation B, or Path 2, reallowing natural gas in new homes. I think the speakers up to this point have done a pretty good job articulating why allowing natural gas in new builds is a bad idea. Just wanted to add my personal perspective on 2 points: affordability and choice. This idea that allowing natural gas will increase customer choice is ridiculous. Homes are not mass-produced consumer products. You can't walk into a store and decide if you want home A with electricity or home B with natural gas. You get what's available in your price range, and you can even afford to buy it all. Now, my family is lucky. After a decade of renting, we finally saved enough to buy a townhome in East Vancouver a few years ago. I can tell you that I didn't have a choice what kind of heating system, hot water tank, or stove it had. The developer had made those decisions when they constructed it 15 years ago, but none of the homeowners got a choice. The only choice homeowners have is what to do when these systems reach end of life, and that is where allowing natural gas will only make things more expensive for Vancouverites. Our natural gas stove died 2 years ago, which was a great opportunity to replace it with an electric induction stove. Huge win for the climate and indoor air quality. On a personal note, our daughter has asthma, and natural gas stoves are one of the largest sources of indoor air pollution. In fact, getting rid of our natural gas stove was one of the main recommendations our doctor had to improve our daughter's health. It was surprisingly difficult to replace our natural gas stove with electric. It should have been a simple swap, but we found that the electrical work and the gas line capping added an extra $1,000 to the replacement. And that was the only consumer choice we had in all of this. We could stick with natural gas that we inherited, or an expensive swap to electric. And this is why the natural gas lobby wants you to allow them into new builds. They can convince the handful of developers who have the only real choice and then lock in their products behind expensive renovations. In our case, we decided to invest the money and go electric. We care about the climate, we care about our daughter's health. And we took that financial hit to do what we could to ensure she could breathe easily in the future. But the extra cost we had to bear was because of decisions made by developers within the past Vancouver Building Code. So today, City Council will have a choice. You can allow natural gas in homes, locking in future carbon emissions and backloading expensive renovation costs onto Vancouverites. Or you can continue to mandate electric heating systems, saving Vancouverites thousands of dollars in future renovation costs and reducing our collective carbon footprints. So thank you, and I hope you make the right choice and reject Recommendation B.
Okay, thanks for speaking today. We'll now go to Speaker 87, Amy Walker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Amy Walker, and I'm a lifelong resident of the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, also known as Vancouver. I urge you to oppose Recommendation B, Path 2 of the staff proposal. I have been very proud of our city's climate leadership, which is why it was shocking in July when Councillor Montague and Mayor Sim moved to drag us backwards, reintroducing gas heating in new homes under pressure from Fortis corporate lobbyists. We have an addiction to fossil fuels. It's been many decades since we've understood that our continued use of fossil fuels poses a clear and present danger to our home, aka the Earth, and our family, aka all our relations, be they human, plant, or animal. This attempt to reintroduce gas as a space and water heating fuel in new buildings is a relapse. Relapse is common when one suffers from substance dependency. A substance may have helped us in the past, but it's now become clear that its continued use creates more problems and pain than good. We all heard Mayor Sim implying yesterday that our climate actions would have no consequence. Mayor Sim may feel like giving up on our future, but I'm here to say you are stronger than that. We will stand up and we will fight for a healthy future for as long as it takes. I can understand that FortisBC executives, managers, and technicians must be afraid of losing their livelihoods. We must reassure these workers that we will commit to a just transition and not leave them or their families vulnerable because we've decided to use less of their deadly product. James Clear, the author of Atomic Habits, says, limiting your options now will expand your opportunities in the long run because you can remain focused enough to master something. Keeping your options open now will reduce your opportunities in the long run because you divide your attention and end up doing an average job on multiple things. We're alive during a time of great change. It's scary, but it's also exciting what we can do. Every choice you make now makes a world of difference. Over the next decade, due to circumstances already set in motion, we'll see more dramatic changes than you can imagine. Lives, homes, and livelihoods will be lost to climate disasters, and new paths will be forged by true leaders who rise to the challenge to help humanity unite, to collectively take steps together to restore balance to our beleaguered atmosphere. Don't be afraid to make the good, hard choice. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for speaking to council. We'll now go to our next speaker, Speaker 88, Dr. Bethany Ricker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bethany Ricker. I reside on Snuneymuxw territory, also known as Nanaimo, and I'm here to oppose the recommendation to allow gas heating and hot water in new builds. I urge this council to oppose recommendation B in the staff report and to maintain the restriction of gas for heating and hot water in new buildings. As a family doctor, I would like to share with you some of my experiences providing maternity care, working with pregnant patients, new parents, and newborns. Those here who are parents can likely relate to the pressure you feel to protect your child and their health at all costs. Becoming a new parent is a strong motivator to keep oneself healthy and safe. For example, this week I celebrated with a soon-to-be mother who, after so much struggle, succeeded in her goal to quit smoking during her pregnancy. She was so relieved that she was minimizing risk to herself and to her baby. Gas used for heating homes releases pollutants both in and outdoors, including nitrogen dioxide and benzene. Similar to smoking cigarettes, exposure to these air pollutants has serious health consequences, from increased asthma rates in children to heightened risks of cancer and respiratory illness, particularly impacting those with pre-existing conditions and the most vulnerable in our society. Pregnant patients and newborns are among those high-risk populations. Higher levels of exposure to air pollution increases risk for high blood pressure in pregnancy, preterm birth, and infant mortality. How unjust is it that my patient felt so guilty about personally exposing herself and her unborn child to inhaled particulate matter, and so relieved and proud to successfully minimize that risk, only to be told that with gas in her home, she had no control over the other toxic pollutants surrounding her. Despite anxiety about her future child's health, like most of us, she does not have the option of packing up her life and moving to a different rental with electrified heating, or the option of investing in an expensive retrofit for her home. That is why I implore this council to make a decision that will protect all these citizens who will live in these new buildings who do not have the opportunity to choose for themselves whether or not they are exposed to the health risk of methane in their homes. While in my region the Zero Carbon Step Code has thankfully already been adopted, I still come here today to Vancouver because I believe that this, as the largest city in our province, Vancouver should be acting as a health and climate conscious leader. and because the decision that you make today will impact whether or not Vancouver reaches its emissions targets, and that has consequences for all of us. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 89, Dan Rothwell.
Just checking, Mayor. No. Speaker 89. No.
Online. Okay, that's okay. We can come back. Speaker 90, Michelle Scar.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Michelle. Go ahead.
Great. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in today to bring to your attention a massive hidden cost of allowing gas, space, and water heating in new builds. It's going to be very, very expensive to rebrand the city. Approving Recommendation B would backtrack on addressing our largest source of emissions, so you definitely won't be able to use the brand name The Greenest City anymore. You'll have to find a new name for that program for your social media handles, and it will be a massive waste of staff time. In fact, Vancouver's brand was valued at $31 billion back in 2015, and your own city website says, "We are uniquely associated with being clean, green, and environmentally sustainable." If you pass this motion today, you'll burn that brand to a crisp. Maybe instead of the greenest city, you could rebrand to the gassiest city instead. I'm joking, but the climate crisis is very serious. The effects of climate change will cost much more in the long run if you push action to the future instead of taking action now. It will cost money and it will cost lives. It has already cost us so much. It is irresponsible governance to pass on the ballooning costs of climate mitigation to future generations and make your residents pay for retrofits. And the cost is only going to go up. Please do the fiscally responsible, sensible, moral thing and vote against Recommendation B. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 91, Avi Lewis.
Operator, do we have Speaker 91?
Nope. Okay, we can come back. Speaker 92, Bobo Irish.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Bobo. Go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah. Hi, Vancouver Council. My name is Bobo Irick. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm asking you today to oppose the proposed change of reallowing gas, space, and water heating in new builds. The lack of housing in Vancouver and the resulting affordability crisis is, to me, one of the defining issues of local action. And so, while I sort of appreciate Councillor Montague's desire to improve that by giving people more choice, this option doesn't make sense. All of the speakers have pointed out, and I think everyone is aware, that retrofitting is really expensive. Vancouver has a $500 million infrastructure deficit that's continuously getting worse, in part because it's really expensive and difficult to go back and fix things that you could have done right the first time. The same with when we talk about our combined waste and storm sewage system. Going back and separating those is the same where it has the same issues of that we're seeing today with adding gas into new builds, which we then have to go back and correct. It's far better to just do things properly the first time. And as other people have mentioned, the cost of housing in Vancouver is not really determined by the cost of construction. There's a really big gap between construction costs and selling costs. Selling costs and renting costs are just really high because we don't have enough housing. So if we want to improve affordability, while yes, lowering the floor of construction is important, this is not the most important issue. It's not even in the top 50 when you think about all the other fees that are levied on new housing. This is such a minor element that it just doesn't make sense. So, on top of sort of trying to do the right thing and recognizing where the city and the province and the country and the world are going in terms of climate action and reducing fossil fuel emissions, introducing or reallowing space and water heating through with natural gas is just going to result in more costly retrofits later without providing any immediate benefit. So I hope you will reject that proposal and continue to require new builds to be all electric. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for calling in. Speaker 93, Helen Brown.
Hello.
Hi, Helen. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm speaking in opposition to recommendation B to allow gas heating and hot water in new construction. I'm a resident in West Point Grey, an academic librarian in the sciences, and a parent with 2 young kids. Installing gas in new homes is going backwards. It's an outdated technology that has very real harms and no significant benefits. Allowing gas heating and hot water would set Vancouver backwards in terms of the work that we've already done and that is already in place to transition to lower emission new buildings. And also it's a move backwards in comparison to where our neighboring cities, BC, and other provinces like Quebec are heading. It's also set us up for a lot of unnecessary expense and work in the future when we need to retrofit even more buildings. It doesn't cost us anything to do this now and to save ourselves this expense. In fact, the International Energy Agency recommended bans on fossil fuel boilers by 2025, and the research in economics and climate change consistently show that any investments or changes that prevent emissions also prevents costs and saves money for individuals, but more particularly for public bodies. I did hear questions yesterday about why we should limit the available products when people can just choose another option. I'm very much reminded of policy changes that we made in the 90s and 2000s related to smoking. It's clear, but most people didn't really understand the impacts of strong advertising campaigns, and smoking was just ingrained in our habits and how we did things. Gas heating and hot water products are the same, except these are products most people almost never think about. They're not even ingrained in our behavior. Just by coming from a family of chain smokers, I don't know anyone who would go back out before. It's no different. This is a choice that has very real impacts on everyone in the city because the one real outcome of allowing gas for heating and hot water is to increase our emissions. We've already lost facts of extreme heat. We've lost infrastructure to civil rights, storms, and our health and economic pollution we create in the city. If we move backwards on this, it'll mean that we're not protecting...
Sorry, Helen, you got a bad connection. It's a little hard to hear you. Start again. I think your connection's a little rocky. It keeps cutting out. Try again.
So my name is Helen Brown, and I'm speaking in opposition to recommendation B.
Okay. Thanks, Helen. Thanks for calling in. Speaker 94 is withdrawn. Speaker 95, Mike Barrett Sauron.
Just double checking. No.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 96, Celine McCrae Hamdy.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Celine. In addition to be a Vancouver resident, taxpayer, and delivery driver, I'm opposed to allowing building future gas heating for the following reasons. One, ABC should be commended for raising property taxes to pay for the backlog in infrastructure repairs as analyzed and recommended by city staff engineers. It wasn't popular, doesn't help affordability in the short term, but it will be vindicated in the long term. You did the right thing. Two, you now face another tough decision, either to stick with a decade-old municipal policy as recommended by the same city staff engineers, or upend the policy at the last minute advocated for by BC CADE, an organization that didn't exist until March 2024. Three, nobody blames the Trojan Army for not suspecting the giant gift horse was filled with an invading Greek army, because why would anyone expect something they had never been observed before? Four, I wouldn't be alive today if my German-Jewish great-grandfather, Sir Francis Simon, hadn't used his foresight to look at the rise of the Nazis as bad news and then uprooted his whole family, sacrificing his career to flee to Britain in 1933. He then went on to develop nuclear physics with other refugee German-Jewish scientists such as Einstein and Oppenheimer, because he used the same brain to investigate the scientific nature of reality as he did to make sure his children had a future. Five, the BC CADE, an organization largely of restaurants and fireplace businesses that prides itself on the concerns of the affordability of energy and energy choices for people all over BC, that if Detective Columbo were here, I think he might ask, Why do restaurants all over BC care about Vancouver residential heating when the policy will affect 0 restaurants, past, present, or future, nor restrict the choice to cook at home with natural gas stoves and ovens? Why do fireplace companies that sell electric fireplaces care about the affordability of residential heating in Vancouver when 0 future affordable homes zoned for use in Vancouver use natural gas fireplaces as a primary source of space or water heating? Why does the only home builder that is part of BC CADE care about affordable homes in Vancouver when they only build custom, i.e. expensive, homes only in Kelowna? It's not enough to say that BC CADE is certainly a front, but wouldn't you say something smells rotten? And if I had to wonder what BC CADE smells like, I'd wonder if they smell like rotten eggs, because the smell is caused by hydrogen sulfide, an additive that Fortis and other utilities add to natural gas so you can detect a gas leak is present. 6. If, on the other hand, the Greeks were known to have in the past hidden an ambush in a giant wooden sheep, and there's now a giant wooden horse in front of the gates of Troy, and the main advocate for the choice of bringing the horse inside the city not only didn't live in Troy and spoke with a Greek inflection, but also insisted we hurry and not listen to the city sentries that warned us they heard Greek laughter coming from the horse. Even if one didn't outright suspect the motives of the horse choice advocate, it would not take an Olympian abundance of due diligence to require an investigation of the contents of said horse before allowing it in our city gate. Conclusion: to paraphrase my great-grandfather, the fate of our society, just as my family's fate once did, doesn't depend on you being brilliant physicists, brilliant climate scientists, brilliant economists, or even brilliant city councilors. But we do depend on you being honest ones. ABC, you have the supermajority. You have the power to make the right decision. You have the information to make the right decision. No one can force you to make the right decision, but you can never say you didn't know, nor that it was out of your control. Any questions?
No questions, Celine, but you're right on time. So thanks for calling in today. Thank you. Speaker number 97, Divja Madhani.
Hello.
Hi there. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Divya Madhani. I am a Vancouver resident and I'm speaking for myself. I'm also a municipal climate disinformation researcher at the UBC Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, and I want to voice my firm opposition to reversing the gas ban for new buildings. Not because the reasons to uphold the ban aren't already obvious. Data on emissions, public health, and climate change speak for themselves. But because this motion is a betrayal of public trust, a waste of resources, and a step backward when we need to move forward. So let's just cut through this charade and get to what this motion is really about. We did not see a flood of residents asking to overturn the gas ban. Quite the opposite. Hundreds of us have all spoken out against this rollback. City staff, whose expertise ought to be taken more seriously, have repeatedly clarified that the existing ban does not affect gas for cooking and has no meaningful impact on affordability and reliability. I repeat, reversing this ban will not lower energy costs, improve housing affordability, or make the city more resilient. What it will do is lock us into climate catastrophes, which may claim lives in your own homes, and you couldn't guarantee an outcome either way. Climate disaster recovery isn't free either. Ignoring the real cost of inaction in favor of industry narratives is not leadership. It's negligence. The current ban has been in place for nearly 3 years, without issue. We all know this is really about Fortis BC's desperate attempt to claw back control with lobbying dollars, disinformation, and fear-mongering. So I'll ask you this. What are they promising that Council might be so willing to parrot vague, baseless industry talking points to serve the interests of Fortis BC, Resource Works, and HPBAC? The same players working to block electrification across the province. Ownership of Fortis BC and TC Energy shares by some on Council raises further questions about integrity and complicity in the climate crisis. Some of you may have already decided to put your name on the wrong side of history, but I want to remind you, under provincial law, if you fail to meet ethical standards or put personal interests above public good, we have the right and the tools to hold you accountable. You are public servants elected to serve people. Vancouver deserves climate leadership and policies that protect its vulnerable, not capitulation to corporate interests. I urge you to show courage, confront the truly intimidating reality of climate change, reject this notion, defend our city's future, honor the rare public trust placed in you. There's only one correct choice today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Hey, thank you. Now we'll go to speaker number 98, Albert Rooks.
I am here. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Hello, my name is Albert Rooks. I'm the founder and CEO of Small Planet Supply Canada, based within the city of Vancouver, and I'm also a PATH instructor at the BCIT High Performance Lab. I'm calling to urge Council to reject the staff recommendations in PATH B. Our Vancouver company is a building equipment supplier for heat pumps and ventilation equipment, ideally for all electric high performance buildings. I'm very concerned that PATH B will create significant market confusion. Suppliers like our company and others are really not going to have a solid understanding of what to do, where to invest, and how to plan for equipment to serve buildings in construction within the Vancouver market. We've just come off of a major supply chain disruption due to COVID and have done a great job of recovering our ability to supply equipment at scale based on our current understanding of what type of equipment that the market needs. Adding the option of a Path B into the compliance pathway is going to create a lot of market complication and confusion on how to serve building loads and where Vancouver's policies really stand. Going forward with higher temperatures and critical heat events, all buildings will need a heat pump to at least provide cooling. The same heat pump, as has been stated many times before, can also provide heating and with low global warming potential refrigerants. Adding a gas pathway to space heating is confusing, and the confusion will lead to more costs and complications. In the case of water heating, having a robust building envelope, such as in Pathway A or B, offers no real impact on the water heating load. The building load for water heating is simply based on occupant use. Water heating is one of the simplest loads for a heat pump to provide. The load is year-round and it's really predictable. This predictability makes it a load that is readily managed by grid flexibility, and there is a great future in this direction. We've started project discussions with BC Hydro on new technology that brings the capability of sharing loads across single transformer budgets or building energy budgets, which would allow us to bring smaller connected loads into buildings and use the energy budget available for water heating or to charge electric cars or other electric uses. It's all in understanding predictable loads and how we can manage those loads in the most effective way. With more work, we can expand on that. Adding a second pathway such as Path B will confuse and probably derail these efforts. It becomes difficult to invest in this era
Albert,
of doubt.
sorry to cut you off, but you are over time, so thanks for calling in.
Thanks very much.
Hey, thank you. Speaker 99, Gregory Blair. We have Gregory on the line.
Actually, it's Jeffrey Blair. Am I?
Gregory,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
It's actually Jeffrey. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jeffrey, not Gregory Blair.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
There's an error.
No,
Sorry about that.
It's okay. No problem. I'm a long-term resident of Vancouver. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you regarding allowing gas heating and hot water in new buildings. I'm in opposition and would urge rejection of recommendation B. I'm a retired pediatric surgeon and formerly the chief of surgery at our wonderful BC Children's Hospital. For decades, both in that role and as a doctor of children, I publicly advocated vehemently for the health and welfare of our children. And even though I am now retired, my concern for children has not diminished. Now I'm speaker 99, and you have patiently, and I'm sure thoughtfully, listened to the many articulate speakers before me who have argued both for and seemingly mostly against this motion. I am not going to give you any more facts. I speak to you today on behalf of my 4-year-old granddaughter, my 2-year-old grandson, and my unborn grand something. They were unavailable to speak to you today, but I'm sure they are happy to have their grandpa speak for them. I want to appeal to your heart, which I am sure is filled with love for your children and indeed for all children, wanting them to have a safe and happy future. If you truly have our children's, our grandchildren's, our great-grandchildren's health and welfare in mind, then I am sure you, your heart, and your conscience know how to vote on this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Appreciate you calling in. Speaker number 100, Zoe Mabry.
For the next few, I'm going to check, Chair.
Okay.
No, Speaker 100 is missing.
Okay. How about Speaker 101?
Yes.
Paul Beasla.
Yes.
Okay, Paul, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for having this important discussion. My name is Paul Beasla. I live in Sunset, which is on Musqueam lands. I am here speaking in favor of this important motion. I've listened to multiple climate advocates, and they're not wrong in their approach. Many who have spoken in support of this motion are also want climate justice. And all we're looking for is a pragmatic approach to this switchover and transition, not one that is based in idealism. Climate change awareness should not trump the needs of equity-seeking groups who are trying to earn a living in the construction industry. Many corollary industries that are affected, that are in the periphery and are not being considered or engaged in these decisions, were previously made to exclude gas as an option. Idealism should not outweigh pragmatism. A practical approach is needed that is inclusive of the many people that are impacted by this decision. If you are to phase out gas, it should be done in a tiered fashion that allows hydro to upgrade their capacity and infrastructure and allow for these changes, so people aren't waiting 12 months for a permit. Incentives and support should be provided by the province for this, since they have also set their standards. And all we're asking is that the City of Vancouver align themselves with the standards and the transition timeline that the province has set out. Being selective in reporting data in the staff's report is a biased approach by staff and is irresponsible. It ignores the immediate consequences on folks from an industry and demographic who face barriers in voicing their concerns. That's why I'm speaking today. Hosting an engagement as a last-ditch effort and referring to the community by their faith group as sick builders is inaccurate and disingenuous. It's also dismissive to a demographic that has been building the homes we live in. The message being sent by City Hall is that they do not matter beyond their purpose. This is dismissive and unharmful. I'm here speaking for those hardworking Vancouverites who do not have the privilege of being able to navigate the barriers to voice their concerns. So I ask you to please take a pragmatic approach to this. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul, for calling in. Next speaker is Speaker 102, Gavin McLeod.
I'm just checking, Chair. No, apparently Speaker 102 withdrew.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 103, Matthew Devlin.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead.
All right, I'm Matthew Devlin. I grew up in Coquitlam and have lived in Vancouver since 2011. I live in a wooden apartment building with electric baseboards in the bathroom and bedrooms, but only a gas fireplace in the living room. The fireplace has been broken for 3 years, and I'm scared to ask for its replacement due to fear of triggering a renovation. Privately, I had someone look at the fireplace, and he said the metal gas supply line is bent, which is apparently a huge safety issue. I have no idea how long it has been bent, and I've lived here for 8 years, 5 of which I was using the fireplace. I assume it has been bent since 1998, which is when the building was built. I now have nightmares of one of my neighbors burning down this building due to poorly installed fireplaces from the 1990s. Moving on, yesterday I heard several councillors or speakers use the term sustainable RNG or natural gas. I'm very concerned that city councillors are contributing to the greenwashing of what is literally fracked gas, by using the terms sustainable, renewable, or even natural. Fracked gas wastes millions of liters of fresh drinking water in a destructive process that endangers groundwater and has zero right to use the terms like sustainable or renewable. The surface tailing ponds that are a byproduct of fracking contain unfathomable volumes of contaminated water, which poisons surrounding soil, plants, wildlife, and freshwater resources. Additionally, increasing demand for fracked gas leads to new fossil fuel infrastructure projects that often violate the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, like what we saw with the Coastal GasLink and the terrible things that were done to the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and their supporters during the historic Atmospheric River a few years ago, which broke the Jericho Pier, while hundreds of thousands of livestock were drowning in Abbotsford. Earlier, I heard a speaker mention that 29 local governments have adopted the highest level of climate building code, including the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. As Turtle Island's leading example in being a city of reconciliation, Vancouver should be following the desires of our three host nations. Vancouver's partnerships with the Squamish Nation and the sewage-powered energy source Kisinok is a great example of the innovative leadership that we need to continue. Vancouver is a front-runner across all of Turtle Island for climate-conscious initiatives, transit and cycling infrastructure, high-quality drinking water, all of which contributes to Vancouver often being ranked among the world's most livable cities. Additionally, I'd like to remind Council that the current renewable portion of RNG is only 1%, and so I'm not sure why some of these fossil fuel lobbyists keep harping on about BC Hydro's few percentages of potential non-renewables. I'd rather have 99% renewable and 1% non-renewable. I strongly oppose option B in the proposal being discussed and urge Council to proceed with option A. We must start building now for the climate volatile future that is well underway, as the heat domes, annual wildfire smoke, the king tides, and flooding continue to show us year after year. If I still have time, I would say that...
You are out of time, Matthew. Thank you, though.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Next speaker is Speaker 104, Rodrigo Samayoa.
No.
Okay, we can come back to them. Speaker 105 is Raj Mundra. Good afternoon.
As Raj Mundra, I'm a civil engineer with a specialization in environment. First of all, with all the due respect to the worship Ken Sim Mayor, Vancouver, Chair, council members, staff, and the listeners and the viewers, thank to everyone who has come here to discuss this important issue. I'm in a favor of use of the gas for heating and cooking in the houses for few reasons. First of all, I will focus on the policy that any policies are successful when the public participates in it, not when it is forced on them. So I believe the public should be given the choice and they can figure out what they want. So it shouldn't be just opening the floodgates for one thing and then closing them for the other. And another main issue is this climate change is a global issue. It is not a Vancouver issue. So why should the public pay extra money when we have to consider the other things also? The reason for that is we don't have enough infrastructure for the BC Hydro right now to provide our connections quickly. For the builders, we have to upgrade the basic services, which is a transformer going from 200 amp to 400 amp, have the special closets, and we don't have enough electricity if we switch over all of a sudden to from the gas to electricity. So I think we need more dams, more infrastructure, and the gradual change will be the best change for this policy to be implemented right in the future. And the second thing is I listen to the BC Hydro people, other people also, that Saudi Arabia, who are the producers of gas and oil, they are shifting to other forms of energy. I think the climate of Vancouver is not suitable for that. We hardly use the gas here for the 3 months, 24 hours for the heating basically, which is December, January, or February, right? The rest of the months we use only during the nighttime because we have such a climatic conditions. We are not in a very cold climate. So when we compared the policies, the global policies all over the world, they have the solar energy, so they can switch over to the solar energy, but we don't have the choice. And when I think the best thing will be like considering the climatic change, climatic weather, and all other options, I think we should be given the choice, and there should be a gradual choice and change, not the forced change through the policies. And yeah, so another important issue which came to my mind, most of the infrastructure, the hydro infrastructure is above ground. So in case of a natural disaster, if there is a cyclone, heavy winds, fires, earthquake, we need to have our two supply lines
Raj,
for the energy.
sorry, you are over time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for coming in to speak. Speaker 106 is withdrawn. Speaker 107, Hillary Simandl. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Hillary Simandl. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this motion, particularly recommendation B. So gas burned in buildings is responsible for about 55% of Vancouver's carbon emissions. Carbon pollution is causing climate change and contributes to smog and air pollution, which impacts our health and environment in a radical way. Electric-powered heat pumps for both cooling and heating lead to about 16 times less pollution, and that's not nothing. I believe, I disagree with Mr. Bedelt saying it wouldn't make a difference to make the switch to truly renewable energies. We have to take small steps towards a green future, and this is just a small one. RNG, which I noticed was brought up yesterday as an option, is not truly renewable. It's still a methane gas that seriously affects health and the environment when burned. And investing in RNG will not lead to a significant drop in climate-damaging emissions. Instead, it will incentivize the production of more of the polluting waste needed to make this gas. That would worsen the harms our waste and agriculture systems already impose on people and the environment. Seeing as how we all agree there is a climate emergency, voting this in would be a disaster. More wildfires, more heat stroke-related deaths, more drought, I could go on. If we vote to reinstate natural gas in new buildings, it will set a precedent in the future that green, environmentally friendly choices are not important to us, to Metro Vancouver and beyond. This is a dangerous road to travel down. There's simply no way for Vancouver to meet our climate goals without transitioning. This may affect freedom of choice between gas and electricity, but builders can still choose between renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydroelectricity. According to BC Hydro, there's a strong demand for these sustainable sources of energy from builders and citizens alike. For a family of 4 with mid-efficiency hot water tank using natural gas, switching to electric hot water system will deliver about 1.1 tons of annual carbon emissions reduction and a minimal upgrade cost plus available rebates. Operating costs for an electric premium tank are only slightly higher, and a heat pump, which is 300% energy efficient, costs much less to operate per month. In a time of rising costs, especially for families, this is a significant difference. Please don't put corporations before environmental and civilian concerns. Vote to oppose. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for speaking to council. Speaker 108, Zoe Tucker-Borut.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So my name is Zoe Tucker-Boru. I live in East Vancouver on the ancestral, traditional, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'm 25 years old, a first-generation Vancouverite, and a voter. I am calling in strong opposition to Recommendation B, which would allow fossil gas heating in new construction. We are already witnessing the deadly impacts of the climate collapse here in British Columbia and around the world. Burning fossil gas in homes and buildings is the #1 source of climate pollution in Vancouver. Eliminating gas is the most powerful action that residents and developers in our city can take to keep our planet livable. In 2015, the City Council voted unanimously to eliminate fossil fuels from Vancouver by 2050. The Renewable City Strategy was adopted with input from the business community. With thoughtful planning and clear timelines, Vancouver's groundbreaking and widely celebrated zero-emission building code has been in place for years and is now a studied model for cities worldwide. For decades, Vancouver's mayors and councils have been global leaders on climate and energy. This leadership has transformed our city into one of the greenest in the world, creating jobs and saving resident monies on bills. Heat pumps, which would be the non-fossil gas heating, also provide cooling options, which now it's a kind of a given that we need cooling systems with the hot summers that are happening now in Vancouver. Reversing this bylaw after years of careful planning and consultation would create unnecessary confusion for residents and industry professionals alike. It risks delaying critical progress and undermines Vancouver's leadership in clean energy and climate action. So I strongly urge the mayor and Vancouver City Council to uphold the original climate bylaw for new buildings and keep Vancouver on track toward a cleaner, more sustainable, more just and resilient future to protect my generation and future generations. I also want to thank Councillor Dominato and Meissner for breaking from the ABC party on the previous vote to protect Vancouver's climate leadership. I know that was not easy, and so I please urge other councillors to be brave and also vote against Recommendation B this time around. We are watching you. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker number 109, Catherine Tucker.
I don't believe so. I'm just double checking. No.
Okay, we'll come back to them. We'll now try, Speaker 110 is withdrawn. Speaker 111, Devyani Singh.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. I'm Dr. Devyani Singh. I'm a climate scientist and a proud resident of this city, and I'm here to oppose the reversal of the ban for fossil gas in new buildings. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and I hope you will actually listen to me and the others before and after me by making an informed decision based on evidence. We are in a climate crisis, and we need to be doing everything in our power to limit a catastrophic future. One of those simple solutions is a move away from gas in buildings, both for health and the climate. Instead of moving ahead as a city that has previously been a climate leader across Canada and the world, we are now going backwards. The ABC councillors seem to care more about appeasing the gas lobby over residents who live here and who voted for you, the ones who will bear the economic and social impacts of your decisions today for decades to come. I urge you to make the right choice and think of the planet and people before profit. I do not need to list the countless benefits of a move away from gas in residential buildings or the fallacy and greenwashing of RNG. That has been done by many speakers before me and as will those after me. Instead, I am here as a climate scientist and an extremely concerned resident, urging you to make the right decision by listening to the people and putting us and the planet before your politics. I especially urge Councillors Bly and Dominato, who have on the previous council supported climate policies and voted along with Councillors Carr, Fry, and Boyle, to do the right thing and to help make your fellow ABC colleagues make the right decision today by voting against the reversal of the fossil gas ban, and ensure we have a livable future. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for calling in today. We'll now go to speaker number 112, Michaela Newberger.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michaela Nordegger. I'm the Executive Director of Affine Climate Solutions, a Vancouver-based climate consultancy. I'm also a resident of Vancouver and a parent of 2 young children. My organization works with building owners and developers on zero emissions and climate resilient new construction and retrofits. I would like to urge Council to oppose the report unless it is amended to remove recommendation B. And here are the reasons why gas needs to be banned from new construction. Allowing gas will not reduce affordability challenges. There is no argument for affordability here. All new homes will have active cooling or air conditioning. A high-efficiency electric heat pump provides both heating and cooling at very low cost. Domestic hot water construction cost is today considerably less for electrical. Electric appliance costs have decreased while gas prices are projected to rise. If you are concerned about costs, then the simplest way to reduce costs is to cut out gas completely. Cut out the need for gas infrastructure, trades, permits, and future decarbonization retrofits. That will save you money. Allowing gas will not speed up permits or construction. Quite the opposite is true. Allowing gas leads to an additional permit, causing more delays and costs. Allowing gas will not improve heating reliability. Well-installed heat pumps perform extremely well, particularly in Vancouver's mild climate. Gas, however, will make indoor air quality worse, increasing the risk of asthma. Allowing gas will increase Vancouver's carbon pollution by thousands of tons every year. It will lock in emissions for decades to come. It will lead to increased wildfires, floods, and extreme weather events, causing destruction and health problems. Finally, I would like to ask Council how you plan to make up for the increase in carbon emissions from space and water heating with gas. New construction is by far the cheapest and easiest way to cut carbon emissions. Which industries, individuals, and organizations will have to pay for this decision if you allow gas heating in new homes? The future of our city, our health, and our environment is in your hands. Thank you for opposing the report.
Hey, thanks for calling. Speaker number 113, Margie Sanderson. Margie, are you on the line? Hi, is that Margie?
Hi.
Hi there. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Margie Sanderson. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I would like to urge Council to oppose Recommendation B, allowing gas in new construction. Using gas in new construction comes with major risks and costs for our people, our economy, and our climate, as you've heard from so many today and yesterday. In addition, many industry leaders have been preparing for this planned change for over a decade. Where is our commitment to those individuals who have worked hard to get their businesses ready for this change? We cannot reverse policy based on those who have willfully chosen not to adapt. The biggest thing I want to convey today is to those of you on Council who have an open mind on this issue, I really urge you to show leadership for the future of our city and all of our residents. You're elected to represent and serve our people, not your personal investment and business interests. Keeping the gas ban in place is not idealism. It's continuing with a thought-out plan that's already been discussed, debated, and decided on. I and many thousands of others will remember this vote for years to come. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for calling in. Speaker 114, Mona Lemoine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Mona Lemoine, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm an associate and senior sustainability consultant at Dialogue, an interdisciplinary design practice. I also co-chair the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada's Committee on Regenerative Environments. The REIC is the national voice for architects and design excellence of the built environment in Canada. They recently published its Climate Action Plan, recognizing the urgent need to address the climate crisis and the importance to drive accelerated change with a commitment for a built environment that meets today's needs and delivers a healthy, equitable, and sustainable future for all. I would like Mayor Sim and Council to stay the course on climate leadership. It's one of the reasons I made Vancouver my home, and it's one of the reasons I continue to make the greenest city my home. As such, I oppose Recommendation B that would allow gas heating and hot water in new construction. We're facing extraordinary times. At its core, the climate crisis and biodiversity loss is a huge problem. The science is clear. Burning natural gas is just as bad as burning coal. Climate change will increasingly magnify direct and indirect health risks to all Canadians. It will exacerbate health inequities, particularly those for the elderly, those with underlying health conditions, and those who face barriers to affordable housing, food security, and health care. What we need is progressive action to accelerate the scale and pace of change, not a step back. Continuing to burn fossil fuels takes us in the opposite direction of the much-needed, low-carbon, resilient, and regenerative future we want for all, people and planet, to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Speaker 115, Todd Florence. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 116, Sage Houston. We will come back to them. How about Speaker 117, Molly Henderson? Okay. Hi, Molly. Good afternoon.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Molly Henderson, East Vancouver resident and communications coordinator at the climate nonprofit Dotwood BC. I'm speaking today in opposition to Recommendation B. As you've heard today, Council, the gas industry loves to talk about how BC isn't ready to rely on clean electricity for power. Council, this is not true. There is enough clean electricity to power this province, but only if, I repeat, only if that electricity does not go to the gas industry. A pro-gas speaker earlier today mentioned the $16 billion price tag on the Site C dam that'll drive up hydro bills, but she failed to mention where that power is actually going. That power is going by way of a $3 billion ratepayer-funded transmission line to the west coast of British Columbia to power none other than gas terminals. The electricity from Site C could power 450,000 homes. Instead, it's going to power the liquefaction of fracked methane gas. And when those LNG terminals do go online, they're going to raise domestic gas prices, as we've clearly seen in other LNG export nations like Australia. Practical, affordable solutions. That is the gas industry's mantra, but powering gas terminals with clean electricity to export a climate-destroying product to a declining market that will raise gas prices here at home doesn't sound like a practical, affordable solution to me. It sounds extremely roundabout and insane, actually, which is unsurprising for an industry whose motivation isn't actually practicality or affordability, but profit. Council, BC Hydro received over triple the amount of clean electricity it called for in its recent bid for power. 9,000 gigawatt hours. That's enough to power 800,000 homes. Most of that proposed power would come from wind, which is basically a totally untapped resource in this province. BC is on the precipice of a gold rush of clean, cheap electricity, and it's imperative that leaders pass policy now to prepare for it. So please, Council, make the practical, affordable choice and reject Recommendation B. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for calling. Speaker 118 has withdrawn. Speaker 119, Jennifer Cool. Is that Jennifer?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is
Hello?
this Jennifer?
Yeah, it is.
Hi, Jennifer. It's the chair, so please go ahead.
Thanks so much, sorry, for the challenge getting through.
It's okay.
Thank you also for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of Vancouver, Mount Pleasant, and I have a master's degree in public health from Johns Hopkins, and I have been so proud of Vancouver's long-term commitment to protect the health of children now and in the future by requiring that new buildings be constructed without gas stoves or furnaces. And then so concerned to hear that recommendation B is being considered in a move that really takes us backwards in terms of protecting health. As I'm sure the Council knows, evidence suggests that cooking with gas increases the risk of asthma exacerbations and respiratory illness in children. Gas stoves and furnaces also lead to nitrogen dioxide exposure in our homes, and long-term exposure to nitrogen dioxide has been linked to COPD. And if the strain of a sick child isn't enough, we know that childhood illness has community-wide financial costs for families who lose income staying home to take care of their kids or to take them to appointments, for businesses who have staff who can't come to work, and for our healthcare system who end up caring for kids who don't need to be sick. And, of course, as so many other speakers have mentioned, expanding the use of gas appliances puts the health of current and future generations at risk by increasing Vancouver's greenhouse gas emissions and contributing to the climate crisis with its myriad health effects. The impacts we're feeling already, from the deadly heat dome to the wildfire smoke we all breathe each summer. And so I am confounded that we would make it possible to lock in appliances in new buildings that put our families' health at risk now and in the future, and urge Vancouver City Council to oppose Recommendation B and uphold its longtime commitment to phasing out gas from new buildings, and really appreciate your considering all of our input today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for calling in. We'll now move to Speaker 120, Michael Fraser. Okay, we'll come back to them. How about Speaker 121, Omar Bemidji? Hi, Omar. Are you on the line?
I am, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So my name is Omar Bimji. I'm a Vancouver resident. I was born in St. Paul's Hospital, just across the bridge from you all. And I'm now working as the Sustainability Services Manager for SES Consulting. We're a Vancouver-based engineering consulting company, and our focus is on decarbonizing existing commercial buildings through energy efficiency, but mostly through electrification. 4 points I wanted to put before the committee to consider. In our experience, and we don't work on new buildings, but we work with a lot of folks who do, our understanding is that building all electric doesn't meaningfully increase the design or the construction cost of a new building. In fact, all electric buildings are often cheaper to build than those that use gas for heating for space or for domestic hot water. The developers, the building owners we work with face a lot of challenges when it comes to putting up a new building: borrowing costs, permitting time, shortage of skilled labor, but electrification definitely isn't among them. Because of the incredible efficiency of heat pump technology, all electric buildings are actually significantly cheaper to operate and therefore live and work in than gas-heated buildings. So not too much more, if any, to build a new building, and a lot more affordable to live in one or to work in one as the building serves its purpose for years and years to come. Now, electrifying buildings, on the other side, is really hard. It's technically complicated, and although as practitioners we do enjoy the challenge, we have to admit it's a big lift. It's expensive, it's time-consuming, it's incredibly disruptive to the people who live and work in them. So I want to really caution Council and the committee against taking an action in favor of the perception of short-term cost reductions while increasing medium and long-term costs to residents, building owners, and to the city in general. Finally, I want to mention that firms like ours really benefit from the leadership of progressive organizations, governments, especially the City of Vancouver, on climate action. The targets and the standards that you set for our industry cause us to innovate, to build expertise, to create capacity. This, to me, is how capitalism should work. Business taking its cues from and thriving because of the vision of leaders working in the public interest. The expertise, the technology, the jobs being generated by the City of Vancouver's leadership make firms like ours in demand across Canada and make us an example for others trying to achieve what the city has put its eyes on. So thanks very much. I hope that the city will take all of the considerations from the speakers today into account, including mine, and make the right decision.
Okay, thanks, Omar, for calling in. Speaker 122 is Lisa Allen. Hi, Lisa.
Hi. Hi, my name's Lisa. I live in Vancouver, and I'm calling on the City of Vancouver to oppose Recommendation B. And if Recommendation B is removed, I support broader staff proposal to bring Vancouver's building policy in line with the leading standards of other BC cities, showing climate leadership like Nanaimo, Port Moody, and Burnaby. I decided to speak to City Council today because I'm deeply concerned that Recommendation B would be a big backstep in progress for our city. Vancouver is known for climate leadership, but reintroducing gas heating would risk an increase in carbon pollution at a time when we desperately need to cut emissions. This is not what climate leadership looks like. Buildings are already the largest contributor to emissions in our city. Now, my understanding is that regulating new building construction to use clean electricity is one of the most cost-effective tools for the city to reach climate targets. Electric heat pumps in buildings allow for both heating and cooling, something that gas furnaces are not able to do, and something we truly need. Building regulations have a high impact. Any buildings constructed now will still be standing in 2050. And if we don't build them right the first time, we'll set ourselves back in terms of impacting climate and also certainly need to retrofit in the future, which will be hugely expensive. As a healthcare worker, I would rather see this money going towards supporting our neighbors in their health. I urge Vancouver City Council to oppose Recommendation B and uphold its long-time commitment to phasing out gas from new buildings. Leadership looks like ensuring our city continues on a path to cleaner, more sustainable energy use, and I think this will benefit us all. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in, Lisa. Speaker 123, Maury Ford. Is that Maury on the line?
Hi. Yep, it is. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much to extending the time today and for all of those people that are staying on City Council to hear and gather input from people like myself who feel that our voices are really important. So thank you so much to all of you that are staying around today and taking all of this input. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling on the City of Vancouver to oppose Recommendation B. If B is removed, so I would support the broader staff proposal, which was to bring Vancouver's policy in line with other neighboring cities. And I was quite impressed, actually, with the report that the city did put forth as a attachment to this motion. And it was surprising to me that they would ask for gas to be for that to be changed and for gas to be put back into place. As so many other speakers have said, the Recommendation B introduces gas heating, which risks a drastic increase in carbon pollution. And as that report shows, there's really no benefits to efficiency and certainly no benefits to affordability. And buildings that are going to be constructed today are going to be long-standing, past 2050. And to me, it just seems like it's really important that we build them right the first time. There was a recent survey of over 100 building professionals in BC, and they found that the construction industry is also really open and ready to take on the challenges of climate change. And going in the wrong direction is not going to even consider what some of them are asking and getting on board to be doing. They've already invested in the changes that they think are going to be happening in the future in building construction. So again, I just conclude, as many of the other speakers have said today, and I urge Vancouver City Council, please, to oppose Recommendation B. Uphold its long-time commitment to phasing out gas from new buildings. Leadership is necessary right now, and we need people like those that are sitting on our council to act in the most responsible way possible. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker is Scott Kennedy, 24. Is that Scott on the line? He's in person. Burden. Although I don't see anyone
Chair,
present.
I'm just trying to get. We're missing speakers from 124 to 131, and we have speaker 132 and 133 on the line.
Okay. We only have about 5 minutes, so maybe we can do one of them or hear from one of the speakers.
Then it would be the next speaker on the line is speaker 132.
Okay, and just to clarify, we'll come back to those speakers that we're missing, or is there a technical issue?
No, it's not.
Okay, they're just not on the line.
No.
Okay, so 132, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, hi, is this Priyan Samarakuni?
Samarakuni, yes.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to speak and listen to all the speakers today. I'm the chair of the board of the Vancouver Green Party, and I'm a Vancouver resident. And I'm calling to ask you to oppose reintroducing fossil fuels or LNG back into our new build and new constructions. There's nothing that I can say that hasn't been said by my fellow speakers today. We've heard the science, we've heard the affordability and access issues, and we've heard from desperate youth that are the true bearers of the decisions that we make today. Vancouver has worked hard to become a city that's a leader in climate action. ABC, with the supermajority, has the opportunity to accomplish so much. I just urge all councillors today to not go down as being the party that spent their entire term rolling back decisions of past councils and work towards making the city a better city. And so I ask you all to vote down any changes to existing legislation. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for calling in. I think we have time for one more speaker. So do we have speaker 133 on the line, Fiona Cameron?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Fiona. Please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Fiona Cameron, and I'm a long-time resident of Vancouver. I too am calling to oppose recommendation B to reintroduce the gas into new buildings. It just seems a huge step backwards for the city, a city that's taken leadership by introducing the requirement in the first place to install heat pumps in new buildings. There's been lots of data already given and things spoken about the emissions where gas is the main heating. But given the quantity of building going on in and proposed for Vancouver, why would we consider stepping backwards like this when we have another alternative? The change in weather that we've all experienced these past few years is surely proof of the harm that we're doing, and commitment to the future is imperative. I strongly urge the City Council to oppose recommendation B and to uphold its commitment to phase out gas from new buildings and to do the responsible thing for future generations. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for calling in. So I am going to recess for dinner break, and we'll resume with the remaining speakers as well as the speakers that we missed. We'll go back through the list. So we'll be back at 6 p.m. Thanks, everybody, for calling in, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hi, Rowena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
We are going to get started with our speakers list again, but just before we do that, I wanted City Manager Paul Mokry to address council regarding correction to the report. So Paul, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yes, thanks, Council, for giving me a second to speak to this. I do need to acknowledge and apologize for an error that was included in the council report that you're currently considering. Particularly in Appendix F, there's a which summarizes the engagement that was conducted around this particular matter. There was a reference to a meeting that was conducted with a group of small home builders, 20 builders. The report, unfortunately, incorrectly and insensitively referred to this group as Sikh builders, when that was inaccurate. In fact, that not all of the members of that group were in fact of the Sikh faith. And of course, it was totally inappropriate for us to refer to that group of individuals by a religious affiliation. It's been brought to our attention today by members of the community. And of course, while it's certainly not our intent, we do acknowledge that this action has hurt people in the community. So we deeply regret that outcome. That we have caused harm. We have now fixed the error in the report and changed the wording on the version online. So I wanted to let you know that as well. And we'll continue conversations with the individuals involved. And again, Council, just want to take full responsibility for this mistake and commit that we are, or confirm that we are committed to doing better in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll now resume with speakers where we left off. Next speaker is 134, speaker 134, Stuart Hood. Good evening, Stuart. So you have up to 3 minutes. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Stuart Hood. I'm a professional engineer and represent my company in Troba. We're mechanical, electrical engineers and policy consultants. We employ 200 people who work, and many of them live in the city of Vancouver. We are engaged in the design of high-performance buildings and are the designers of countless buildings across the city, from Oak Ridge to many of your own city-owned high-performance buildings. I previously served on the city's urban design panel. I retrofitted my own home, a 50-year-old home, with a heat pump system 12 years ago. I can tell you from experience, it is quiet, reliable, cheap, provides heating, cooling, and hot water through one appliance, and has no natural gas connection. We oppose the proposed option B to allow gas in new buildings, but support option A. I've been practicing engineering for 35 years, 22 of which have been in the city of Vancouver. Safe to say I've been designing heating systems for a long time and know a lot about heat pumps and decarbonization of buildings. My colleagues asked me to speak up about this issue on their behalf. Many of them are your constituents and are very concerned about this motion. Not only have they been working on these policies alongside your exceptionally dedicated and knowledgeable staff at the city, but they care deeply as citizens about climate change. Let me say that this motion is not about gas for commercial cooking, nor is it about existing buildings. It's about heating and hot water in new buildings. Your lived experience in your existing homes and buildings and your current energy bills are not really relevant to this subject. The insulation and air tightness required in new buildings has so dramatically increased the demand for heat. It is now 90% less than it is in most typical buildings. Using gas to heat these buildings is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I think most people now understand that cooling is required in buildings. It's in the bylaw. Once you decide you need cooling, the heat pump can generally always meet the heating load. So why would you want to buy a second appliance that only provides heat, costing more money while polluting the global commons? It does not make any sense, and it's not an affordability issue. The policies that staff and previous councils have put in place are working. One of the barriers we have faced over the last decade in the early adoption of high-performance buildings is the lack of the best heat pump technology. The big European and Japanese equipment manufacturers wouldn't invest in the certification of their products for the Canadian market, as there was very low demand. But now, with the signals the policy has communicated, to industry, these manufacturers have invested in bringing the best new technology. It's now here and available, with more coming, creating increased competition and bringing down cost. The City of Vancouver has held up across North America as a catalyst for policy change that has rippled across the continent. I urge you to do the right thing. The policies are working. Do not allow gas in our new buildings. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Stuart, for coming in this evening. We'll now move to Speaker 135, Erin Rennie. Do we have Erin on the line?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Erin. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Erin, and I'm a homeowner and resident here in Vancouver, and I'm here to urge Council to please oppose Recommendation B and follow through on the City's commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by banning the use of natural gas in new buildings. This effort to phase out gas in buildings reflects years of staff research and engagement. It's grounded in science, and it's supported by the residents of Vancouver. Furthermore, as a signatory to the Regional Growth Strategy, the City of Vancouver has committed to taking action to achieve the region's emission reduction targets, including getting to carbon neutrality by 2050. And in fact, many of the council members here today were on the Metro Vancouver board and voted in favor of those climate action targets just a few years ago. With 60% of Vancouver's emissions coming from buildings, reducing building emissions is the most important thing the city can do to reach those targets and lock in lower emissions for future generations. And banning gas in new builds is also critical for health, affordability, and consumer choice. I'm a new parent, and it is so frustrating to be forced to use natural gas to heat my apartment and water. Most apartments in Vancouver use natural gas, and many of them build that cost of the gas right into your strata fees, contributing to high housing costs. This means you can't even save money by reducing your personal consumption. And in fact, if you do cut back on heating and hot water, you end up subsidizing the gas consumption of your neighbors. Furthermore, burning gas releases pollution that's harmful to my family's health, putting my newborn baby at risk of developing asthma. If my building used heat pumps instead, my family would have lower housing costs and healthier indoor air. I would like to see more apartments on the market that don't force you to use natural gas to heat your home and live your life. And I know I'm not alone in feeling this way. Most of us would like to live more sustainable lifestyles, but we can't because our cities are designed around the use of fossil fuels. This council has the opportunity to change that today. I'm urging the council to do right by the people who actually live in Vancouver and oppose Recommendation B and keep gas out of new buildings. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for calling in. We'll now go to speaker 136, Jason Packer.
Hello.
Hi, Jason. You have up to 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this important matter. I would like to say I run a Vancouver-based consulting business in the construction industry. I've been working in the industry for over 25 years, and I oppose option B and support option A. One of the things that is highlighted often here in this debate is cost, and I like to note that we anticipate electrification in the long run, and buildings baking in gas infrastructure now are going to have higher costs to deal with the retrofits in the future. The city's major source of gas emissions is heating and cooling in buildings, and this measure is the biggest tool the city has to reduce the remaining greenhouse gas emissions after the dramatic improvements in energy efficiency that we've seen in the last few years. And finally, I'd just like to note that we have commitments at the city level to meet aggressive greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, and in fact, the ABC councillors and mayor were elected on a platform to have no net increase through development in gas emissions. And if we do not achieve the reductions through the measures implemented in electrification, those gas savings are going to have to come from somewhere else and have the costs of their own. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you for calling. Next speaker is speaker 137, Steve Adams. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 138, Rosalind Sadowski.
Hi there. My name is Rosalind, and I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver. I am calling on the city to oppose recommendation B, as many have before me. However, if recommendation B is removed, I support the broader staff proposal to bring Vancouver's building policy in line with leading neighbors like Burnaby, Nanaimo, and Port Moody on climate leadership. I believe that recommendation B risks a dramatic increase in carbon pollution while really offering no benefits to efficiency or affordability. And as a teacher, I speak with my students every day about the importance of sustainability actions for my future, for their future, and I just find it baffling why the city would be considering a measure that would be going against our future climate goals. Considering buildings are the largest contributor to emissions in Vancouver, this is one of the city's most cost-effective climate tools to reach our targets. I also believe that knowing that buildings constructed today will still be standing in decades from now, it's important to build them right the first time, and that homes built with gas connections will face costly retrofit challenges in the future. So I really urge the council to oppose recommendation B and uphold its long-time commitment to phasing out gas from new buildings. I really am counting on your leadership to ensure our city continues on a path to cleaner, more sustainable energy use.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Next speaker is speaker 139, Lucy Maloney. We have Lucy on the line. Oh, you're in person. Hi, good evening. Sorry, I didn't see you.
My name's Lucy Maloney and I live in the city of Vancouver, and I urge you to reject recommendation B. It's important that you do everything possible to encourage heat pumps to be installed in new housing, especially multifamily housing and rental housing. I want to challenge the argument that what we do in Vancouver doesn't make a difference. It makes a big difference to teenagers and young adults who see their governments showing leadership on important issues to them like climate and housing affordability, and it can help give them hope about their futures. When the heat dome hit in 2021, our family was living in a rented apartment. Even for Australians, the heat dome was difficult in a home without cooling or shade. Sometimes we, like most Vancouver residents, had to choose between keeping windows open and having forest fire smoke circulate through our home, or closing the windows and losing the cross breeze. As renters, we had no option to retrofit a heat pump into our home. Also, our strata's rules prohibited changes to the external appearance of the strata and restricted piercing the building envelope, and that's pretty common. When we bought our current home, we renovated it extensively and retrofitted a heat pump system for heating and cooling. We removed gas fireplaces and cut off fossil gas supply to our unit. It was complicated, expensive, inconvenient and stressful. It extended our renovation and delayed our move-in date, and we probably wouldn't have done it if we weren't very committed environmentalists and have the financial capacity to prioritise the upfront investment to install a heat pump, and had the capacity to negotiate with our strata committee and manage contractors. It was extremely complex working out how to snake the required pipes through our multi-level concrete townhome. It required multiple meetings and inspections with the strata's renovation committee. However, now when there are high temperatures and forest fire smoke, we can keep the windows closed and keep cool. I absolutely assure you that retrofitting a heat pump into a strata unit is well beyond the reach of most people. If we want to be pragmatic and give everyone in the city a choice, we must do everything possible to ensure that as many new buildings as possible, especially multifamily housing, have heat pumps installed during construction. The people who died during the heat dome were from the most vulnerable groups in our community: seniors, disabled people, poor people. These people are stuck with the choices of home builders. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. We'll now go to our next speaker, Speaker 140, Samuel Wood Vivant. Nope. Okay, we'll come back to them. And now to our last speaker before we go back through the list is Speaker 141, Atia Jafar. Not on the line? Okay. Speaker 142 has withdrawn. So I will go back through the list here and see if any speakers that were missed earlier are back on the line. Speaker number 10. No, is it speaker 10? Yep. Speaker number 10, Jason Talkman. Is that
41? Atia Jafar.
Oh, that's you?
Oh, hello.
Hi, is that speaker, is that Atian?
No, this is Jason Talkman.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jason. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason Talkman. I'm a resident of the West End. At the July 23rd council meeting, when Councillor Montague upended Vancouver's carefully developed climate emergency action plan, there were some rather suspect claims that were circulating that day. But this is not the Wild West of misinformation. This is the city of Vancouver. So I want to reflect on some of the claims that were made in July that brought us to where we are today. Unsubstantiated claims about affordability. Mayor Sim, this motion reduces the cost of building homes. Make no mistake about it, it does. We have an affordability crisis here. Councillor Clausen, we're talking about affordability. We need to make sure that we can afford to live in our city. But in the Vancouver City staff report, we learn allowing natural gas from space heating and hot water is not expected to improve affordability. A recent BC Housing Research Centre report found no correlation between construction costs and the carbon emission performance. Unsubstantiated claims about unlocking housing. Councillor Montague, my motion will provide more housing. This amendment will unlock home building. Quote, limiting energy options is a significant barrier to creating more housing. Mayor Sim added, with this amendment, we can build more houses faster. Vancouver City staff report, allowing natural gas for space heating and hot water is not expected to accelerate housing approvals when compared to low-carbon options. But for me, this hurts the most. Unsubstantiated claim about equity. Councillor Montague, this is about equity. Climate policies are unfair. This will help vulnerable people. You can talk about heat domes. Well, if you can't afford the electricity to cool your home, if you can't afford to pay your bills and you get cut off, I just don't see the point. I'm struggling to understand. Well, let me bring in Chief Public Health Officer of Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, to help councillors understand the point of vulnerability. Quote from Dr. Tam, "Extreme heat poses amplified risks to many populations with disproportionate impacts on older adults, children, infants, people with certain pre-existing physical and mental health conditions, people who work outdoors, and those with limited financial and social supports to protect themselves from heat. There is only one thing that the proponents of this climate rollback got right. That is that this bylaw change would give builders and some new homeowners more fuel choice. But at what price? We're in a climate emergency in which people are really dying from extreme heat. Children's asthma is actually worsening from wildfire smoke, and a generation of young people are experiencing climate anxiety. What do we value? Our health, our wellness, our safety, or the choice between gas and electric heat? This is the City of Vancouver. We're in a climate emergency. Take community safety more seriously." Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now go to Speaker 16, Paul Bonotto.
Are you okay?
Yes, is that Paul?
Yes, it is. Thank
hi,
you.
Paul. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of council, staff. My name is Paul Bonotto, and I'm the Director of Strategy and Development for Gillivan International, one of Canada's largest electrical distributors. Gillivan is a long-standing Canadian company with over 165 locations across the country, including a distribution center in Vancouver. I'm here today to offer support for the motion, including Motion B. Gillivan has been leading the charge on electrification and reduction of emissions in our province and across the country. We've invested in technologies and training to support clean energy solutions, a division I'm responsible for. As one of the largest stocking distributors of EV charging, solar, and both renewable electrical heat pumps, we've been significantly involved in overall energy management. We're strong supporters of both BC Hydro and FortisBC and the programs and efforts they deliver to help reduce emissions. In our efforts in helping customers reduce emissions and the issues they face when we limit choice, we've come to learn that our goal is not electrification, but reducing emissions to help us achieve our 2030 and 2050 goals. We have adopted a holistic approach because one size does not fit all when looking at affordable energy management and the different needs, and I see this every day. The city understands this, as I believe you use renewable in some of your buildings. When we look at gas or renewable distribution, there is a trend that takes a snapshot in time and in some cases opts to remove or stop infrastructure that has taken many, many years to develop. Today, some look at that infrastructure with a negative perspective, and I understand that. Yet, that same infrastructure could very well help us deliver hydrogen blends and equipment that is already capable of accepting 15, 20, and 25% hydrogen to heat and cool our buildings. That same infrastructure can provide us with resiliency when we need it most in emergency or disaster situations we're experiencing yearly as our climate changes. Building resiliency is no longer a luxury. It has become a reality and a necessity. Some people earlier mentioned about care and about homes and about seniors and about affordability. Think of when our power in our grid goes down, the backup that we have. Not everybody has that backup to maintain what they need when they need it. Perhaps as we drive to reduce emissions, we should widen our scope to sustainable construction like modular that offers a 43% reduction in construction emissions and a 50 to 70% reduction in its waste. Those are immediate results and are significant, and that would be great for staff to add to their projections. Recognizing the impact of reducing construction emissions is very significant as well. One of the biggest deterrents that I've witnessed for heating and cooling is the cost and delays. I understand many people say those aren't there, but I see them quite often. This is evident at the time when we're all struggling to provide more and more affordable housing, and a true passion of mine. Affordability is a significant concern.
Sorry to cut you off, but we are over time.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. We'll now go to our next speaker, Speaker 25, Ming Zhao. Have them on the line?
Double check on this. No.
Thank you. Speaker 27, David Van Hemmen.
No.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 28, Bob Annenberg.
No.
Let's try Speaker 38, Chris Hill. Do we have Bob Annenberg present currently in the chamber? Bob? Nope. Not seeing anyone put their hand up. Okay, we can move on and we can always come back to them if they show up. Chris Hill, Speaker 38.
38 is a no.
How about Speaker 39, Dave Ramsley?
Another no.
Speaker 40, Neelam Chadha.
And another no.
Speaker 59, Matthew Lee.
I think it was 56 was
Matthew Lee? No.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. Hello.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi there.
So we can hear you loud and clear. You have up to 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Sim and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Lee, and I am a Vancouver resident. For over 20 years, I've been working in the real estate industry, specifically in multifamily residential, specializing in the development of new townhomes, duplexes, condominiums, and now multiplex projects. Speaking from firsthand experience, Vancouver new construction housing is in peril. The public is not aware of the mounting risks that developers are facing, and it's going to get much worse. Just last week, a well-known Burnaby developer declared bankruptcy, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. There will be more to come next year. Prior to COVID, developers were lucky if they could achieve a 15% return on the cost at the end of their projects. Today, most are struggling to reach 8 to 10% after 3 to 5 years. So let's just put this in perspective. People can make more money with way less risk by simply leaving their money in a high interest savings account. Developers and builders take risks that the average person will not. We don't stand a chance to keep up with the housing demands if the city doesn't provide more fair and equitable building solutions. Rising Metro Vancouver fees, increased borrowing costs, unnecessary step code requirements, labor shortages, material cost increases are all adding up to untenable conditions. Court-ordered sales for development sites across Vancouver are on the rise. The public does not understand that municipal fees, permitting costs, consultants' fees, and hydro requirements equate to over 40 cents for every dollar of square footage sold. This is before the cost of borrowing, the cost of construction, and the cost of land acquisition. The current hydro monopoly leaves developers with no alternative heating options. We have seen evidence that heat pumps cannot keep up with our winter climates as they are not suitable for all housing types. Allowing natural gas simply means that developers have choices, and when you have choices, you present lower-cost alternatives. Those lower-cost alternatives will translate into greater affordability. And isn't this what everyone is talking about in Canada's most expensive city? Pad-mounted transformers are extremely costly to install. Small builders are left to do all the heavy lifting for BC Hydro's neighborhood infrastructure. So who pays for all these additional hydro costs? It's renters and homeowners. The current system is too expensive and prohibitive. BC Hydro has already requested to raise their kilowatt rates last year as they are struggling to keep up with hydro demand. And there's already a strain on the grid with electric vehicles and charging stations, with apartment buildings across the city struggling to keep the upgrade cost of their hydro infrastructure. Last week we had a windstorm and it knocked out power to 230 residents. So where will the system in the future be if new construction was all forced to heat solely with electricity? So in closing, not all new developments will use natural gas for heating, but right now Vancouver developers and builders have no choice in the matter. If we've already acknowledged the high cost to develop, what is the city doing to reduce the cost in an effort to get more housing units constructed? Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker number 60. 56. Darren Jang. Okay, Darren Jang. Sorry about that. The long list. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Eventually. There you go.
Thanks for your time. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier at a dental appointment.
No worries.
But thanks for your time now. So my name is Darren Jang. I'm a professional engineer with the National Research Council, and I'm speaking against exclusively recommendation B, only as a local Vancouver native and current resident privileged enough to now live in a detached home in Dunbar that was built in 1929. In 2018, I successfully retrofit a cold climate air source heat pump that requires no backup heating and has been performing flawlessly with the added benefit of air conditioning in our in our hotter and smokier summers. This investment was only $11,000 installed before any rebates were applied. And earlier in 2010, when it came to replace our old water heater and its flooding risk, I installed a whole home electric on-demand water heater for only $900. This technology has been standard in parts of Europe for a long time, and I couldn't be happier with its performance. It's silent, small, cheap, reliable, and maintenance-free. We don't need natural gas for these applications. As I've just described, cost-effective options exist now. Some will argue the benefits depend on how clean our electricity grid is, but decarbonizing is so much more efficient at utility-scale generating stations as compared to having thousands of natural gas appliances distributed in the housing stock. By delaying electrification, we'd be missing an opportunity to train our next generation of tradespeople on the modern technologies that will dominate the future. This early mover advantage can help Vancouver and BC companies develop the supply chain and expertise needed to serve both new and retrofit installations for local customers and neighboring jurisdictions, with the electrified solutions required now and in the very near future. As Quebec and other Canadian jurisdictions have recently approved similar policies, and BC's Zero Carbon Step Code is expected to implement its own ban on natural gas for these applications by 2030, maintaining the existing City of Vancouver policy framework should reduce economic uncertainty for developers and streamline design engineering they require. For my grade 7 daughter that will have to live her life in very challenging climate with unforgiving weather extremes, does the City Council want to be remembered as the one that rolls back sound environmental policy? Or one that maintains a consistent policy position, doing what it can to limit GHG emissions from the housing stock that create long-term jobs and business opportunities for the future, and that incentivizes modern technology adoption that also provides air conditioning to address the right to cooling motion either voted earlier today or later today? Please make the right choice. Not in favor of a shrinking group of short-term business interests or those misguided by so-called affordability arguments, but for the long-term socioeconomic benefits and moral duty to accelerate the adoption of zero-emission technologies. Your children and grandchildren will thank you for it, or question why you didn't act when you could. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for coming in to speak. We do actually have two of the missed speakers from previously on the line. So I'll just go back a little bit here. So speaker 38, Chris Hill.
Thank you. It's definitely been a long day for you guys, and I thank you for your patience. I think I draw attention, or what hit me hard on this report was page 17 on the staff report. It illustrates the potential of two outcomes and the two paths you're choosing from. Good policy should not prescribe specific products like electricity or gas. I think really it should establish clear restrictions to potential emissions, as stated earlier, preventing further harm while fostering sustainable solutions. From that report, the key statement is if all applicants took Path 2, it would increase Vancouver's carbon footprint by 65,000 tons. If all applicants took Path 1, it would decrease Vancouver's carbon footprint by 15,000 tons. The provincial carbon step code framework is already in place, and I really think the choice should be where to land on this step code versus a ban on a certain product. I think it isn't necessarily be gas versus electric. It should be where we want to stand on our emissions. I have 20 years experience of construction experience. The use of gas offers no plausible evidence of delivering affordability, resiliency, or faster home construction. The increased costs come from change. And we've already had this change already because we've had this policy in place. I strongly believe we're at the top of this learning curve, but we've actually incurred a lot of this cost structure. And I urge you to hear from your staff and BC Hydro on the multi-unit connection costs and the changes being made before you create another costly change to this policy. Approving this pathway contradicts the commitments under our climate crisis declaration, especially for a city aspiring to be the greenest. I ask you how you'll explain this decision to your children and grandchildren. Will you say you reopened the door for further environmental harm when bold action was needed? Or will you say that you acted with integrity, choosing a path that aligned with our shared responsibility for future generations? I hope you can say you amended the motion to restrict emissions from Path 2, applying the appropriate zero carbon step code level, allowing for choice, but one that does not harm us all. Thanks again for your time.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to Speaker 40, Neelam Chadha.
Yes, thank you.
Hi there.
So, yes, my name's Neelam Chadha, and I'm speaking, like the previous speaker, in strong opposition to motion R1, particularly recommendation B to allow natural gas for heating and hot water. Reversing the zero-emission buildings plan would be incredibly irresponsible. To be forthright, it would make no sense to install gas heating into new buildings. It's kind of hard to believe that anyone would sacrifice the health and wellness of Vancouverites to go with this motion. This motion ignores the massive amounts of evidence that climate change is reaching dangerous levels, and it ignores expert recommendations of scientists that are based on this evidence. It would be a massive step in the wrong direction. I'm sure you're all aware of the unquestionably good reasons for the July 13, 2016 Council decision to progressively lower greenhouse gas limits for new buildings, to gradually phase out natural gas for space and water heating for most building types by 2025. The 2016 Zero Emissions Buildings Plan was a major step in a very good direction, and now some want to toss that out the window. Also, to be direct, this proposal would not benefit Vancouverites at all, and it would cause harm. A couple of the ways are climate change and health impacts. Under the Climate Emergency Action Plan, the city was to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030. We are far behind that target. Last year, we had only reduced emissions by under 10%, and the majority of the city's emissions are from housing. Climate disasters will get much more frequent and severe. Very recently, there was a bomb cyclone that hit the waters in BC, and this time we were lucky. Disasters will hit closer to home more often and will become more severe and catastrophic. We need to take it a lot more seriously. Recall that in 2021, over 200 in Metro Vancouver lost their lives due to the heat dome. This is just a sampling of what is to come. It will get worse unless necessary action is taken instead of causing more harm. Last year, I saw firsthand the impact of the forest fires on Kelowna, where my parents live. And we know that these disasters are going to keep getting closer to home until our own homes are in peril if Council doesn't take emergency action on the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Installing gas heating in new buildings will cause over 12 times the amount of emissions as electrical heating per year. Again, recall most of our emissions are from gas heating in buildings. From the report, if all applicants took Path 2, it would increase Vancouver's carbon footprint by 65,100 tons per year by 2035. 65,000 tons.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are at time, but thank you for your comments.
No problem. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you. Number 60, Speaker 60, Karen Smith.
Hello.
Hi, Karen.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm Speaker 47.
Oh, okay. Gabrielle Eschner? I think we heard from Speaker 47. What's your name?
My name is Karen Smith.
Oh, you're Karen Smith. Okay, you're Speaker 60. But please go ahead.
Oh, yes, Mayor Sim, councillors, all who are listening. Do you read me?
We can hear you.
Chair, are you listening?
I am absolutely listening. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Did you have supper?
I did. Thank you for asking.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I thought that I was Speaker 47. I missed the first bus. I obviously missed another one as well.
That's okay. You can go ahead with your comments, so no worries.
If the transmission is clear, just checking. I am a renter. I survived the river, the cyclone, and I have power. You read me?
Yes, we can hear you, hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. I'm hard of hearing and using all my electrically powered devices available, and I want to address the word choice. Yes?
Please.
Yeah.
You can just keep talking.
Oh, thanks. I'm worried that it is a smokescreen for more holy smokes that will not help us breathe, which is why I'm checking the transmission, the quality of our transmission first. Do you know how many people are listening, or who is listening now?
You have all the councillors listening, including the mayor and some staff.
Wonderful.
So you've got a large audience, but your time is ticking away. So I'd encourage you to.
Okay. So then more than 47 years ago, I used my loud voice to say no to smoking in public places. It was my choice to say no to smoking in public places. I used my loud voice to encourage policymakers to base decisions on best practices known at that time. It was my choice. I am using my loud voice that affected the very air you are all breathing tonight in the chambers. These health-providing policies do not give the man who refuses to extinguish his cigarette the choice to get on the bus. Would you be willing to get on the bus? I would be delighted to use my soft voice, even if you are not hard of hearing. Do you read me, Chair?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah. Just to let you know, you've got about 40 seconds left, so I just wanted to make sure you're aware.
I'm very aware. Over and out. Breathe well.
Hey, I shall. Thank you very much for calling in tonight. A breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to our next Miss Speakers, Speaker 63, Benjamin Gormley. Oh, hi. Hey, Benjamin, go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Ben Leo Gormley. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I am opposed to re-allowing installing natural gas in new buildings. Sorry for missing my time earlier. I work in construction, and I had an earbud in to listen to what's going on, but I was installing something, and so I came right here after work because this is very important to me. So I want to give my thoughts on this idea that nothing that Vancouver does will change the weather with something that I think will resonate in this space. If I just don't vote in city council elections, the outcome of that election isn't going to change. If every single individual voter who proudly voted for you guys chose instead not to bother because their personal vote wouldn't matter, none of you would have been elected. So when running for office, a big part of that is convincing, doing the hard work of convincing your voters that even though their individual vote doesn't really matter, that they still should come out to the polls. And then we see in the provincial elections where, some races were like a 22 vote difference. None of those voters knew how tight it'd be, but, these things do matter. We just don't always know in advance that they're going to. I urge you to reflect. What are the reasons that you've personally told people that it's important to vote? And how does that impact how you are going to vote on this issue? Now, I also think that folks on the other side of the debate and on this side were not so different. Some worry more about the risk of losing heat in a freak snowstorm. Some worry more about the risks of climate change. We're all just really worried about uncertainty and trying to take care of our families. But to be honest, I don't think that this reversal coming up again is truly about the dependability of our energy systems. Heat pumps are reliable. The world leaders in heat pump use are Scandinavian countries like Norway, where it's much, much colder than Vancouver for much longer. Yesterday, it was mentioned that electricity in Norway temporarily spiked in price, but I want to add that the price of natural gas in Norway spiked at the same time. Not from heat pumps, but because Russia's invasion meant the rest of Europe imported immense amounts of both Norwegian gas and electricity. I wonder if the reason this issue has been reopened is actually that the gas executives want to make more money and have calculated that pretending that this is all about individual choice is their strongest route to get the money from our wallets into their investment portfolios. Just like how Big Tobacco fought regulations very, very hard and lied to the public about the health impacts of smoking, so too gas lobbies are fighting regulations very hard again. I urge you to vote against allowing natural gas in new buildings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Benjamin. Next speaker, speaker 64, Liz Locke.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Liz. Go ahead.
Great. My name is Liz Locke. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm an artist in East Vancouver, and I am calling in to catch my time because I, too, have been trying to juggle the meeting and work. I strongly urge Council to reject Plan B. Your own report from staffers indicated that allowing natural gas for space heating and hot water is not expected to improve affordability or accelerate housing approvals when compared to the low-carbon options. Buildings that opt to use gas compliance paths will have significantly higher carbon emissions, which will make it more challenging to reach Vancouver's 2030 climate targets and may incur future cost restrictions. I'm deeply concerned about the plan or the recommended plan to re-allow natural gas into new builds. And I think we've had a pretty long list of speakers who wanted to share that impact. We're obviously now the third version of this. So I really hope that councillors tonight you're taking that to heart. I think that it's critical for our health and safety that Vancouver continues to prohibit the use of methane gas for heating in new buildings. And my greatest concern is around Recommendation B. I'll say it again. I strongly urge you to reject Recommendation B. And please think of what this can do for our citizens. Think about how we just also recently heard about having a breath of fresh air and maintaining lung capacity, concerns around not just inclement weather, but damaging and devastating weather. The things that you do at City Council matter not just to our citizens, but also to our climate and our lived experience here. So I strongly urge you to reject Recommendation B. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to speaker number 71, Michael Frass. Not online. You're a clock. We'll now try speaker 74, Simran Sarai. Speaker 81, John Valiant. John, are you there on the line?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, okay. Good evening, Councillor, Mayor. My name is John Valiant, and I've been proud to call Vancouver home for 26 years. My wife and I raised our children here. As a journalist and author, I could live anywhere, but I chose Vancouver not only for its beauty, but because Vancouver has been a beacon of progressive action visible far beyond Canada's borders. Vancouver's citizens founded Greenpeace and made us one of the first nuclear-free cities. Vancouver's citizens kept ruinous elevated highways out of downtown, and we've modeled how to build and live in a pluralistic city, honoring many nations, cultures, and ways of being, living, and loving. Vancouver's still a young city, but it will be coming into its own this century. As a maturing city and a self-described greenest city, we need to make forward-looking decisions that reflect a 21st century social and environmental consciousness. That means meaningful climate action, and that means not expanding the use of methane gas, one of the most potent greenhouse gases being released today. I've spent the last 8 years researching, writing, and talking about the climate-changing effects of industrial CO2 and methane and their impacts on communities like ours. As global temperatures rise, so does the intensity and lethality of urban fires. Urban fire was the subject of my most recent book, Fire Weather, a #1 bestseller nominated for a Pulitzer Prize and a National Book Award. It won equivalent honors in Canada and the UK and has garnered invitations to testify in Ottawa, to speak at the World Bank, and to be interviewed on national radio and TV in many countries. What I've learned is that petroleum companies are rewarded for ignoring climate change while cities are punished for it. Cities are not just housing markets. They're communities of human beings who are vulnerable to heat waves and fires. Those terrible fires in Vancouver last August should be a wake-up. Vancouverites are going to be dealing with the risks and consequences of rising temperatures and rising sea levels for the rest of our lives. Change isn't always fun or easy or cheap, but electrifying now is a drop in the bucket compared to the bills for future climate disasters. The Fort McMurray fire was the most expensive disaster in Canadian history. The projected bill for Hurricane Helene, which devastated the southeastern U.S., is $250 billion. Moving beyond gas citywide will reduce climate-changing emissions at scale and will chart a healthier, more flexible future for our city. There's never been a more opportune time to make this transition than now. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you for calling in. We will now go to, apologies, one moment here. Our next missed speaker. Speaker 89, Dan Rothwell.
I think we have, no.
Okay, speaker 91, Avi Lewis.
I believe that's also a no.
Okay. Speaker 95, Mike Barrett Cerrone.
And I believe no.
Speaker 100, Zoe Mabry.
I believe that's also a no. Just waiting confirmation. Yeah, no.
Okay. Speaker 104, Rodrigo Samioa.
No.
Speaker 109, Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Catherine. Please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I am a Vancouver resident for 25 years, and I have raised my children here. I'm going to start with a bit of a different tack. I have been a public employee in 3 different countries, and one of my very deeply held values for public employees is that they not only do not do things that are unethical, but they do not do things even to have the appearance of things that are unethical. So I first want to say I voted for Ken Sim. I was very excited about some of his proposals, particularly enhancing Vancouver's Chinatown, which seems to be in a bit of disrepair, and the police cameras, things like that. So I didn't vote for rehashing stuff that we already had fixed under a very popular mayor when we made the promise that we were going to be Vancouver's greenest city. And so when I hear that Mayor Sim called in off of his vacation and that one of his advisors has some ties to the fossil fuel industry, I was quite dismayed and very disappointed. And I also want to mention one of the platforms of ABC was they were going to ask the provincial government to oversee a City of Vancouver lobbyist registry. So my first point is, I think this is like trying to reinvent the wheel of something we already had all planned out to be the greenest city in the world. And, like, why are we going backwards on this? Have you guys done, like, every one of your other
platforms that you promised, the 1,000 trees and all this stuff, because otherwise, like, leave what's working alone, and also please do not do dubious stuff that gives you a very bad look. Okay, secondly, my children are now young adults. They are terrified for their future. I heard some construction people on here saying about how it's cheaper. Fossil fuels, if they are cheaper, which I think is very debatable, if indeed they are, it's because they're not taking into, they might be cheaper for like the person that's building to make a profit because they don't take into account the health, safety, and the environment, which is going to land on all of us who are not going to be making all that money.
Sorry to cut you off,
We
Catherine,
just have to
but
live with it.
you are at time.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Bye-bye. We'll now go to speaker 115, Todd Florence.
Hello.
Hi, is that Todd?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes,
Thanks
go
for
ahead.
taking the time for me. It's been a long day for you guys. Yeah, I'm in support of R8 to allow natural gas for heating and hot water and new construction. I'm from the construction trade. I've seen it all. Like the maintenance wise, we're not there yet. It's the longevity of the equipment. Natural gas is going to last longer, less maintenance, and basically, with many municipalities pushing for electric buildings, the rapid move away from natural gas is concerning. According to BC Hydro, electricity only accounts for 19% of energy used in British Columbia. Despite this, BC Hydro imported electricity in 2023 to supply British Columbia's needs. If there is a prolonged drought or cold period, this could in fact impact the well-being of many residents of Vancouver. Until BC's electrical infrastructure is available to sustain the demand going 100% carbon-free by electricity, it must have natural gas as an option, supplying residential heat today and the near future until we get the support from the provincial and federal governments to supply us with the electrical needs that are required. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Todd, for calling in. Speaker 116, Sage Houston. Have Sage on the line? Nope. Okay. Speaker 120, Michael Fraser.
Hello?
Hi, is that Michael?
Yep.
Yeah. So you're ready to go? Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Fraser, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling on the City of Vancouver to oppose Recommendation B. However, if Recommendation B is removed, I do support the broader staff proposal to bring Vancouver's building policy in step with leading neighbors like Burnaby, Nanaimo, and Port Moody on climate leadership. Recommendation B, which reintroduces gas heating, risks a significant and dramatic increase in Vancouver's carbon pollution, while offering, contrary to some previous speakers' claims, no benefits to efficiency or affordability. Again, I want to underscore that reintroducing gas heating offers no benefits to efficiency or affordability, but it will dramatically increase Vancouver's carbon emissions in an age of extreme weather events such as heat domes, atmospheric rivers, bomb cyclones, catastrophic flooding, and out-of-control wildfires. Why would the city roll back a policy that protects its residents and future residents from these impacts? I truly hope the Council and Mayor will prioritize the well-being immediately and in the future of its residents over the short-term profits of a handful of corporate executives. Constructing new buildings with clean electricity is one of the most cost-effective climate tools within the city's authority to help Vancouver reach its climate targets. Instead of rolling back the progress we've made, why don't you, Council and Mayor, model the kind of leadership and climate policy that we desperately need and that future generations will thank us for. I implore the Vancouver City Council to oppose Recommendation B and uphold its critical, long-time commitment to phasing out gas from new buildings. You have an opportunity to model the kind of leadership that will greatly benefit all of us, current and future residents of Vancouver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 124, Scott Kennedy. Oh, great. Good evening, Scott.
Hi, I'm Scott Kennedy. I live in East Vancouver in a 1912 heritage home, which I recently converted to a heat pump. And it keeps up just fine. And we are comfortable. In fact, we're more comfortable than we were with the old gas, high efficiency gas furnace. I'm a principal of Cornerstone Architecture, and I had the privilege of designing the city's very first certified multifamily passive house. And it's heated with gas, hot water. However, since then, I have not done a code building, multifamily building, nor have I done a passive house or high efficiency building with gas in any form other than allowing for restaurants to have the opportunity to cook with gas. I've been participating with the City of Vancouver in an initiative with BC Hydro to understand how we can reduce service sizes in our small multiplex so that we can allow them to be all electrified. And as it turns out, it's actually the EV charging demand that actually pushes us over those limits. And it turns out also that it's very easy to control that with some very simple technology, be it RVE and bioelectrics, that can monitor the panels and can actually cut off the EV charging for those short periods of time when everybody's cooking Christmas dinner or whatever's going on. So these things are all possible to solve. Education of developers is the key to changing attitudes in a similar way that we dealt with the leaky condo crisis. And policy is the key to ensuring that these things happened. We all know that the recent heat dome has now required cooling in most of our buildings. And the fact is, a heat pump can heat just as efficiently as it can cool. And as we know, northern climates, we can do it as well. I'm making heat pump hot water in Smithers in a building, and I'm making heat pump hot water in Wet'suwet'en in another building. I have a 26-suite, all-electric building, heat pump and everything up for the Wet'suwet'en First Nation, and it's done with a 600-amp service. That's about what we now do for sixplexes in Vancouver. So it's all possible to do. It just takes a little bit of education. And I'm finding the biggest education I actually have to do is to my mechanical engineers, to get them to understand to not oversize equipment. And there's an exception in the room here, Stuart, whom I've worked with as well. And his firm gets it. But it does take some time to understand these things. And these policies are very important so that we can actually encourage these changes to happen. And they are happening. And Vancouver leads. And it's in competition in many ways with New York City. Toronto's way behind us. And we're really doing a good job here. And this would be a very retroactive idea to start to go back to allowing gas in new buildings. We're going to have to keep it in some existing buildings. We're going to have to keep it for some of our northern climates. But in these big urban centers, we have the opportunity to really rapidly decarbonize, and we should be looking at that very seriously.
Thank you, Scott. You are over time, but thank you so much for your comments. We'll now go to Speaker 125, William McIntosh. Okay, Speaker 126, Sian Lanian. Okay. Speaker 127, Henry Belisle. They withdrew. Okay. Speaker 128, Kayla Zander.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Kayla. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Kayla Zander. I have been a Vancouver resident my entire life, And I just want to say that I supported the gas ban back when we discussed this issue the first time. The reason that it was put into place is because there was a mountain of evidence, not only from 100 building professionals in BC, but people who have studied the emissions, the city's emissions, and people of all different backgrounds. That's why the gas ban was put in place. And I'm very disappointed to hear that some gas lobbyists have gotten into someone's ears and that we now have to discuss this again. I can't help but think it's a waste of council's time and energy. It's certainly difficult for all of us speakers calling in, waiting in line to discuss this again when it's already been proven to be a really important positive step forward for the city. And yes, it's very disappointing to me. I know that Mr. Sim loves policing, but I'd prefer not to have to keep council's feet to the fire every time something wonderful is passed. So please, leave the gas ban in place. Let's move forward. Let's reduce the city's emissions. And I'd love to not have to fight for this a third time. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for calling. Speaker 130, Nick Oppel.
Ooh. No.
Thank you. Speaker 131, Annette Delmage.
Hello.
Hi, Annette.
Hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here. I hope you're all doing okay and getting some stretches in. So that all right. So I'm here to speak in opposition to recommendation B. I'm not going to throw numbers at you. There's plenty of people who have been doing that already in a fantastic way. I'm here, however, to speak as a proud East Vancouver resident who is also attempting to raise a family here in this beautiful city, a city that I chose to move to 10 years ago from the outskirts. But I'm also here to speak as somebody who has been personally impacted by disease and health problems that were caused by my environment. I am a colon cancer survivor, stage 3B. Yes, I had to have all sorts of medical procedures done, including 6 months of chemotherapy. It changed my life, both emotionally and physically, and I still have many remnants from that disease. This has been proven. I've had genetic testing done. It was caused by my environment. I grew up in Alberta, where there was a lot of different industry, shall we say, and air pollution. I am acutely aware of the ramifications the environment can have on our health. There are dozens of studies done on the negative impact of natural gas in the home and how the fumes that they emit affect our health. So being exposed to these gases in our homes, we all know, we've heard it already. It's been proven to cause asthma, particularly in children, among many other negative impacts. So with council reneging on the decision to disallow natural gas heating and hot water in new builds, you are essentially choosing to put people at risk. But not just anyone. You have to keep in mind who's most at risk. You're choosing to put our young at risk. Now, I have to ask you, what society actively chooses to harm their children? Because that's what you're deciding right here, right now. That's what you are having to decide right now. By passing this, you would be actively choosing to harm our children. Not to mention the studies that show that the smaller the house, the more impact that these air pollutants actually have on people's health. And considering the size of most of the new builds in Vancouver, I don't know if you've been walking through them, but I certainly have. The majority of these condos are built with very limited square footage. So the issue of unsafe air quality within the home would actually impact these households even more. Now, I just really have to reiterate here, by passing this, you would be actively harming Vancouverites. Do we not deserve to be safe in our homes? Do our children not deserve to be protected from harm?
Annette, sorry you are over time, but thanks so much
Thank
for calling
you.
in tonight.
Much appreciated. Have a good rest of the night.
Thank you. You too. Now we'll go to Speaker 137, Steve Adams. Steve on the line? Oh, okay. Speaker 140, Samuel Wood. Thank you. And Speaker 141, Atia Jaffer.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi there. You have up to 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Atia Jaffer. I'm a resident of the City of Vancouver. I'm calling today to oppose Recommendation B. I think it's just awful that Council is reconsidering the decision to take gas out of new builds. I think what we should be doing in a time like this, in the moment of a climate emergency, we should be going further. We should be ensuring that we're retrofitting existing buildings, like the building where I rent my current apartment that has a gas hookup. And I want to share a story. I had a child 2 years ago, and when we brought the newborn baby home, we smelled something that was a little bit off. And I don't know if it was like our spidey senses after we had a new baby, but after we, did a bit of detective work, we realized that it was because of a gas leak in our apartment from a fireplace that was in place. So our building doesn't use gas for heating. It only uses gas for this fireplace. And it was leaking, and it was so disturbing. And, we had someone come in. We were quite disturbed that this could even happen. We had the flame for the gas fireplace turned off. And since then, we have not had any need to use gas in our apartment, but we continue to pay Fortis just to be hooked up, just to be connected to a gas line. And in a time where, we're in a cost of living crisis, I don't have that extra, $20, $30 a month to just put into a Fortis bill for something that we're not even using. I think it goes to show that these companies don't care about us. They don't care about people. They're actively making life more expensive for everybody with their volatile prices. And they're keeping us, I think this point has been made so many times, but they're making us unsafe in our homes. Like, to think that this is something toxic that I am breathing in, that my child is breathing in. It was terrifying to have a newborn baby with these tiny, tiny lungs, potentially, breathing in toxic fumes. So it's quite disturbing. It's disturbing to think that our council would want to endanger more people, more families, and beyond just the immediate health risk, I really urge you to think about the climate emergency. Think about the fact that we are facing worsening heat waves every single year, wildfires that are out of control. This is because of our reliance on fossil fuels. And in the face of a climate emergency, getting off of gas reliance not only helps us mitigate further contributions to climate change, it helps us also deal with the impacts of climate change. If we were to install heat pumps everywhere, if I had a heat pump in my home, I would feel safer when a heat wave hits. We know that heat pumps save lives. They would have saved lives in the 2021 heat dome because they keep us cool in the summers, in addition to keeping our homes warm in the winter. So I don't understand why we are being denied of life-saving technology by continuing to be hooked up to this archaic fossil fuel dependent.
I'll have to stop you there. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. We'll now go back to Speaker 104, Rodrigo Samayoa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you for making time to let me speak on this very important issue. So I'm not here today to talk about the cost of natural gas versus electricity. I'm actually here to talk about my son. He's a happy and energetic 4-year-old. He likes to wake up at 7 a.m. And immediately start playing with his Lego creations that he made the day before. He likes to jump in the couch while watching Twirlywoos. He likes to play with his mom's makeup while getting ready for the day. He likes to sit at the front of the SkyTrain and watch the city pass by as we go to Science World or the New West Key. He also likes to play doctor and pretend to draw blood from our arm or insert IVs, as doctors and nurses have done to him in his regular visits to BC Children's Hospital. He's a child that took his first ambulance, helicopter, and plane ride within the first 24 hours of life. as he was medevac from Prince Rupert to Prince George. He then had his first visit to Vancouver within his first week of life when he was flown from Prince George to the BC Children's Hospital here in Vancouver. Before he was 4 months old, we made a permanent move back to Vancouver so that we could be close to his medical team in BC Children's. These experiences made me be able to recognize when his body is in distress. On June 25th, 2021, he was only 9 months old, and the thermostat in our apartment was hovering near 30 degrees Celsius day and night. This was the first day, or the start of the heat dome that ended up killing hundreds of our neighbors. But at the time, we didn't know this death toll yet, and all I knew is that I needed to keep my son cool in the hot and stuffy nights. By June 26th, our thermostat was now dropping below 32 degrees, even in the middle of the night. By now, his energy level was visibly lower, and his sheets would get soaked from sweat. By June 27th, the thermostat was in the mid-30s, and my wife and I had set up yoga mats and blankets in the balcony so that we could all sleep outside as our bedrooms were unbearably hot. The problem was that I couldn't sleep that night. It wasn't the heat keeping me up. It was the sound of my son's breath. It was slow. It was shallow, and it was fast. He was struggling to breathe and regulate temperature. It was then that I knew that we had to get out of this apartment and find a hotel, regardless of the price. I was thankful enough that we were able to find a room at the YWCA hotel, but I know that I was one of the last families to book a hotel room before all the rooms in the city were booked, not by tourists, but by residents of the city. It was by far the busiest night for hotels in the middle of the pandemic. I tell you this story because this is a story that more parents will be facing in the coming years as the climate crisis worsens. And while we can do nothing about the greenhouse gas emissions that are already in the atmosphere, we can absolutely do something about reducing our future emissions. I am here to ask that you reject the proposal to allow gas heating and hot water in new buildings as a way to protect the residents of the city. Climate change is by far the biggest threat to public safety we are facing today. We saw this with the over 700 deaths of our neighbors back in 2021.
Rodrigo, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but you are over time. So thank you for calling in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was all. I ask you to put public safety first and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Rodrigo. Okay, that concludes our speakers list. Thank you to everyone who called in and came to City Hall today to speak to this item. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Dominato. Committee members, is there any discussion? Please add yourself to the queue. Yep. Just turn your mic on, Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, we've just had a lot of speakers, a lot of conversation, and I'm just wondering if we might take a 5-minute recess just to kind of take a bit of a breath and take it all in.
That's a great idea.
Okay. How about a 10-minute recess?
We'll do a 10-minute recess.
Thank
just
you very much.
Use the washroom, etc. Okay. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. To get started again, the gallery, if you don't mind just quieting down. Thank you. Just a note to people in the gallery, we are going to get started again. So thank you. So we are going to begin discussion, and we have a few councillors on the queue. And first, I'll go to Councillor Carr.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank staff for the work that you've done on this report, the incredible research and the consultation that you've done. I want to thank the speakers. They were passionate. You gave us the most compelling reasons I can think of to stick with the plan to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I did account 13 speakers did say that they would support the whole report as is, including options. 91 said no to changing or reversing back our policies around not allowing gas in new homes. The conclusions are really that it doesn't cost more to build an all-electric home. The technology, the trades, the supplies are readily available. Number 2, it's more comfortable. Number 3, it's more resilient, especially as the earth warms. And number 4, it's healthier. The people who live, our kids especially, are at risk with the gas in the homes. Why is the decision so important? There are 3 reasons: the threat of climate change, the city's reputation and our economy, and 3, our children's future. In terms of climate change, I don't know if all of you around this table believe that we are in a global climate crisis. In case you don't, I'm going to read you at least some points from the latest, I don't know if you read these, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Global Consensus reports of the leading scientists around the world. The last report said it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land at a rate that is unprecedented in at least the last 2,000 years. Each of the last 4 decades has been successfully warmer than any since the date first recordings of climate. There's faster ocean warming, sea level rise, more extreme temperatures and storms, heavier precipitation, and more droughts. Global warming will exceed 2 degrees Celsius. And all of the extreme climate events will become more extreme unless deep reductions in GHGs occur quickly. Trust your own experience here in Vancouver. I mean, we've seen things I just never thought we ever would. The heat dome, the atmospheric river, extremely high king tides, major fires in BC, the bomb cyclone, who ever even heard of that before? I don't think we should refrain from action because some people think it's a global issue, not a Vancouver issue. It is a Vancouver issue because it is both global and local. We produce GHGs, we're part of the problem. We pay the price of climate change, about $13 million for adaptation in our 2025 budget, although it should be more, plus more for repair. We should not pull back from being part of the solution. City's reputation is a second point. We've built a brand. People invest here. They come here because of this brand. Leadership in the building sector and reputation in green buildings is incredibly important to our local economy. Speakers said clearly, don't reward the laggers, reward the leaders. Our brand, our economy will suffer if we don't do that. And finally, our children's future. Pediatric surgeon Dr. Jeffrey Blair said it, vote for your children, vote for their future. So many are depressed. Don't leave them and their fate and future to chance to global warming. Try and do everything you can to protect it. I'm going to end by reading some of the cards that were given to me yesterday from Mom Stop the Harm, and their kids were there. Please keep the planet we inherit safe. A concerned teenager. Dear City Council, I'm a young person and I love our planet and its nature and animals, but I'm afraid that they will all disappear and animals will go extinct and the skies will go gray if you do not stop burning fossil fuels. So please treat this like the climate emergency that it is. Climate action now, please. Jaden. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll also echo the thanks to our staff and to all of the speakers who came in person and online. I want to start by reflecting that all too often governments want to address short-term issues at the expense of long-term sustained efforts. What we've heard resoundingly over the last number of days is that we need to prioritize climate leadership, stay the course, show courage, do the right thing, moral duty, and all these comments are grounded in science and proven projects. The city isn't a business, it's a level of government, just like the province and federal governments. And as such, we need to consider multiple bottom lines, not just financial ones or the influence of big lobby groups. While we must consider individual interests and business and industry interests, we must also consider the collective good and long-term impacts. And today, there is a tension as the public struggles with affordability. Governments at all levels want to address this. I've learned that the affordability argument doesn't pencil out in this proposal to reverse current city policy by reinstating natural gas heating and hot water. The capital costs of heat pumps with cooling and the operating costs of that equipment over the long term will cost the same and in most cases less than natural gas. Heat pumps are high efficiency, draw less on the grid, and there are load management strategies to balance energy use. It pays dividends not only for people's pocketbooks, but also for the environment. I've been asked by many where this direction came from. When I served on council last term, we did intense consultation around the climate strategy, and that included builders and others in the community, and there was resounding support for moving forward and continuing to move in the direction of green buildings. Electrifying new construction was the simplest. In this term, smaller builders approached me about delays in BC Hydro service hookups and distributing the costs when increased amperage is necessary. We've been working with BC Hydro, and they are looking to address those issues, and there will be changes in the new year. In this term, no one has been banging down my door for us to reverse course. Only the natural gas sector and their representatives have been advancing this agenda. It was suggested that this would make housing go faster. The staff report and many builders I met with and heard with over the last number of days have made it clear that returning to natural gas will not enable us to build housing faster or more affordably. But there is an opportunity to support upskilling and education of builders. The province is moving in this direction regardless. There are many other communities moving in this direction. Quebec, which is hydro-rich like BC, is also making similar moves. In fact, new construction is low-hanging fruit to electrify. It's a blank slate compared with costly renovations down the road. Many other builders, developers, and others have reached out to me expressing support for a number of reasons. The zero carbon and energy step codes were developed by builders for builders. Builders have adapted, we've heard. They've risen to the challenge. Very few has said this doesn't work. Builders have told me what they need is certainty and predictability. We heard about energy security. This topic came up from a number of speakers. We are in a transition, and as a pragmatist, I know we will be reliant on a variety of fuels, including fossil fuels, for some time to come. But we can do our part to reduce reliance on natural gas at the civic level. However, we are not going to determine energy security policy at this table. We must look to other governments responsible for us to help guide us. And speaking finally to climate change and health, which is really why we're here. It's real. We know fossil fuels are significant contributors to increasing greenhouse gases and climate change. We also know natural gas has an impact on health. We heard from 150 physicians. Forest fires have been around for centuries, but they are getting worse and the season is lasting longer. We're seeing flooding and atmospheric rivers never seen before. And let's not forget the heat dome of 2021 that killed over 100 people in Vancouver. Recommendation B does not reduce GHGs. It leads to an increase over time and sends us in the wrong direction. At the recent COP29 conference, we heard the pleas from developing countries seeking support to address climate change in their countries because they're heavily dependent on coal and they don't have hydro-rich communities like we do. No one policy will fix everything, but the sum of the regulatory parts will help. But we do have to try. We have to try for future generations, for the children and leaders who will follow us. I'm more clear than ever that continuing to electrify new construction is the right thing to do, economically and environmentally. Electrifying new construction, as I said earlier, is the low-hanging fruit. It's pragmatic, and it's an incremental step to addressing climate change at the local level. I will be supporting recommendations A and C. I will not be supporting B. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. And I just want to say thank you for everyone in this chamber, our team members, speakers that came in, the speakers that were online, and all my teammates on council and our city team members for this. And look, this is one of the great things about being in Canada. We can have a lively debate and we can have different points of view. And I can tell you, I don't think any of the speakers were wrong, right? And so I'll give you my perspective. You know, I'm gonna take a balanced approach to everything that we do in this chamber, and we have two really pressing things going on here. We have, you know, the climate challenges that I think we can all agree, you know, we've been living through and will continue to live through, and an affordability crisis that's going on in this city and this province and this country. And so I like to go back to first principles. So when I look at the City of Vancouver report, and I'm just looking at this very objectively, like, you know, it could be great, it could be flawed, it really doesn't matter. Let's just take the report. The report says that, you know, by electrifying, there won't be any delays, there won't be a significant increase in cost, and the carbon footprint will be decreased. Okay, so the reality is that's either true or it's not. If it's true, I truly believe everyone would adopt electrification because it would be at the same price with no delay, and it's actually good for our community. Or it's not true, and less homes will get built, and it will be less affordable. So, not taking a judgment call, those are just the two outcomes. And so, if it's true, it's a moot point. If it's not true, then we're going to have some challenges. And if it is true, then it really doesn't matter. So what do we know? Once again, just taking the information that we got in this chamber, what we do know, whether we like it or not, even if we shut down the city of Vancouver, it won't make a difference in decreasing the rate of change of the global, you know, worldwide temperatures. Okay. So, wasn't my call. That came from our team members. And so, knowing that, when we take a balanced approach, and I understand we have to signal as a city of Vancouver, but at what cost? It would be really easy if there was a simple answer. But in the real world, we make judgment calls and they're trade-offs. And so when I look at what cost, we can send a signal, but we won't have any material impact. And the cost, it's real, it's affordability. We heard, you know, comments from the restaurant industry. And so, look, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm not saying anyone else is right or wrong here. But based on the information that I heard and the judgment call I'm going to err on, or I'm going to make, is I'm going to support natural gas. If banning it would have like an impact, even a minor impact that was measurable, I would change my mind. But I think of all the families, all the kids, all the future generations, and all the people that struggle to even live here. And that's the cost. Look, I'm not saying I'm right. And the great thing is we're all going to have differing views. I just wanted to be clear to the public here where I stand, so no one's surprised, and they know where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to our staff for the work that they've done, and to all of our speakers who have been calling in over the last couple of days. I just want to reflect a little bit about just how I arrived here. In 2016, I wrote a column for a local community paper that referenced Vancouver Council's policy shift away from using natural gas. It happened in the summer of 2016. And the fact that the gas utility Fortis BC was ill prepared for the direction that local governments were taking. In the column, I called it a Kodak moment, referencing the once famous camera and film company that missed the digital photo revolution and failed badly. Not surprisingly, I heard from the people at the company were not happy with my column. But I remain of the view that it was important that they and their board of directors heard that cities were moving on to reduce emissions and they needed to support that goal. Over the past 2 days, they're once again listening to Vancouver Council. In the years since, I've followed the ebb and flow of our energy sector as closely as I can in order to understand how both we can meet our climate goals while making life affordable in our region. It has been concerning and disappointing that neither the federal government, provincial government, nor the City of Vancouver climate emission targets have come close to being met. I ran for office in part to help change that. Numerous proponents of electrical energy for home construction are adamant that it's cheaper to build and coupled with a heat pump can lead to comfortable living in winter and summer. Assuming that the knowledge of builders like Sean St. Amour of Clay Construction become more widespread, it's only a matter of time before all builders share his passion for low carbon housing. It took Bryn Davidson of Lane Fab and his team 15 years to learn how to build brilliant low carbon housing. And as he said in their work, it is their work to bring others forward. And Bryn, I can assure you that you are supported by this council too. It's clear to me that the future of home heating and hot water is going electric, and these leaders will help make that happen. Vancouver is not an island that only extends from Blanca Street to Boundary Road from Burrard Inlet to the north arm of the Fraser. Our city is part of a wider metropolitan region of 2.7 million people and a province of over 5 million people, and we share the climate. That's why my questions to staff largely focused on things that are ultimately not in our control here at City Hall, such as the availability of energy supply across BC's grid in the face of rising demand from industry and consumers, the goal and the cost and carbon intensity of imported power, the specter of increasing rates to repay BC Hydro's significant debt, and the downloading of cost of energy, industrial energy to Vancouver ratepayers. I also raised the example of Norway, which, like many jurisdictions such as Sweden, Denmark, the UK, and California, have each tried varying levels of banning the use of fossil fuels for space and hot water heating in homes. And in the case of Norway, it has led to Norwegians now using up to 15% of their disposable income to heat space and hot water in their homes. This is something I hope we can avoid in our province. And I'm not yet confident that that will happen. So I want to say that I'm very glad that we had this debate. I'm really glad that we've heard from so many people and their perspectives. As the speaker Raj Mundra stated, policy is best served up when people are paying attention. When it comes to the suggestion that our policies are the result of an influence campaign by corporate interests, my answer is this. I've heard from BC Hydro, I know what their interests are. I've heard from Fortis BC, I know what their interests are. The only interest I care about is those of the people of Vancouver. And my message to both companies is to raise your game. Help us understand what the costs are to power our province and keep our economy going and climate clean, and show us how you plan to do it. As a councillor, I prioritize affordability, energy security, and reducing climate emissions. If there's any takeaway from this debate, that it's balancing these things is not simple. As a next step, it's our goal to deliver on a campaign platform commitment, to deliver on a no net new emissions policy that Vancouver will help Vancouver meet reductions targets instead of skipping right past them. So more to follow on that. I'm proud of our work here at Council, and respect the varied views of my colleagues. And I know we're all here to make the city better for everyone, for families, for children. Nothing less will do. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks to all the speakers for speaking to Council in the past 2 days. I really appreciate the staff for bringing this report and all the works behind. This is really a tough decision. It's probably the hardest decision I've ever made in this Council chamber in the past 2 years. In the past a few weeks, I met with different groups from both sides. And I read every single letters, the letters we received from the email, from the the mail letters, hundreds of them. I can tell you, I read every single details of the letters, with the intention to find a middle ground. I'm still, even now, I'm still trying to find a middle ground. That's always I have been doing, and I think past one, past two, they are not good. Both of them, they are not very good decision. So that might be another indication that our community is so divisive. And why I decided to run into the municipal election, my only objective is to unite everyone together to heal the division in our community. So to always trying to find a middle ground for all those very important topics. So I'm actually really upset tonight. I don't know what is that middle ground. So really, it's not an easy decision, as we know, especially that there's no consensus from the academia, from the industry, from the politics, and that's what we have seen in the past 2 years. And also, we ask, and also my council colleagues ask some very important and critical question. I don't think staff can find the answer to those questions either. So that tells you how complicated this issue is. And another fact is, yes, we have a lot of people speak to council today and yesterday, but there are a lot of people, they won't come here, because there are language barriers, which I talk to a lot of our people in our Chinese community, our South Asian community. And I know their concern. They just didn't come here to speak to the support or oppose this report, but it doesn't mean they don't have any position against this important topic. So, their voice is underrepresented. So I want to let people know the facts that as well. So I want to speak for them as well. So, so yes, we are in a climate crisis, of course. And I'm really concerned about the future of my son. We are also in a housing crisis. This is also, I think, the #1 priority in the short term facing in our city. A lot of our social issues because of the housing crisis. That is my #1 priority in this council term. So I think I'm gonna, make the decision based on my #1 priority here. And also, I'm also trying to, as you can see from my question, I'm also trying to advocate for more incentive from the province, from the city, to get people off the gas voluntarily. I don't think imposing some people, affect their freedom, affect their choice is the option. But as a government, as a legislation, we should provide incentive to let people off the gas by themselves. So I'm gonna still advocate that. Hopefully receive the support from the council members to advocate for the provincial government to have a well-established incentive program. So with that, I'm gonna still think about how I vote, but that's my comments. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. I'm going to make some comments, so I need to relinquish the chair, I believe, to Acting Mayor Montague or Mayor Vice Chair, sorry, Councillor Dominato, Vice Chair Dominato. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'd like to echo the thanks to staff for all of your hard work that you've done to respond to this original amendment and your ongoing work to keep Vancouver as a sustainability leader. As stated by my colleagues, this has been a really important discussion we've been having here at Council, and there's a lot of interest on this topic, and I'd like to thank all the speakers who came to speak today. There are also diverse viewpoints in Council on this issue, which I think is a good thing. Diversity of thought is truly representative of our dynamic city, and I really believe it helps us make better decisions here at City Hall. I know we're all focused on addressing the housing crisis and making housing more affordable, And in my opinion, there's lots of other ways to get there apart from energy sources. And there's tons of work happening on that. And I know that everybody here is committed to continuing that work to make housing more affordable and address the housing crisis. Given what we've heard from our valued staff, speakers, and my fellow councillors, as well as leading industry experts, many people that came to speak today from the construction and development industry, who I have immense respect for, real leaders in green buildings and sustainability, I really feel strongly that we need to stay the course as a climate leader and continue to ensure that the new buildings that we're building in Vancouver are transitioning off of natural gas, given all that we know today in 2024. This will help us meet our climate and emissions goals. And I am concerned that if we were to allow natural gas for space heating again in new construction, we would need to find other potentially more expensive or difficult ways to reduce our emissions to make up for the additional emissions that would be generated by reintroducing natural gas in new builds. And let's not forget, natural gas is still allowed for gas cooktops, for fireplaces, and for restaurant kitchens. Heat pump technology, higher sustainability standards in buildings, such as thicker walls and better windows, and more efficient equipment have all made the transition easier and more cost-effective, to the point where it's nearly the same cost to go electric in new construction versus natural gas. I also feel uncomfortable putting new homeowners in a difficult situation in the future where they'll incur costly retrofits when we already had the knowledge about the technology that works well and is getting better every day, heat pumps. There's also a possible issue around not having the physical space for electrical equipment in the future when that gas equipment needs to be replaced. I know that our staff and civic government are extremely committed and dedicated to working closely with home builders in our city to work through any issues around electrification, to ensure that we can continue to transition away from fossil fuels for space heating and keep working towards our journey to make Vancouver more sustainable for our families and for future generations. And as I've mentioned, we are already well on this path to transition. Why would we turn back the clock now? So based on everything I've heard today and yesterday, I plan to support recommendations A and C and oppose recommendation B, consistent with my earlier opposition to the amendment. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, it'll probably come as no surprise to anybody. As an elected Green councillor, I'll be voting against recommendation B and asking to have that severed. I'll be voting against the in principle amendments to the building bylaw to provide gas for heating and hot water in new buildings. I do appreciate the work that staff did to present that option in compliance with the amendment that was originally passed back in July. I note that actually back in July as well, kind of buried in this conversation that same week, BC Hydro had applied to the BC Energy's Utility Commission to change the distribution extension policy to allow for more equitable cost sharing when it comes to hydro hookups, and that decision will be coming in 2025. And I bring that up, and there's a lot of stuff that we didn't get to hear about from BC Hydro, because BC Hydro is a Crown corporation, unlike Fortis, which is an investor-owned corporation. So Fortis was able to speak to us. We didn't really get to hear from BC Hydro, and I think that's part of the issue here, because we did, this wasn't really an issue that we heard a lot about. I think Councillor Dominato alluded to the fact that Vancouver's clean energy policies and the direction that we've been taking as a city, and indeed innovating and leading in the sector, has been well received. And it only recently came to light in light of the July amendment. So I think it's important to reflect that we've been doing great work. Staff have been doing great work. We are on the right side, on the right track. And I want to just go back to, and I know we've heard a lot of stuff, 142 speakers, most of whom were opposed to Amendment B, Recommendation B. But I want to go back to something that Brad Bedell highlighted, and the fact is that the electric heat and hot water, it's an agnostic system. So, touch wood, dog forbid, we end up in a situation where the water dries up and we need to find another way to generate electricity, be it gas or nuclear, who knows. It's an agnostic system. That electricity can phase into a different power source to generate it. We can't say the same for a gas system. So as we look forward, and we're talking about new builds, these are buildings that we're building for 60 years, for 100 years. As we look forward, is there going to be gas to even power those things? Is it even going to be conceivable? Are we going to look, for, like 30 years from now, we'll be looking back at gas as we look back at people smoking cigarettes in restaurants? Just absolutely ludicrous, and people won't imagine that we had gas in our homes for heating and space. And again, to highlight that as is presented right now, we'll still allow gas in our homes. And I think one of the most shocking things we heard was the highlighting of the fact that our gas in the city of Vancouver, and I had to fact check this, our levels of benzene are amongst the highest in North America. And that is absolutely outrageous to me that we in our city have higher levels of benzene than other cities in North America that are also using natural gas. So, we're still allowing it for cooking and for decorative fireplaces, but it does beg the question, it's like, why are we subjected to higher levels of benzene? And we know the health impacts. We heard from speakers talking about direct health impacts on their children, on cancers, and we're sitting by and we're not being more proactive about it. I mean, it's a whole other conversation, but I think the staff have presented a very sensible roadmap here, with the exception of B, and I appreciate that they had to bring B forward, but I won't be supporting B. But I do appreciate all the work that went into it. I appreciate everybody coming to speak to it and the goodwill of all our colleagues who, every one of us who sat here and heard all 142 speakers and took the time to analyze and really think and thoughtfully consider the opinions that came forward. And yeah, that'll be it for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I want to start by saying how glad I am to see this item back on the agenda, and thank speakers for speaking to council and also staff for all of your work. As councillors, people expect us to make decisions that are best for them, best for the city, and most importantly, they expect us to make decisions that are grounded in fact. And while proper process is rarely top of mind for citizens when things are going well, they start to get worried when things are not, and rightly so. And that's what happened here. We began, where people began to ask why this was coming forward, and it felt rushed without proper process. And then questions started to follow, and maybe some speculative, but who was driving the proposed changes and why? Why did the council need to make the decision without a proper notice of motion? And more importantly, why did we need to make it without hearing from experts and community members to help weigh the facts? So I don't know the answer to any of these questions, but I do know this, and especially now that we've had the time to follow proper process, that rushing the amendment in July meant the debate we had was done on the basis of information that was incomplete. And some information that was wrong. And so I believe each of us that day were trying to find the right answer for the city. I truly do. But with incorrect information being introduced, I believe we made the wrong decision. The fact is, the initial policy of using electricity for heat and hot water in new buildings is the right one for people in Vancouver. Electricity is at least the same cost as gas to operate for this kind of heating, and estimates show it will actually be cheaper in the long run for owners and renters. And just as important, a return to the initial policy will honor Vancouver's commitment to tackle climate change, reducing significant GHGs every year. So put simply, keeping this policy means we will reduce emissions across the city and reduce costs for residents. So in July and over the past few weeks, there have been comments made needing to vote against moving to clean electricity because we needed to allow gas for cooking. And as we know, the original policy clearly allows gas for cooking, so this is simply not the issue. We were also warned that moving to clean electricity would lead to rising costs and permitting delays. We now know that that is also not true. And not only is that clear from the staff report we've just received, but since the July vote, I've also heard from experts in the building sector who have told me they can build just as quickly and cheaply with electric heat and hot water as with gas. And more importantly, given the affordability crisis we are in right now, they have told me that homes with electric heat and hot water are cheaper over time than gas to operate for homeowners and renters. So now that we've had a chance to do the proper work and had the proper time to consult with the members of our community, I've heard from builders who say electricity is cheaper and better. And I've also heard from young people that felt disappointed and let down by the vote in July. They saw what I see now. This is a chance to keep moving forward with the bold Vancouver Climate Action Plan and to do so in a way that actually lowers costs for people. We didn't get these facts in July, and that's why I'm glad to see this motion back before us. More specifically, I'm glad we took the time to follow proper process to gather all the facts and hear from people in our communities. Now that we have, the path forward could not be more clear. And on that point, I want to speak to exactly what is before us today. And the question is quite simple. It asks, do we want Vancouver's future buildings to be heated by gas or by clean electricity, which is cheaper to operate and better for who we are and where we are all trying to go? The report is dense, but the question is not gas heating and hot water or clean electricity. It's a clear choice that will carry our city into the future. Vancouver's regulations already allow and will continue to allow gas stoves and fireplaces, regardless of which way we vote today. That will not change. What we are talking about is upholding the current limits on gas for space heating and hot water, which are the main sources of carbon emissions in buildings. So, again, the decision today could not be more clear. We live in a moment where climate action can be divisive, especially with the transition to a cleaner future is filled with sticks and not carrots. That can often lead to tough decisions and trade-offs, but that's not what we have before us. What we have before us is all carrot. We are honoring Vancouver's bold commitments with cleaner electricity for heat and hot water, while at the same time helping people save money and allowing for cooking in fireplaces. All carrot and no stick, as they say. So this is the kind of progress that brought me into politics, and it's the kind of sensible policy that people across this city expect us to champion and implement. And I'm sure we were all watching closely as Richmond Council recently was asked to make a similar decision, and after a healthy debate, they chose to stay the course and move away from gas. I don't think that it can be understated how important it is that Vancouver maintain its leadership on this file, and that a clean and clear move to electric heating will not only be good for our city, but will be good for all other municipalities who embark on the same journey. And for those reasons, I'll be voting in favor of a cleaner and more affordable Vancouver.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. I'm seeing no one else on the queue to speak. We did have a request to sever recommendation B. Sever all three? Okay. We can vote on each recommendation separately. So we'll just need a minute here to get that up on the screen. Yeah, we can go in order. Okay, so we'll first vote on recommendation A, which is highlighted on your screen for those of you in the chamber. So if we could please go to the voting panel to vote on recommendation A. Okay, so recommendation A passes with Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Now we'll vote on recommendation B. So we'll just highlight that there. So if we could please go to the voting panel for recommendation B. Okay, recommendation B is a tie, so that would be a fail. In opposition, myself, Councillor Carr, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry. So recommendation B fails. We'll now vote on recommendation C. So we can go to the voting panel. Thank you. Okay, and recommendation C passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. That completes report 8. Okay. It's been a long evening. We have a few motions to get through. So we're going to move on. Before I move on to the next item, I will relinquish the chair to Mayor Sim, as I am the co-author, along with Vice Chair Dominato, for the next item. So I'll just give Mayor Sim a minute to get ready. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. The next item is motion 1, advocating for climate resilient housing standards in response to extreme heat events. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Meissner. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? No? Okay, Councillor Dominato, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And timely that this motion followed our recent discussion. I won't take a lot of time on it given the late hour, but it is in response to extreme heat events. And I mentioned in my earlier comments, we referenced the heat dome of 2021 and increasingly the need in the lower mainland metro area for cooling functions. There have been some moves to support rental properties, rental units with cooling functions and support. But this motion seeks to advocate to the province to adopt further measures to ensure climate resilient, thermally safe housing for residents in the City of Vancouver, specifically in strata owned units. And so it asks for 3 things: to reaffirm Vancouver's request to amend Section 330K of the Vancouver Charter, granting the city the authority to set maximum safe indoor temperatures in residential buildings. That the strata property that the Strata Property Act recognize a right to cool, allowing residents of strata buildings access to cooling solutions, including the installation of air conditioning, heat pumps, or passive cooling measures without unreasonable restrictions from strata corporations, and advocate to the province for incentives, grants, or subsidies specifically for individual strata owners to install heat pumps as energy efficient, climate resilient cooling solutions, and to expand eligibility for these incentives to include multi-unit residential and strata properties. And so really the thrust here again is to protect the safety, the health and well-being of Vancouver residents, and to provide them more tools to stay cool in the hot season, which is something we really need to deal with as a city that maybe we weren't dealing with 30 or 40 years ago. And this is again co-sponsored with my colleague Peter Meissner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from registered speakers for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker is Vincent Jelena Lemaire. Is Vincent in the chamber?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Vincent Julien Lemaire. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I support this motion. I would like to thank Mayor Sim and the City Council for listening to my testimony tonight. And more specifically, I want to acknowledge the remarkable empathy of Councillor Dominato. Thank you, Councillor Meissner, for joining your voice to this submission. My spouse, Elizabeth, and I moved to Vancouver in 2019 to work at UBC. We immediately loved the city and were impressed by its people's resilience throughout the pandemic. The choice was easy to remain here permanently and raise a family. After a long journey, we were overjoyed to welcome our daughter, Oriane, in May of last year. She is small but healthy and vivacious, with a very strong personality. Our second great adventure was finding a permanent home. We're all aware of the challenge this represents, but we were lucky and bought an apartment in Kitsilano with vintage looks but much potential. We were awed by all the light flowing in and even on overcast spring days. We expected the apartment to be quite warm because of the southern exposure and skylights, but we discovered the situation was more acute than we expected. On sunny days, inside temperatures are 10 to 15 degrees higher than on the outside. We prepared a detailed proposal to share with our Strata Council, which included temperature readings and our installation plan for a mini-split heat pump system with a CD-certified contractor. We included a letter from a public health nurse who confirmed that our unit temperatures were becoming dangerous for our child. Our proposal was entirely rejected. The council saw no reason to provide an exemption to our strict bylaws. We bought 2 portable ACs, but they had little effect. By late June, temperatures were becoming unbearable, peaking at 35.5 Celsius. Oriane couldn't nap with a loud machine 5 feet from her cot. We had to turn it off. Every minute of sleep, temperatures would rise until she woke screaming in utter distress, drenched in sweat from head to toes, her face bright red with heat exhaustion, and her body covered in rashes. We put all our energies into improving our heat pump project, including expensive precautions. Our proposal was again rejected. Our council members expected we cloister our infant in a single cold room from May to August. We informed council that we could not work anymore as we had to spend our afternoons in the cold of the supermarket. We told them that at-home childcare, our then only option, was becoming untenable. We shared a detailed energy survey of our unit. We shared a doctor's letter filled with urgency. We invited a civil engineer to inform them. No one cared, and our child kept on suffering. We pleaded for better windows and were denied. We asked to install sun shielding on our patio and were denied. The units of our council members are protected by shade trees and remain cool. They asked us, what will we gain by allowing your heat pump? Will we be able to install our own to boost our resale value? I kept records. We spent 576 hours with temperatures above 26 degrees, 51 of them above 30.
And Vincent,
We look for remedies in all
I'm
places.
sorry, Vincent,
Oh,
you're
yes.
at your time.
Thank you.
Your time. Thank you very much. Okay, and it looks like speaker number 2 has withdrawn. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you for speaking, Vincent. And committee members, is there any discussion? Let's see here. Councillor Carr?
Obviously, I mean, this is a resolution that's going to be going to the province of BC, and I think it's absolutely incredibly important that the province get on board and make sure that there are housing standards for extreme heat events. I mean, we saw 117 people die in Vancouver, so I think it's an excellent call, and making sure that, and this is broader than Vancouver, it is obviously also intended to affect all of BC. So I think it's a very compassionate move, appropriate for the circumstances we are in terms of climate change.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to Councillor Dominato for the introduction. As mentioned, we are co-sponsoring this motion. And it's important to me and important, I think, for the tens of thousands of residents in Vancouver that do live in multifamily buildings or condos that currently don't necessarily have the right to install a heat pump. So many stratas still are not allowing heat pumps, or it's an extremely complicated process that an owner has to go through in order to install a heat pump. And Vancouver is the city of glass, and many of these condo units have floor-to-ceiling glass windows, myself included. And I can share that during the heat dome, it was 36 degrees inside my condo during the day, in the late afternoon. So this is a serious issue, as I think we're all aware of. Currently, the province is offering incentives for single-family homeowners to install heat pumps, and it does not seem fair to me that people that live in smaller units in multi-unit residential buildings like condos and high-rises are excluded from that incentive program. So this is really an advocacy motion to ask the province to consider expanding those incentives to condo owners to ensure that people have the right to cool through amendments to the Strata Property Act to make it easier for them to install heat pumps if they wish to do so. And also granting the city the authority to establish a maximum safe indoor temperature. Currently, we have a maximum safe minimum temperature in the city of Vancouver, but we currently do not have a maximum safe, indoor temperature. So hope that made sense. So I am proud to co-sponsor this motion, and I'm hoping to see support from council tonight on it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? I can't see the, okay. Passes unanimously. Great, thank you very much. That completes motion number 1. Thanks everyone. I'm now going to relinquish the chair to Vice Chair Dominato for the next item, since Chair Meisner is the author of the next motion.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And so the next item is motion 2, formalizing the 100 block of Robson Street as a dedicated fan zone, is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Meisner. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Is there any conflict of interest to declare? Hearing none, I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Meisner. You have 2 minutes to introduce.
Hey, thanks, Vice Chair Dominato. Our city is well known for its dedicated sports fans and our love for sports. And I really believe we deserve a dedicated place where fans can gather, cheer, and celebrate their teams. So that's why I'm excited to introduce this motion, which will recognize the 100 block of Robson Street as a dedicated fan zone and explore permanent upgrades to the space. As you may know, this block has already organically evolved into a celebrated temporary fan zone for events at BC Place, including exciting games featuring the BC Lions and the Vancouver Whitecaps. With even more exciting events on the horizon for Vancouver, I think now is the perfect time to make it a permanent fixture in our city. So what I'm looking to move forward is upgrades, things like better lighting, enhanced road surfaces and sidewalks, retractable bollards to get rid of the ugly blue temporary fences that are put up and taken down for fan zone celebrations currently, and new street furniture. And I believe that these improvements would make Robson Street safer, more accessible, and more fun for everyone. And outside of sports, I think it could create a space that could be used for things like farmers markets, festivals, and pop-up events throughout the year. So having a dedicated fan zone is not just about promoting vibrancy, it's also about safety. By having a designated area for fans to gather, as is done in other cities successfully, Toronto's Jurassic Park is a huge hit, we can improve the overall safety and organization of a large public gathering. So I'm excited to help make this vision a reality and create a truly unforgettable experience for fans and visitors alike, and I hope that you will support it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Montague. We'll now hear from registered speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion and may only speak once. We'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker is Annette O'Shea, Executive Director, Yaletown Business Improvement Association. Is Annette on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Annette. Go ahead. You have 5
Hi,
minutes.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors and mayor. I'm really excited to be speaking to you tonight. I'm the executive director of the Yaletown Business Improvement Association, and I am speaking to you on behalf of that organization. We fully and wholeheartedly support this motion and this more modern approach to event management. Thank you, councillors Meisner and Dominato, for bringing this forward. We do ask for a few minor but important considerations from council. You should be used to that from BIAs by now, I think. The first is for council to direct staff to liaise with the BIA in the design of the fan zone. We have more than 20 years' experience working with the more than 30 businesses that are our members that are parallel and adjacent to the proposed fan zone. We understand what they need, we understand what's going to make them successful, and we also understand their frustrations in being so close to a fan zone in the past. Too often, the events that have occurred as fan zone celebrations prior to tonight's discussion have quite literally blocked the bricks and mortar businesses from participating and from succeeding in any way with the fan zone. The bricks and mortar frontages have been blocked with signages, they've been blocked with food trucks, and they've been blocked with tents. That stops the bricks and mortar businesses from participating in any way and becoming part of the fan zone. It's designed differently. The store frontages can become part of the fan zone and can participate and be supportive and be successful in it. The design of the fan zone also needs to ensure the commercial movement of goods. 4 very large hotels there, more than 30 businesses surrounding it. The commercial movement of goods is going to be important to get through and to that fan zone. Our second component is easy. We've done it before, and it was just magic. We just haven't done it recently, and that is the creation of pedestrian travel zones or pedestrian travel corridors to and from transit hubs such as the Canada Line station at Yaletown Roundhouse, to guide pedestrians and fans to and from the fan zone. We were very successful designing it and implementing it for the 2010 games. We had more than 20,000 people per day going to and from BC Place Stadium for 17 days, all along the mainland street corridor. That corridor was designed and supported with litter cans, with pavement treatments, with banners, with decorative lighting, with nighttime safety lighting, and with signage. Most of that small infrastructure is missing now. It's been 14 years. It's been removed. It's time to make it really easy to communicate to pedestrians how to get to and from the fan zone. Think of it as a bike lane for people. It's kind of like a bike lane, but just for pedestrians. Make it really easy,
Annette,
and they will use
I have
it.
to interrupt you. That's your 3 minutes.
Thank you. We're excited to support.
Okay. Thank you, Annette. We appreciate you calling
Thank
in.
you.
We'll now move to our second speaker, Lee Haber, founder, Downtown for the People. Do we have Lee on the phone?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thanks, Lee. I understand you have a PowerPoint. It's up. They've got it up. Just give us 1 minute so it's set. Just give us 1 more second. Okay. Hopefully you can see it as well, Lee.
Okay.
Your slides are up and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm speaking in support of the motion. I live in Crosstown near Rogers Arena in BC Place. If we want to shed the village label and embrace our identity as a metropolis in the mountains, Vancouver needs a fan zone like what is proposed here on this block of Robson. However, if we just stop there, I think we'll be missing a big opportunity to make our downtown more vibrant and pleasant. We're going to be hosting the World Cup in 2 years. If we truly wish to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we cannot have all of the excitement confined to the PNE, far from the heart of the city. A pedestrianized Robson Street from Robson Square to BC Place could be one way to bring that excitement downtown. Pedestrianizing this stretch would be relatively easy to do. Disruption to traffic would be minimal, and the bus routes that use this section could be easily rerouted as they have in the past. This section also has one of the highest concentrations, which you can see on that graphic, of restaurants in the entire city. If you want to help downtown businesses, allow these restaurants to expand their patios into a pedestrianized Robson Street. I estimate that with this extra space, businesses along the street could generate up to an additional $300,000 per day. Given its location, benefits to business, simple logistics, and the historic moment in front of us, pedestrianizing this section of Robson is a no-brainer. To not even study it, in my opinion, would be to have no brain. I request that council use their heads and call on staff to also study the pedestrianization of Robson Street between Robson Square and BC Place as part of this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. That's perfect. Thank you for calling in tonight. Our next speaker is Karen Gray, Vice President, Marketing, Park Casino, and I believe Karen's in person. I don't see Karen, though. It's supposed to be in person. Do we have Karen on the line? Okay. Maybe we can come back to Karen after? Okay. Our next speaker then, speaker number 4, is Axel Schuster, CEO and Sporting Director of Vancouver Whitecaps. Also in person. We have Axel in. No. No. Okay. Do you have a sense of how long Karen Gray will be, Councillor Meisner?
I did just get a text from the speaker, but haven't yet. I asked if they were able to call in, just haven't received a response.
Okay.
They're not on the line.
Okay.
They're not on the line.
I think we can move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And clerks, if Karen does show up, can we accommodate after we go into discussion, or would we have to suspend our procedure bylaw?
Just the procedure bylaw, Vice Chair suggests that we go through the speakers list once and a second time, and then it's closed.
Okay. I think then in the interest of time, because I think everyone's had a very long day, we'll close the speakers list at this time. Thank you to speakers. Now, committee members, is there any discussion? I see Councillor Montague on the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I actually was going to ask the city manager about consultation with Yaletown BIA, but I see Councillor Meisner has potentially putting forward an amendment, but I guess maybe I'll ask my question anyway. Part B of the resolution, and I guess I'll have to go through the city manager since you're the only one here. When the motion says that council directs staff to explore, I'm assuming that exploration, would it be engagement with the BIA, or do you need specific direction for that?
Thanks for the question. I mean, I think we could take that. I mean, the direction is always helpful and clear in terms of confirming council's intent. Yeah, generally for something like this, the BIAs would be consulted, but again, there's definitely no downside.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that, but I see Councillor Miser looks like he's going to throw an amendment out there anyway, so that's it. That's all I have. I'm happy to support, of course.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Oh, I saw Councillor Kirby-Young briefly, but have you taken yourself off the queue? Oh, okay, Councillor Meisner. And understand, Councillor Meisner, you have an amendment? Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. I do have an amendment.
Clerks to move you to an amendment queue since I can't do it.
Thank you. Thank you. So I did circulate an amendment to council, and this is in response to the comments from the Yaletown BIA president, Annette O'Shea. As the city manager mentioned, there would be this consultation with the BIAs, but I think it's important that we clearly specify this, considering the nature of the proposal. So the amendment reads that staff also consult with the Yaletown BIA and the Downtown Vancouver BIA, as this particular area is on the edge of both of those BIAs, on the design of the future fan zone, as well as the professional sports teams of the Vancouver Whitecaps FC and BC Lions, in addition to consultation with neighborhood stakeholders. And I'll add that I have received letters of support from BC Lions and the Whitecaps, as well as Downtown Vancouver BIA. And you also heard from Yaletown BIA earlier. So hopefully a fairly straightforward amendment, and hope for your support.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. I see Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry. Seconder for that amendment. Oh, seconded by Councillor Montague. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just scanning through, looking at the amendment and then cross-referencing with the rest of the language. I'm just wondering, what about PAVCO in terms of consultation? I don't see them specifically referenced as, other than as a funding exploration, but as in terms of the consultation piece. So I'm curious as to, and that might be, I know we're sort of on comments on the amendment, but I'm maybe signaling that it would seem to make a lot of sense because they are the landlord and the venue owner while the teams use it. They also have other clients like concerts and other components. So I'm just, and obviously operationally are responsible for what happens in and adjacent to the building. So I'm just signaling that that might be helpful.
Is that a question through the chair to myself, or?
Sure, we can do that as a question through the chair. Yeah.
Go ahead. Meisner.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Kirby-Young. That is an oversight. I also do have a letter of support from PAVCO. So I would welcome an amendment to the amendment if you so wish to incorporate PAVCO as well. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Councillor Kirby-Young, will you be submitting an amendment? If so, will you move?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I can. I was sort of signaling in case the mover wanted to do it, but I can send an amendment to the amendment.
I'm happy to do it as well.
Yeah, no problem. I'm doing it now.
And we'll need us to move to a second amendment queue. Thanks.
It's just simply adding the word PAVCO, so I'll just signal that verbally, and then I'm just sending it in writing so the clerks have it. And there you go, sent. Thank you.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Montague. So we'll move to a second amendment queue. Is there any discussion on this very minor amendment? Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, just quickly, thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for pointing that out. That was an oversight, and really appreciate you noticing that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'll call the question on the amendment to the amendment. And can you vote on screen, everyone? Or if it's pretty simple, we can just do all hands. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that carries unanimously. I can't see Sarah over the screens there. Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, that amendment to the amendment carries. We'll move back to the main, now amended amendment. Is there any discussion on the amended amendment? Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, hold over. Seeing no one else on the queue, again, I kind of called the question and I'm just going to use hands for simplicity. All in favor? Aye. Aye, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move back to the amended motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Meisner, do you want to close on it?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Vice Chair Dominato. Thank you, everyone, for your support on those amendments. I'm excited about this. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I think it's a no-brainer to create this permanently designated temporary fan zone in this block. I know it's going to be really exciting, and we have a great case study already. It's already being used for this. So this is just bringing it to the next level. And I'm always looking for other opportunities around Vancouver, and in particular to the Speaker Lee Haber's point on Robson Street. I do think there's additional opportunities to create more pedestrian priority spaces on Robson Street, and I'm actively discussing those with staff. So more to come on that, and really excited to help move this forward, and can't wait to see fans celebrating in it in a few years. So thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And thanks, Vice Chair Dominato. Okay, the next item is motion 3, ensuring councillors' motions maintain public confidence in the good rule of the city. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Yeah, I'm not seeing any. So Councillor Carr, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So please go ahead.
Great, thank you. This is really a motion that directs staff to bring back to us some changes that may apply to the training of counselors, potentially the city's code of conduct, only after the current council-directed review of the Integrity Commissioner Office is complete, and potentially the procedure bylaw as well, in order to help us as counselors make decisions that really do follow the best practices that are already outlined in our code of conduct and procedure bylaw, but are not necessarily detailed. They're general kinds of objectives and direction, but sometimes it's hard when we're at the council table to understand whether it applies or under what circumstances we should be seeking more information, et cetera. I think we've, for the most part, it's we debate, we bring up motions during debate. It's not meant to stop that process at all. That's an iterative process where people are responding to new information. But this is about things that could have been better either written or inclusive of information that could help us as counselors make good decisions. So there's several parts of this, 6 parts. One is to make sure that either as counselors or as a chair of a meeting, that staff is prompted or has at the front of their mind the ability to inform if a motion is being tabled that might conflict with a motion currently in effect, which I only really read about when I was writing this motion, that they are prompted to think about that and determine whether or not something can be tabled.
Councillor Carr,
Right now,
I'm really sorry to
that's it.
interrupt
That's
you.
my 2 minutes. I'll be able to respond to things afterwards. But
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Fry, seconded. Thank you. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for this motion. And our first speaker is Marianne Rev on the phone.
Yes.
Hi, Marianne.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for willing to hear from me again. And I greatly appreciate that you're still there after such a long work day. So thank you. So I'm speaking in support of motion 3, ensuring councillors' motions maintain public confidence in the good rule of the city. Having spent half my childhood in an Iron Curtain country, I have always cherished the ability to be an active participant in democracy at all 3 levels of government in Canada. That possibility was taken away from me and the public on July 23rd, 2024, when Councillor Montague introduced, without proper council procedure, a motion to reverse a ban on gas heating of space and water in new low-rise Vancouver homes. That ban was passed in May 2022 after a 3-year democratic process, including public and industry engagement. It was part of Vancouver's climate emergency plan. It's common knowledge that such a motion would be contentious in Vancouver, yet it was not posted publicly. The public and media had no time to review it. ABC ensured there would be no possibility of public input to council about the motion. Councillor Montague's motion and the vote that followed, which included vacationing Mayor Sim casting his tie-breaking vote remotely. Both actions were premeditated, sneaky, and unprincipled. My second reason for supporting this motion is that the July 23rd motion and vote also brings up important council code of conduct issues. It has been shown that Councillor Montague met with a Fortis lobbyist days before the motion. A Vancouver Sun investigation raised concerns that gas industry lobbyists and an in-house senior advisor to the mayor may be influencing ABC's decisions. Mayor Sim's senior advisor is also the director of 2 private gas companies, obviously not Fortis. Of course, the mayor's office denies that Mr. Gravel influences Vancouver's gas policies. Vancouver Council
Marianne,
Code
sorry to
of
interrupt
Conduct.
you. Marianne, apologies to interrupt you. We just can't impugn or suggest motives of staff members or councillors.
No, I'm
or make those sorts of allegations. But please continue. But just a note on that.
Okay, I'm just saying what the Sun article said. Vancouver Council Code of Conduct states that the following is not allowed. 1, improper use of influence. 2, conflicts of interest, apparent or real, and lack of transparency. Councillor Carr's motion is an important step to prevent an incident such as the July 23rd one occurring again with this and future Vancouver councils. Thank you for hearing me out.
Yes, thanks for calling in, Marianne. Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
We'll now go to speaker number 2, Julie Elaine Starelski. Good evening.
Thank you. I will keep this very brief.
My name is Julie Streleski. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support of this motion to ensure councillors' motions to maintain public confidence in the good role of the city. As pointed out tonight, sufficient time was not given to the public and media to review and for citizens to provide input to council and register to speak to the motion tabled in July to allow the use of fossil fuels to heat space and hot water in new homes. This would have reversed a significant policy that had been developed with robust public consultation, as you all know. And so this is clear, and I just have to say on behalf of so many people, and that this has a measurable impact on health, spurring innovation, clean technology for business, and really send signals for decades to come. So it is a very measurable impact and means so much to us I work in policy development, and I know how much this means. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and to all of you who made the right decision tonight. And this inspires governments around the world. It shows solidarity with other leaders. It is common sense. It is evidence-based, and it shows that facts do matter. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that does conclude our speakers list. Thank you to everyone for speaking this evening to Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Oh, yes, we have discussion. I have a number of comments on this particular motion with respect to every clause, and I'm going to try to go through it sequentially, bit by bit. I believe implicitly in the rule of good governance, and I believe that it should be grounded in thoughtful policy. I think as we've heard from both of the speakers tonight, it's very clear that this motion is a reaction to the amendment that resulted in the report that Council just received and spent a great deal of time discussing. And I do not think that that is an objective analytical way to approach process. So I'm going to go through this one by one, and I'm going to look at each and every clause. So let's look at one here. It says processes and procedures to help a member of council or the chair of a council meeting, including the obligatory input of staff, determine if a council motion conflicts with a law or bylaw that was previously passed or in effect. We actually have a clause in the procedure bylaw currently that exists that enables a councillor to call a point of order on something if they would like to identify that they believe it conflicts with a bylaw or resolution previously passed. In addition, we have a process prior to even getting into the council chamber when motions are submitted, where motions can be submitted to staff at the councillor's choice or any member of this body in order to receive feedback from staff, where staff already go and provide us with very thoughtful and helpful feedback that advises if they think something is congruent with policy, if it will advance something, if there's other considerations that the creator of the motion may not have considered. So from my perspective, that one is covered. I think, too, criteria related to public trust and transparent government decision-making should identify the type and scope of motions that public consultation. This is an incomplete sentence. It is a fragment. It doesn't even describe the thought and say that public consultation what. I don't know what that actually means. So it's difficult to think about how we would move forward into defining those criteria. I think that when the thought is not actually even fully complete or articulated in this clause, I will say that if I try to take that back up to the 10,000 foot level, we have an integrity commissioner office, we have a code of conduct policy, we have a procedure bylaw, we have conflict of interest provisions. We have a number of pieces that already exist. I'll move on to number 3. Number 3, where and how, what type of motions, where we should disclose the most significant sources of information, particularly with individuals. I think about sensitive situations where we had sex workers, or not sex workers, I should say hotel workers who had experienced what they felt was sexual assault. Some came forward to the council chamber, some did not. They were worried about doing that publicly. They wanted to draw those situations to councillors' attention. I think about a number of our small businesses that are larger projects developing rental nonprofit housing who are worried about talking about permitting delays because they are concerned that that will impact negatively on their application with the permitting department. So they come to their councillors to talk about it. When we do have formal meeting, and sometimes we might see somebody at an informal event, or or they might have a telephone conversation. When we have formal meetings, we already have a process for that because our calendars are made public every month. Every meeting that is scheduled in those calendars is publicly available. So from my perspective, that's complete. 4, when criteria for when a council members are or should be made public in advance of a meeting to determine the timeline for staff, we have to have the ability as councillors to do our job. We are the elected governance of the City of Vancouver. We need to be able to exercise discretion. That is why we are actually elected. If we're going to be micromanaged through a process like that, it removes the opportunity for councillors to decide what business they think is important to be brought forward to this chamber. That's why the councillors bring it forward. That's why we have robust debate. That's why speakers can sign up and offer their opinion. And they can do that in a number of different ways. It would preclude us, if I wanted to make an amendment to a report, I don't know where that would begin and end on a motion or a staff report or how that would be defined. And I can only imagine how that would grind the business in this chamber and democracy to a halt. When I look at number 5, a procedure similar to a public hearing to allow council members absent for a part of the meeting to vote. We have things like grant reports we had today. We currently have 10 councillors. We have 1 absent who's elected to office. Good for her. We need 8 votes on a number of things. So if you have to step out to go to the bathroom because your kid is sick, you have to do a doctor's call, maybe you're on another committee meeting. I don't know. So then you are precluded from voting, or all of council has to stop while you review the proceedings of the 10, 15, or 30 minutes that you missed. And then 5, finally, with the Integrity Commissioner, it is already required practice that there is mandatory training for council members annually every year as part of the guidelines that are set up and articulated in writing for the Integrity Commissioner. So again, that is redundant. I'm not going to suggest that we rule this redundant. I'm just simply going to vote against it because it just duplicates procedures. And I do not think that this comes from a place of actually delivering good governance. I think it's intended to be punitive. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I won't, Councillor Kirby-Young kind of hit the nail on the head with a lot of the things that I wanted to mention. I will say that the second part of the resolution, I wouldn't even know how to vote. Like she said, it's an incomplete sentence. It makes no sense whatsoever. Part 5, I just add that beyond slowing, one thing I've learned in the last 2 years is that government works very slowly. Things run at a crawl. This would drag things to a point where they would almost stop moving. And I would also suggest that it would put in place rules or regulations that the report that we voted on earlier tonight that went in your favor, Councillor Carr, potentially wouldn't have if your rules came into place. Number 6, it's redundant, it's out of order. I'd also say that this is a reaction to a decision that Councillor Carr didn't like. It's basically an attempt to create some sort of an appeal process for decisions that individual councillors might not like that are decided upon by all of council. It replaces a previous motion that was withdrawn by Councillor Carr that I actually feel was defamatory. It goes against Section 6.1C of the procedure bylaw that says council members must not question the motives of another council member. It's just fraught with problems, and I will not be supporting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Fry.
Well, I won't go too long because it's been a long day. But ironically, to some of the other earlier comments about how this would add more time to the procedure, of course, this long day today was in no small part because of the 142 speakers that we heard that really came as a result of an amendment that was introduced at the last minute on a staff recommendation, a staff report back in July, that proposed a substantial change in the work plan for staff. So that amounted to a lot of work for staff. That amounted to a lot of work for us here to sit through 142 speakers over really a complete 180 kind of move that came without any evidence to really support it. And we had to then spend that extra time. Staff had to, process a report that actually could kind of myth bust some of the the suggestions were proposed in the original amendment. So what I like about Councillor Carr's motion, and I'm not going to get too into the weeds on it.
Unless more participants join, this conference will end in...
Wow, that was almost like a sign. But yeah, no, and I just, I think that there is an opportunity to improve process. We have seen a lot of amendments that have been introduced to reports, to existing motions that come at the very last minute without an opportunity for staff to even comment on them, let alone to have a fulsome sort of evidence-based decision. And, as Greens and as many of us, even non-Greens, I think we believe in evidence-based decision-making. And I think this might suggest an opportunity for a little bit more exploration about how we could improve our process. I don't think the intention is to add more time and waste time. In fact, if anything, I think it would probably eliminate some of the time wasting that we have seen in this council chambers. So, thanks, Councillor Carr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I actually submitted an amendment.
Okay. See that here, and I will move you to the amendment queue just a moment here. Please go ahead on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for pointing out. I'd forgotten to circulate this earlier, given the work that we've been undertaking. The motion, when submitted under Clause 2, or therefore be it resolved, Clause 2, inadvertently, when it was submitted, did leave out a word, and that word is an operative verb that does make the sentence make sense, and that is to require in front of public consultation. So thanks for catching that. I'd forgotten to do that earlier today.
Okay, so we have that amendment. We'll need a seconder for the amendment. Seconded by Councillor Fry. Okay. Any more comments on the amendment, or ready to go to a vote, it looks like? Okay, we're going to go to a vote on the amendment, please. We have it up on the screen. Okay, that passes with Councillor Montague in opposition and Councillor Klassen in opposition. So we'll now go back to the main queue to deal with the motion as amended. Councillor Carr, did you have any other comments?
I do have some other comments. Thank you for people for commenting on this. This is not intended to slow things down. It's intended to make things clearer, make our decision-making processes easier for us to cope with and less confusing. It is not intended to stifle the debate and the oftentimes motions that arise out of listening to each other, hearing new information, and thus resulting in amendments to work that is being considered through a predetermined staff report, for example, because that is indeed a big piece of governance. I think that sometimes we're not clear about process, and that it would be incumbent upon us to say to staff, look, help us be clearer, understand the rules better so that the process is a fairer process, that when we are dealing with information that we have, dealing with a motion or amendment, that we have the information that we need to be able to make a good decision that is well informed and that meets a kind of test of building public confidence in the work that we do. So when things are land on the table, they haven't had a chance to actually be reviewed at all. Unlike motions like these, which got lots of public time to review, and us as fellow councillors to review, it can be, especially when it's possible to share the information ahead of time, it doesn't do well for the democratic process. I did include in my whereases, an actual reference in number 3 of the whereases to an actual federal government document for policymakers about some of these best practices. So I took some of this information from there. So there is already some information. We just don't have it necessarily all written down. I don't want this to be a process that's going to take forever in staff. I think some of these changes can be done or suggested and brought back to council in a fairly expeditious fashion. I do think that there are times when, in the process of considering making a decision, that more information, clarity around the sources of information, clarity as to whether or not the motion, in fact, might contradict or a current a motion in practice is not necessarily what we understand, because sometimes new counselors just don't have the experience. Staff have that experience, and if there is if it comes forward, and again, it's all about staff coming back to us after they've reviewed and thought about how they can make things more helpful or clear to us, that it might be very helpful to have that input as we're in the process of considering something. So it's, as I say, this is only intended to help us as counselors to make some things which are currently not very clearer. It is not intended to conflict in any way with the work that is ongoing right now to look at the code of conduct, focusing more on our procedure bylaw. And I don't think it should take a lot of time, but it could save us a lot of time in the end.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just thought it might be helpful to, and as we've heard a lot today about daylighting, some facts and some really fulsome discussion around issues, to just share some of the staff feedback that came from the existing process that we actually have, where they're able to provide input into it. And I understand there were some changes made to the motion based on that, but yet staff said that the issues remain, and I think it says the limitations on the response staff will provide to feedback remain when this updated version. So I'll just read in sort of their words that came back. First, the motion requests a report back. That is lawful, but many of the suggested topics could create significant procedural issues. For example, requiring council members to inform themselves in the same manner as if they were absent from part of a public hearing could require significant tracking and may result in lost quorum, as I had referenced earlier. Requiring notice of an amendment or further consultation before a motion that changes city policy could further slow city processes, unquote. Number 2, it is unlikely that staff would be in a position to offer definitive recommendations on several of these matters, although staff would be able to outline implications or alternatives, but still, this would hardly be definitive. Third, quote, also giving council's prior decision to undertake an independent review of the Code of Conduct bylaw, the direction that staff also review the same bylaw that is currently being reviewed and undertaken by the third party is problematic, unquote. So I could go on and provide some additional feedback and references that they have made, but I think that speaks to the points that I made earlier and is quite self-explanatory. And Chair, I'd now like to call the question, please.
We do have Councillor Carr wanting to speak still. So I would like to hear from Councillor Carr.
Chair, you could ask me to withdraw it, but you actually can't overrule a councillor calling the question, I believe, procedurally.
I'm just going to need a moment to confer with the clerks.
And can I have my clock stopped, please? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. So we had that request to call the question by Councillor Kirby-Young that was seconded by Councillor Montague. We do require a 2/3 vote in order to move that forward. So I think we should go to a recorded vote on that. And this is on calling the question. So Council, if you could please vote on the voting panel on calling the question. Okay, so that passes with myself in opposition and Councillor Carr in opposition. We're going to vote on the motion. This was just a vote on calling the question, which required a 2/3 vote. Did you want to reconsider your vote, Councillor Fry? Okay.
You have to make a motion to reconsider the vote then.
Okay, so we need a motion. Okay, let me just turn your microphone on, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Fry,
my apologies, Chair. I thought we were voting on the final motion. I didn't realize we were.
No worries. It's been a long day.
Yes, thank you.
So you'd like to move motion to reconsider?
Please, if
that I assume needs a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor of reconsideration? Do we vote on?
Okay.
Aye. Okay. No one opposed? Great. Thank you. Okay. So let's do that vote again. And this is on calling the question. Okay. That carries with myself in opposition, Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Fry in opposition. So we will now call the question on the motion. Paul, you had a comment?
Vote.
I need a 2/3 vote.
You need 2/3 to pass.
And we had 3 people in opposition. Can we get those voting totals back on the screen? So that would not meet the threshold for 2. Yeah, so we had 4 in favor and 3 opposed. So that is not 2/3. Doesn't meet the 2/3 threshold. So apologies about that for not realizing that right away. Thank you, Paul, for that. Been a long day. So Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that the comments that were raised by, that the staff comments reiterated by Councillor Kirby-Young were ones I all addressed. So that there were changes in, for example, in 5, where the person who may have missed a part of the meeting may wish to vote and request a briefing, not require a briefing, but request one, so that they can just catch up on something that they might have missed. And I think that's a fair thing to allow somebody to be able to do that so that they can vote based on understanding what the debate was, and that that also the statement that was made that staff were concerned about was that we have an ongoing review of the integrity commissioner and the code of conduct, and I removed all parts in this motion of the code of conduct.
Councillor Carr, sorry, you are at time.
Okay, all of the conduct is not.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a brief comment in terms of a correction, because I know it's very important to us all to stay with facts and deal with procedure here. And I'm reading the column that says, and I quote, implementation challenges for the final motion. And it says, and I will quote again, the limitations on the response that staff will be able to provide to the direction set out in the motion remain. Quote. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to vote.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, see no one else on the queue. I'll now take us to the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Mayor Sim, did you need something? Okay. Okay, that does not carry. Does not pass. With myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. That completes motion 3. The standing committee portion of the meeting is now complete, and we'll now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Let's not take a 20-minute recess.
Very Hi, we will now convene in council to deal with the following recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on policy and strategic priorities meeting and urgent business. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato is not here. Councillor Bly is not here.
Present. I'm present.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Bly is here online. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Fry. Councillor Claassen. Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe. Meeting, and Councillor Meisner, sorry. The meeting has formed.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations, reports 1 through, and member motions 1 through 3. Great, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Joe, I think, was it? Yep, thank you. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Urgent business. Council, are there any items of urgent business? For instance, are there any leaves of absence requests needed prior to the next meeting cycle on December the 10th? A reminder that these requests should be submitted in writing to the clerks through the amendments distribution list. And I don't see anyone in the queue. All right. There. Okay, can we get a motion to adjourn? Great. Councilor Montague.
Mayor?
Yep.
Just as it's Councilor Bly, I believe, I just want to clarify with the clerks that there was an LOA that was missed yesterday for next week for FCM meetings, for advocacy days for both myself and Councilor Dominato, I believe. Can you just verify with the clerks that that has actually been dealt with today? I don't believe it has.
It was. I wasn't at yesterday's meeting, but I am hearing that it was dealt with and approved.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to double check. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor Bly. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.